Okay, and so when you just said the end of the engagement or the end of the discussions, when did the most recent discussions end?
I believe in mid last year, but I'm not completely sure.
What happened?
We ended up receiving, I think it was a notification of sanctions from CMS and trying to work through those issues and decided to exit the clinical lab business.
So did you terminate the discussions, or did CVS terminate?
I think the last email was, keep us posted, and we plan to re-engage around what we're trying to do right now with Minilab.
So the last email was from CVS saying, please keep us posted, to you?
I don't know what the last email was.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you have no idea either way?
It's my understanding that that's where it was, and it is my understanding on good terms.
Okay, so I want to change topics again. How did you keep yourself apprised of the financial condition of the company?
I trusted Sunny to run it and redacted from a cash management perspective.
Would you get updates on how much in revenues the company was making?
Not in revenues. We were generally focused on tracking our cash balance internally, and I would get updates on that.
Okay, how often would you get updates on your cash balance?
I'm sure it changed over the years, but at some periodic frequency. I don't know specifically what the frequency was.
Do you think it was, did you ask her for updates every week or every month?
I don't know. It was at some recurring frequency.
I mean, you wouldn't go for a year without asking for the cash balance, right?
No.
So do you think you would ask her maybe every month or every couple months, something like that?
It's my memory that I asked her to send it at a recurring interval, like monthly. I don't know if it was monthly. It was something like that.
And did you apprise the board of the company's financial condition?
We generally tracked our cash balance, and then we'd talk about what we thought our potential was in terms of what we were working to do.
Did you ever provide financial statements to the board that included, both historical financials or financial projections?
Not financial statements in the way that we're working to put them together now, but we would share essentially what our cash balance was and models that would essentially have a series of assumptions on what we thought we could do in terms of potential revenues and if we'd received payments we'd received.
Who would prepare those financial documents that you would present to the board?
Well, just to be clear, I did not present financial documents to the board. Sunny always presented financial documents to the board, and he would prepare the documents that he presented.
Okay, so there was never a time in the company's existence when you presented financial information to your board?
Not that I can remember. In preparation for those board meetings, would you go over Sunny's proposed presentation sort of as like a dry run before presenting it to the board? We didn't do a dry run. Generally, a few minutes before the board meeting he would show me what he was going to be presenting, but I don't know that that happened every time.
As a general matter, whether before the board meeting or during the board meeting, you paid at Jessica Chan. Were there also times when prospective investors would ask to see the financials for the company?
I can't remember a specific conversation in which they asked for financials, but I'm sure there were investors who asked for financials at different points in time.
Do you recall providing financials to prospective investors?
I'm sure I don't think so. We didn't have audited financials for a period of time.
Okay, if not audited financials, do you remember providing unaudited financials to prospective investors?
I think we generally provided projections, and I know we generally communicated about receipt of the payments that we'd gotten from retailers and where our cash balance was.
Okay, so who was involved in putting together the financial projections that went to investors?
Sunny.
Did you have any involvement in that?
I saw what was in at least written material that we shared and, as we discussed the other day, generally understood that it was based on what we thought we could realize with the retail footprints that we thought we could build out.
Did you agree with Sunny's financial projections with the company that you were showing to investors?
I mean, he had a lot of different models that he would create based on how things were evolving. I think generally the assumption that we could hit a certain footprint was something that I believed was possible.
And, if you had any problems with the assumptions or how the model was being built, would you discuss that with Sunny?
Yes, but I generally deferred to him in this area.
Can you recall an instance in which you did discuss with him revising the model to be more in line with assumptions that you thought were appropriate?
I don't know that I was ever setting the assumptions for the model. I remember in the context of board discussions generally that he would share what the assumptions were. And they seemed reasonable just in terms of, again, the retail footprint.
So I guess I'm trying to put myself in trying to understand your perspective as the CEO of the company at the time.
Yeah.
Was the financial condition of the company something? I understand your testimony to be that you generally deferred to him on preparation of the projections. Was it an area that you hoped to learn more about or get more involved in over time?
My thinking was that if I had someone who knew how to do this well, I could defer that to that person, and that where I really should spend time in the company is on what our board would always call my comparative advantage, which was inventing and sort of the strategy and the vision for how this could be rolled out.
And what gave you the belief that Sunny Balwani was a good fit for preparing these financial projections?
He was very confident in his ability to do it. As I understood it, he had successfully built and sold his own company, and, therefore, I thought he was qualified to do it.
I guess, did he ever explain anything to you about his experience, growing and selling that prior company that would relate specifically to the creation of financial projections?
No, but he understood, excelled really well, and he seemed to be good at creating models. And I didn't have experience or any background in that, so I just deferred to him. So you mentioned earlier that you did see the financial projections that Sunny would send out to investors. Did you ever send out financial projections to investors directly or personally? To be clear, I don't know that I saw all of them because he did have a lot of contact with investors after I would meet them initially. I don't know if they ever came from my email account. They might have. They would have been documents that he prepared for that purpose. Would you, in those instances in which you would be sending out the financial projections directly, would you review them prior to sending them out? I don't have specific memory of a situation in which I was sending them out. So I don't know if I had reviewed it beforehand. I would think that what we would send would be generally consistent with sort of assumptions that I would believe in terms of, again, the retail footprint. Is it generally your practice to review documents that you're attaching to emails when you're sending them out to anyone in the company or outside of the company? I think it depends on what it is. If I'm just forwarding something that has already been reviewed by a team of people, not necessarily. If I'm creating content myself, clearly. If it's something I've never seen before and I'm sending, maybe. I would need to look at a specific example.
I guess, turning back to the 2014 time frame, who at Theranos had the ultimate sort of final say on the company's financial projections?
Sunny did.
And who had the ultimate final authority in terms of when and how to recognize revenue?
I don't know that we were really ever recognizing revenue in a GAAP way. I mean, we've brought Redacted in over the course of the last year to help us build systems to do this right. We were focused on cash accounting and would generally describe payments as they were received, but Sunny would figure out how they should be reflected in the models that we were building.
What about, books of the company? Who had ultimate decision in terms of whether something should be treated as cash that could be used for operations?
Between Sunny and Redacted, they would have made that decision.
So what was the purpose of you reviewing the cash balance of the comms? Chan. Who was managing where cash was going in the business?
We didn't have formal budgeting in place, but the purchase order system reported in through Sunny, and he saw all the costs that were going through the system.
What about employee salaries? Who was reviewing that and making sure that there was enough cash to pay your employees?
The employee salaries were set based on compensation recommendations from whoever we had working an hour, and then we were monitoring that based on what the cash balance was.
Who's we?
Myself, Sunny.
Okay, and who would be approving the compensation recommendations that you were being given? Who would have the ultimate say over that?
I think it depends on the period of time. Early on I would review and interview everybody. Then later I didn't and Sunny did. I think ultimately he may even have stopped interviewing and reviewing everyone and delegated some of that. I don't know when that happened.
Did you review projections, financial projections, that were sent to Rupert Murdoch?
I've seen them.
I guess, before they were sent out to Mr. Murdoch, did you review those projections?
I don't remember, but I've seen the documents in that binder.
Did you review them with Mr. Murdoch in any of your meetings with him or something similar to the document that was sent?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
What about with Lael Capital? Did you review financial projections that were sent to Lael Capital at the time they were sent?
I remember that when we asked them to work as an advisor to us, was actually helping us to build a model. I don't know if I reviewed what was sent to them beforehand. I remember that they were working on creating one for us.
Was that your understanding of part of what the purpose of the Lael engagement was to help build a financial model?
In the beginning, yes. As we discussed, it changed over time.
Do you know if the company ever used the Lael model that was, if one was provided?
I think that we used parts of it. I don't know that we used all of it.
And was that your understanding at the time those discussions were taking place as well, or is that just what you've come to understand now?
It's what I've come to understand now.
Do you have any understanding, back in the 2014 time period of how the company was using the information it was getting from?
I don't.
Who would know that?
I would talk to Sonny about it.
What about PFM, Partner Fund Management? Did you review financial projections that went out to them at the time that they were sent?
I don't think I did. I think my current understanding is that they had asked for some information from Sonny to build their own model, and he sent information to them that they thought would be useful for that.
So you don't remember either reviewing or receiving those projections before they were sent to PFM?
I don't.
In the fall of 2014, did you believe that Theranos would be able to exceed $100 million in revenues by year-end?
So I don't remember what I thought then, but I don't remember what I thought then.
What about did you have any understanding of whether strike that? Let me just start over again. In August 2014, did you believe that Theranos would break even by year-end?
Again, I don't remember what I thought at that time. I look back on how we were thinking about growth based on retail footprint and that if we could hit a certain number of locations, we would see a certain amount of revenue.
What does break even mean to you?
That we are getting as much cash into the company as cash going out of the company.
I guess, do you have any recollection from August 2014 through the end of that year about whether you thought the company was going to break even in 2014?
I can't remember where my head was in those months. It was a long time ago. I'm not sure.
Was that a concern of yours at the time?
In 2014, whether we were going to break even? Right. I think at that time I was more concerned about how fast can we roll out the retail footprint and how quickly can we start that ramp. And I believed that the revenue and cash inflow would come from that.
Why were you focused on the rollout of the Theranos Wellness Centers at that time? Why was that important to you?
It was my understanding that our revenue streams were based around that, so if we could reach a certain footprint, then we would see both people coming into the stores as well as associated revenues from other services that we could provide.
What is that associated revenue?
We thought we would be able to, in a geography that we were in, see revenue from samples coming from physician offices and hospitals and also begin to provide pharmaceutical trials around a retail footprint.
This was in kind of that fall 2014 period you had that belief?
The way I've always thought about it is that it was triggered by how many stores that we had. And so if we had a bigger footprint, then we would be able to run these studies.
So, in your mind, what was sort of the minimum number of stores that Theranos would need to have in a given geography to run those studies?
I don't know if I ever thought of it as having a minimum number. I think it was more that you would need to be ramping up rollout. I mean, the number we sort of plateaued out was only associated with what was initially a pilot, and we never really ramped beyond that. So it was when we were getting into this national ramp we thought we were going to do.
So I guess as long as Theranos was just in those 41 stores, you didn't have any expectation that it was going to gain any money, gain any revenue from these pharma services associated revenue kind of stream, is that fair?
No. Both from our previous work with pharmas as well as the engagement that Walgreens had with them, we thought that, for example, you could use it as a site to enroll people. But we were, so far as projections were concerned, really looking at the ramp as sort of the trigger for realizing sort of the multiple streams of revenue that we were thinking about.
Yeah, I guess setting aside the projections, just as a matter of, this concept of thinking about ramping up Walgreens.
Sure.
Did you think you were going to have any, pharmaceutical services business if Theranos was just in the 41 stores?
I honestly don't think we thought that we were just going to be in 41 stores. I think we thought that we were always about to ramp. I don't think we were thinking about we're just going to be in 41 stores.
You also mentioned a minute ago sort of the prior work that Theranos had done with those pharmaceutical partners, sort of partners like GSK and Schering-Plough. Is that what you had in mind there?
Specifically, as I said that, I was thinking about the opportunities that existed to do new programs based on some of the people within those pharma companies who had expressed interest based on the success of the initial programs.
Did you discuss with anyone at Walgreens the concept that Theranos would be the service provider for their pharma relationships in these clinical trials?
Just to answer the question best, what do you mean by service provider?
Well, how is it that you alluded to having relationships with the pharmaceuticals, and that Theranos would earn money from that?
Yes.
And I'm just trying to. How is that supposed to work?
Well, the concept was that you allow people who walk into retail to enroll in a clinical trial in a pharmaceutical study. They then would have a lab order. It's not a physician-directed lab order but for an investigational use, and they would get their sample collected at Walgreens for the purpose of the trial. And then the pharma company could use that for their clinical trial. So the concept was you're going to use the stores as sites. And that was something that we discussed way back into 2010 in the original agreement.
From the time of Theranos' inception until the present, has Theranos ever achieved break-even status?
I don't think so.
Was there a time when Theranos engaged a company called Aranca to prepare a 409A report to value the company's common stock?
Yes.
And did you provide financial information to Aranca for that purpose?
I think so, yes.
Was it your intent to provide accurate information to Aranca for its purpose of valuing the company's common stock?
To the extent we were using it for issuing options, yes. We also used Aranca for other purposes as we worked to develop our own internal valuation models.
So I just asked you whether it was your intent to provide accurate information to Aranca. Are you saying that for other purposes it wasn't your intent to provide accurate information?
I know that there were some instances in which we would hold financial models constant to look at the impact of certain events like the financing on the stock price. We were not using those reports as 409 as in the traditional sense, but we were using them as an external valuation methodology that we could then build our own internal model from.
Why use a 409A report for that purpose?
We'd received guidance that if we were to try to structure ourselves as a private company and build our own model for valuing our stock, it would be useful to have a reference method that was done by a third party that Stephen Neal. So just tell him if there was a non-attorney or non-attorneys who gave that advice, you can identify them but nothing else. You could say yes or no to that. Were there non-attorneys? Yeah, it was discussed by our attorney with our board, but it was an attorney who gave us the advice.
Okay, let's not go into that.
So did any of the non-attorney board members express any concerns about using a 409A valuation for the purpose you just described?
There was some confusion about it, and we discussed that too in at least one of our board meetings.
I guess, what do you mean by confusion?
That we were using the model for the purpose of developing an internal valuation method and that was why we were holding our projections constant in that version of the model while we were sharing with our board the projections that we hoped to be able to achieve.
Who expressed that confusion?
Dick Kovacevic.
Anyone else?
Not that I can remember. Others might have. He was the most vocal in the board meeting when this was discussed.
Did you ever tell Aranka that you were using their valuation report for the purpose you just described?
I don't know.
Just to clarify, when you say internal valuation model, are you saying that someone internally was actually taking their reports and then putting them into a model that the company then owned? Just trying to understand what you mean by internal valuation.
Yes, so we believed that we were going to structure ourselves as a private company. I was learning about and trying to model some of that off of some of the guidance I received from Riley Bechtel about how they value their stock. They have an internal valuation model to value their stock. We thought that we would try to build one too, and we actually thought that ultimately it would be great to have the common stock and the preferred stock price be the same so that we could stay as a private company. And so the question was, how do we build an internal model? And the process that was agreed upon was to have some third party continue to do valuations over a period of time so that, for example, it wouldn't be just us saying that if you raised a material amount of money, it impacted your stock price in this way. You could refer back to this as a reference source for how you were building the model and the algorithm. I don't think we ended up getting very far down that path.
So did anyone build an internal valuation model? I guess is really my question.
I don't know.
Who was taking that on?
I don't know that had we done it, it would have been Sunny. I don't know that it started because we were just beginning to go down creating sort of the framework for that.
And maybe I missed something.
Yeah.
So why would the projections in your internal model be different from the projections you'd be giving Aranka in order to value the common stock of the company?
As of a certain period of time, when we stopped issuing options, we were trying to understand how much the impact of a certain financing transaction would have on the common stock price if all else were the same.
Okay, so when did you stop issuing stock options?
I think it was in December of 2013.
Okay, so from 2014 onwards, were you then sending these sort of altered projections to Aranka in order to provide information for this internal model?
I think so. I don't know exactly about every interaction with Aranka, but I know that that was happening after that period of time.
Did you tell Redacted that you were planning on using the Aranka reports for this purpose after the end of 2013?
I don't know.
Do you know if Sunny did?
I don't.
Do you think that's something that would have been helpful for her to know?
I don't know. I don't know very much about her interactions with Aranka overall.
So I'm going to hand to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 226. Exhibit 226 purports to be a document titled, Theranos, Inc., FMV as Common Stock as of March 25, 2015. The date of the report is actually April 6, 2015. And the starting Bates number is TS00-21981. Have you seen Exhibit 226 before?
I don't have memory of it, but I recognize it as an Aranka report.
Okay, I'll represent to you that this document was a part of the April 15, 2015, board meeting binder that Theranos produced to the SEC pursuant to subpoena. So if you turn to being a member of the board, would you have reviewed this as part of the board meeting binder materials?
I definitely would have received it. I don't remember if we reviewed it.
Okay, would anyone have presented the Aranka report at the meeting?
I don't think so.
Why not?
I'm trying to remember if we ever had presentations of the Aranka reports. I think they were included in the binders. I don't think that anybody ever presented on them.
Would you have reviewed this report prior to having it included in the board binder?
Probably not.
Who would have? Maybe we should talk generally about who actually collects documents and puts them in these board binders.
At what period of time?
Did it change?
Yes, I'm sure I did then. I just don't remember in the end of 2013 what group of people was doing it.
Okay, and as chair of the board, would you have reviewed the materials prior to handing them out to board members?
Generally, yes. I don't know that I specifically read these reports. I don't think I did.
Why don't you think you did? What's the basis for that answer?
Because I don't think I've ever actually read one of these reports end to end.
Okay, if you turn to 22,034.
Yes.
You'll see that there is a page in here with historical financials, and on this particular page it's the income statement. You'll see there's a revenue line. Looks like in December 2011, as of December 2011 or a period ending December 2011, Theranos made $518,000 in revenues. And then there was no revenues in 2012 and 2013 and then $150,000 in 2014. Is that consistent with your understanding of the revenues that Theranos made in those years?
I don't know what the actual revenues were in those years.
You didn't keep track at all of what Theranos was earning in revenues?
I did not personally, no.
Did anyone provide you with any updates as to what the company was generating in revenues?
We weren't really focused on revenue. We were focused on cash management and retail rollout.
Do you have any reason to question whether Theranos generated $150,000 in revenue in 2014?
I don't know what this is based on. I wouldn't know what to question.
I guess, in that, a minute ago you said by this time the Uranka reports were being used for a different purpose, is that right?
Yes.
And so what you were doing was keeping the projections of future revenue constant with, over time to help build the valuation model, right?
Generally, as I understand it, yes.
Did you ever intend to keep the company's income statement stagnant as well to help develop a valuation model?
I don't know what was done with that.
I guess, in your mind back at the time, did you have any reason why the income statement should remain stagnant or constant or unchanged to help that valuation process you described?
I don't know if I ever thought about it. I don't know. I don't think this is something that I've looked at before in terms of what the right way to handle that in the model is. I know there was discussions about that with respect to projections. I'm not aware of conversations about that with respect to the income statement one way or the other.
So you said you were focused on cash, not revenue, right?
Correct. Is that true for 2011 through 2014? Yes. So how was the company getting cash if not through revenue? We received these, what we were previously calling, exclusivity payments from the retailers, and then in the end of 13 early 14 raised equity capital. And who did you receive the exclusivity payments from? Those are the Walgreens and the Safeway payments.
Are those reflected here?
I don't know. What was the amount of those payments? I think Walgreens paid us in total $140 million including the convertible note that they had, and then Safeway paid us I think $30 million.
And what year were those payments made?
I know the $75 million from Walgreens was in December of 13. The $25 million was before that. I don't know when the $40 million note was. And the Safeway payments I think were in the 11 or 12 time frame.
Okay, so if you turn to 2009, which is actually earlier in the document, you'll see there's an income statement here as well. But it looks like this is a projected.
I'm sorry. I just also wanted to add an answer to your question. I know we also received those payments from insurance companies, and I'm not sure if it was during that time frame.
What do you mean by payments from insurance companies?
From certain Blue Cross Blue Shield plans.
And were those payments for testing that was done?
No, they were the same type of upfront payments.
Okay, so looking at 2009, there's an income statement. It looks like it includes financial projections for the years ended December 2015 to 2018. Do you see that?
Yes.
And actually it also includes a 10-month projection, or I think this is. That covers the 10-month period. You're talking about December. It covers the 10-month period for 2015. Do you see that as well?
Yes.
So you'll see, for 2015 to 2018 roughly you're projecting here to generate about $113 million in 2015, $223 million in 2016, $323 million in 2017, and $503 million in 2018. Did you approve of those financial projections, that they be provided to Uranka?
I don't know.
You can keep that in front of you for the moment. I'm handing to you what's already been marked as Theranos Exhibit 160. Exhibit 160 purports to be a December 23, 2014, email from Elizabeth Holmes to redacted, subject line, Re-409A, with starting Bates number THPFM 000088980. Have you seen Exhibit 160 before?
I don't remember it, but I recognize my email here.
Okay, so you'll see about halfway down the page there is an email from Redacted to you. And she's saying that she sent over projections to Aranka the night before because they have a deadline before the end of the year. And then she writes, I use the same assumptions for revenue as in October. Roughly 100 million, 200 million, 300 million, and 500 million in 2015 through 2018. Do you see that?
I do.
And then you respond back to her, and you say, 100 million for 15, right? So you're questioning whether or not, or you're confirming with her that it's $100 million for 2015. Do you see that?
I do.
And then she confirms, yes, that's correct. And then you say, thanks. So does that refresh your recollection that you approved of these financial projections that were in this April 2015 report to Aranka?
It doesn't refresh my recollection, but I don't have reason to doubt this email.
What did you base these projections on, the 100, 200, 300, and 500 million?
I don't know.
Did you have a financial model that you were working with?
I'm assuming that since she says, the same assumptions, this is based on something else. I don't know what it was.
You think it was based on something else that you had worked on?
I don't know. Dia, how she came up or you came up with 100, 200, 300, and 500 million for those years? I don't, and I don't know what we were using this report for at that time.
Did you think to ask her a question, why or what is the purpose of this report? How were you responding back to her and approving of the projections if you didn't know what the purpose of the report was?
I can't remember now what the purpose of the report was. I'm assuming at that time I had some understanding of what the purpose of the report was. I just can't remember what it was.
Are you aware of a financial model somewhere that would have projected these revenue figures for 2015 to 2018?
Again, I don't know. And I didn't maintain those models. And I don't even know that this necessarily would have been consistent with any models that we were maintaining on assumptions for retail rollout.
Who was maintaining those assumptions?
Sunny was.
So if I understand, by this time period, to your memory, Aranka was being used to help build an internal valuation model, is that fair?
They were.
And I think you said the goal was to have the value of common stock be on par with the preferred at some point in time?
To ultimately get to that point.
I realize it's a long ramp.
Yes.
But that was the goal you had in mind, right?
That was what we thought the end objective was.
And that was important to your goal ultimately of staying a private company in the long term?
Yes. And continuing to restructure ourselves as a private company.
Is it fair to say that the company's valuation was something that was important to you in this time frame?
Generally, yes.
Why was that?
Because it's important to our shareholders.
And did shareholders from time to time, people who invested earlier, whether when you first started or in 2010, ask for copies of Aranka's 409A reports?
Not to my knowledge.
Did anyone ever communicate to you that a prior investor has asked for a 409A report?
Sitting here now, I can't remember any. It's possible that they did. I don't know.
I guess, if your ultimate goal is to have common stock and be on par value with the preferred and valuation of the company is something that's important to you, I'm trying to understand why you never read one of these Aranka reports cover to cover?
So we began the process of structuring as a private company in the end of 13, and we assumed this was going to be a long multi-year process and that these were just the first steps in beginning to develop a formula for what the impact of capital infusion was on some of these metrics around common stock price. I was not primarily focused on the finance aspects of our business. I trusted that if this was what really smart people that we were paying a lot of money to thought was a good idea to do, that's what we would do. And that at the time we would start building these models internally, I would look at it and learn about it. I don't have specific background in this area, and so it wasn't something that I was focused on.
Did you track or rank as, so you mentioned you wanted these reports to see how the equity events impacted the common stock value.
Uh-huh.
Did you track those final numbers as they came in from report to report?
I don't think so.
Do you know who if anyone at the company did?
I don't know that we even started this. I think we were just trying to get the information at this point and have it, and that it would ultimately be used for the purpose of an internal model.
I'm handing to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 227. And, actually, you can keep the Uranka report in front of you. Exhibit 227 purports to be a spreadsheet. The first page.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to clarify. I can't remember any instance in which someone asked for a copy of a 409A, but it's possible over all the years that they did.
Is it something that you think Theranos would have shared with its investors?
I don't think that we did that generally. It's possible that at some instance we did, but I don't think, certainly, it wasn't routine that I know about.
And I guess, why wouldn't the company generally share these reports?
I think we saw it as an internal tool for a very specific purpose.
I mean, just to be clear for the record, I don't think these purport to be financial statements. I mean, they say what they say on the top of them. But in the past, when you said that, it's been, like, an email. These don't say financial statements on them, do they?
I don't know if I've seen it before.
So I'll represent to you that this document was part of the April 15, 2015, board meeting materials that Theranos produced to the SEC pursuant to subpoena. So it was presented at the same time as Exhibit 226.
To the board?
To the board, okay. So you'll see that there's a projected statement of income, a pro forma and projected statement of income, there's a pro forma statement of cash flow, and a consolidated balance sheet here. Did you review this at the time of the board meeting?
I don't know.
Do you recognize this format generally? I mean, whether or not you recall this specific document, does the format of Exhibit 227 look like the kind of projected statements of income, projected pro forma, statements of cash flow, and balance sheets that the company maintained?
It's actually different than what I had remembered sharing, that the Murdoch projections that you showed me the other day in format, I think. But I don't have reason to doubt it.
Who prepared these financial statements?
Sunny.
So if you look at the revenues for the period ending 2014, this is on the first page in the statement of income. You'll see that total revenues projected to be or not projected, actually, because this is in 2015. But total revenue for the year was $108 million. Do you see that?
I do.
What was the basis for this number?
I think it was he was believing that the Walgreens payment could be earned within the 2014 time frame, and then there was some retail revenue as well that was associated with that. I don't know if he also thought that some of the Safeway payment could have been earned. I'm not sure.
What's your basis for that, for your understanding of, I guess, what he believed?
Because I remember conversations with him in which he would talk about the fact that we'd earned the Walgreens payment.
When do you recall those conversations taking place?
On an ongoing basis, certainly by this 2015 time period that you're talking about.
So you mentioned there were 3 different components that you thought might go into this. There's the Walgreens payments, the $75 million innovation fee payment. There's the Safeway payment. When was that made?
So just to be clear, I think that by 2015, this number was based on thinking that, for whatever reason, the $100 million from Walgreens was in this time period.
The $100 million from Walgreens?
I think so.
When was the $25 million initial payment from Walgreens? When did that come into the company?
I don't know, but I know it was before December of 2013.
Okay, so why would that be included in the revenues for 2014?
You'd have to ask him. I don't know.
And then you said the remaining amount of revenues would have come from the retail business. Is this the retail pharmacy business?
I think so, yes.
Okay, so I'm sorry. And I don't know if you answered my question about the Safeway payment. When did the Safeway payment come in?
I don't know. I believe it was before 2013.
Okay, and how much was that payment?
I think it was $30 million, but I think there was a $25 million and a $5 million component. I don't know how he treated the $5 million.
So if we add up the $100 million that you think Sonny might have put into this plus an additional $30, that's already $130 million. So, what is the basis for your belief as to how he came up with this $108 million figure?
That he was treating the payments received from retailers, I believe at least Walgreens, in this number plus some retail services revenue. And I don't know how he was treating that $5 million from Safeway.
Why do you think there was such a difference between what we saw in the Uranka report, which had 2014 actual revenues as $150,000, and here you're seeing revenues for $108 million? Why was there such a difference between the two?
I don't know. I think this was in the context of discussion about the fact that we thought that we earned the Walgreens payment. I don't know what the basis for the income statement in the Uranka document is.
Did you ever represent to prospective investors in 2015 that Theranos generated over $100 million in revenues in 2014?
I don't think we generally talked about historical revenues very much. I know we openly talked about having received $100 million from Walgreens and also the other payments from Safeway and probably the insurance companies as well because we thought that showed the interest and commitment of our partners.
Do you recall a meeting with Sutter Health in August 2015 during which you showed their financials for the company? Do you recall that meeting?
I remember meeting with him. I don't know when it was.
Okay, but do you remember a meeting in which you showed him financial information for the company?
I'm trying to remember if I remember showing him financial information. I'm not sure. Absolutely.
Theranos paid taxes, right?
Yes.
And were you involved in the process of signing off on Theranos tax returns at different points in time?
I don't know if my signature was required on a document. I would have signed it, but I wasn't involved in any detailed way.
Do you have any understanding of what Theranos reported to the IRS in terms of revenues in 2014?
I do not.
How about 2013?
I do not.
Did you at the time?
If I signed the tax returns, I would have. I can't remember.
You wouldn't provide inaccurate information to the IRS, would you?
No.
I guess, is there any reason for the revenue that Theranos was reporting to the IRS to be different from the revenue figures shared with Sutter Health?
I don't know. I think to the extent we were making projections, we were talking about what we thought could be done with payments that had been received. I don't know if I'm speculating from a government reporting standpoint, if we weren't completely sure yet whether they could be recognized or not. I know that we were transparent about what those payments were and that there were these monies that had been received from retail partners. I guess, what do you mean by you remember that you were transparent about? We thought that the fact that Walgreens had paid us $100 million and another $40 in the note and Safeway had paid us $30 was one of the most validating pieces of information we could share. So openly communicating that was a way of communicating that we thought we had a real opportunity to roll out at retail. Everybody knew we were only in 41 stores and that we were trying to see, I thought, 10 patients a day. We were very open about that.
In other words, you viewed not only the existence of the Walgreens relationship, but Walgreens' financial commitment as a sign of faith in Theranos?
Absolutely.
And that's a sign of faith you wanted to share with investors?
Yes.
Did you tell investors that the $108 million or $100 million that were generated in revenues in 2014, that was made up of payments that were coming in from Walgreens and Safeway?
So I don't know if this was ever shared with investors, but I know that, again, we openly talked about the $100 million from Walgreens being a payment for exclusivity.
Do you remember telling Sutter Health that the $108 million consisted of payments that were coming from Walgreens and Safeway?
I don't remember that conversation very well. I mean, again, at that time we still would have been only in 41 stores, so we were very open about what we were trying to do at retail.
So it's 1 o'clock. You guys want to take a lunch break?
Sure, we can take a lunch break. We are off the record at 1 p.m.
This concludes media number 2 of Elizabeth Holmes. We are back on the record at the beginning of media number 3 of Elizabeth Holmes. The time is 1:55.
Ms. Holmes, did you have any substantive conversations with the SEC staff during the break?
No.
Was that a no?
Correct.
Sorry, so we were talking before the lunch break about the financials of the company.
Yep.
And what you knew about how they were maintained and who was preparing them for prospective investors. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. Do you recall providing financial information to prospective investors in late 2014 showing Theranos on the road to achieving over $100 million in revenues?
I don't have specific memory of that, but I know we shared projections with investors in late 2014.
Do you recall providing financial information to Fremont Group in October 2014 that indicated that Theranos was on track to make $126 million in revenues for 2014?
Again, I don't have specific memory of it.
Do you recall providing financial information to Lael Capital in October 2014 that indicated that Theranos was on track to make $125 million in revenues for 2014?
No.
So I'm going to hand to you what's been previously marked as Theranos Exhibit 195. Exhibit 195 purports to be an October 13, 2014, email from Sunny Balwani to Lael Capital with a copy to Elizabeth Holmes, and subject line is, Thanks. And the starting Bates number is BDTSEC_PST0004140, and there is an attachment with Bates number ending 4142. Have you seen Exhibit 195 before?
I don't recognize it, but I don't have reason to doubt it.
So you'll see here that Sunny Balwani is sending a financial model to Lael Capital. Do you see that?
I do.
And the model is attached to the email. What was your understanding as to how Mr. Balwani came up with the financial projections? I do, Jessica Chan. So if you would turn to the income statement, which looks like 4 pages into the attachment, you'll see here that revenue for 2014 is projected to be $125 million in 2014. Do you see that?
I do.
And you'll see that there's a breakout for the revenues in 2014, and actually only $30 million is coming from U.S. retail pharmacies. Do you see that?
Yes.
So U.S. retail pharmacies, would that be capturing the Walgreens and Safeway revenues that you were looking to achieve?
It could be. I don't know what this was specifically in this model.
You don't know what U.S. retail pharmacies is referring to?
Again, I don't remember going through any of the assumptions that went into this with Sunny. So I'm not sure exactly what he was referring to here.
Have you seen versions of the financial projections that you were sending to prospective investors that look similar to this?
As I said earlier, I had in my mind the format that was in the Murdoch binder documents that you showed me, but I generally recognize this as a Theranos document.
Okay, so you have no idea as to how Mr. Balwani was breaking out the revenue streams, for instance, the U.S. retail pharmacies, physician offices, and hospitals, or what those categories were supposed to include or consist of.
I don't. I was just flipping back to the market assumptions page to look at what the assumptions were in here. Which my assumption sitting here now would be that that's what this is based on.
Okay, so if you look at the market assumptions page, it looks like for retail pharmacy, so if you look at the first page of the document, retail pharmacy, you've got revenue per requisition and then the fully loaded cost system in RX. If you turn the page, you'll see that there are a number of assumptions related to the Walgreens and other retail pharmacy services. Do you see that?
I do.
Can you think of anything else that retail pharmacies could mean other than the Walgreens and possibly Safeway relationships?
I don't know what he was thinking when he was creating this model. It looks here, just from reading this document sitting here, that he's assuming these are going to be Walgreens locations.
Okay, so looking back at the income statement, then, before the lunch break you had testified earlier that you believe that Mr. Balwani arrived at over $100 million in revenues in 2014 because he had included the $75 million accelerated innovation fee payment there? Do you remember that testimony?
What I was attempting to communicate was that the questions you were asking about the $108 million number and what it might have come from I believed was associated with the Walgreens payment. I commented that I'm not sure about how revenue should have been recognized.
Okay, so here it doesn't look like that $75 million accelerated payment was included in Mr. Balwani's projection for 2014. Do you see that?
I do.
So do you know what the basis was for Mr. Balwani's projection of $125 million for 2014?
I do not.
I guess, just looking at these projected revenue sources, looks, $30 million about from retail pharmacies, which looking back looks like Walgreens, and then I think we talked earlier about the associated revenues from physicians' offices, hospitals, and pharma services. In late 2014, was this your expectation about how, whether meaning the gross numbers or not, just sort of the breakdown of, about a third from retail pharmacies, a tenth from physicians' offices, a little more than a third from hospitals, that in your mind how the revenue stream was going to look like?
I never thought about it that way specifically. I thought about it in terms of number of retail stores. And then assuming you had that footprint, what was a reasonable assumption of number of samples that could get sent to you by a given physician office or hospital group? And how many of those was it reasonable to assume you could get in a given geography?
So in that sort of assumption sample mind frame, did you assume that more samples were going to be run from hospital and pharma partners than were actually being run from just the operational Walgreens retail pharmacies?
I don't know. I don't know if I ever focused on what the differential would be between the two. I remember looking at both the number of store assumption as well as is it reasonable to pick up a certain number of samples per day from a physician office group. Then was it reasonable to get a certain number of physician office groups and focusing on that part of it?
What revenues had the company realized from physicians' offices by this time in October 2014?
I don't know. Was there any? I don't know. At some point we started doing a pickup from physician offices. I don't know when it started.
Did you have any contracts with physicians' offices at this time?
I don't know. As referenced, we had a sales team in Arizona that was working on putting contracts in place with groups. I don't know the dates on those contracts with physician groups.
Would it surprise you if Theranos had no contracts with physicians' offices during this time?
I think generally, yes. I think we believed T. Elizabeth Holmes. I don't know when we started the pickups.
Do you know if Theranos was picking up samples from hospitals at this time?
I don't.
Did you start pickups with any hospital at any time?
I'm hesitating just because I think the word hospital here was referring to health systems and some. I don't know when those started and whether the physicians that we ultimately did that were part of these health systems.
Okay, but do you remember Theranos ever starting to process samples from hospitals?
From physician groups that were affiliated with health systems, I believe we did.
Okay, but not from hospitals themselves?
So we were using, I think, the word hospital and health system interchangeably. So the group would have been associated with a hospital chain, as I understood it.
What are some of those physician groups?
So I think Commonwealth in Arizona was one of them, and there was another one I'm trying to remember. There was another health system group. I don't remember the name, but I know that was something that was very focused on in Arizona.
So you recall there were 2 physician groups that Theranos was processing samples for?
I believe there were more than 2. I just don't know what all of them were.
I guess, was this conflation of hospitals and health systems sort of like the normal language of Theranos at the time? Or was this something that you just come to understand reading the document now?
It's certainly something that I've come to understand now. I don't know at that time whether we used those words interchangeably.
I guess, do you know that that's what hospitals meant in this model?
I don't know that. I'm assuming that.
Based on information you've gathered since this time?
Yes.
Who would know as to how much Theranos had realized from revenues from both physicians and hospitals? As of October 2014? As of October 2014.
I would ask Sonny.
Sonny would know?
I don't know if he knows. But, I mean, if I were trying to find that out and if I were still working with him, he would be the first person that I would ask.
Who else besides Sunny would know? You mentioned redacted. Would she know?
She would have known what relationships we had in place with health systems or physician groups in Arizona. I don't think she had engagement on any of the national health system groups. She was focused only on local groups. So there were other chains, like Dignity and others, that had a national presence that we were hopeful that we would be able to ultimately engage with. And she wouldn't have been involved, as I understand it, in interactions with them.
Okay, so who would have been responsible for those other relationships besides the Arizona ones?
Sunny was.
Okay, let's go down to, then, pharmaceutical services. What had Theranos realized in the pharmaceutical service space in terms of revenues for 2014 by this time?
I don't know. I don't remember doing much on the pharmaceutical services side in 2014.
Did you have any contracts in place with any pharmaceutical companies at this time?
I don't know. I know that we had some relationships from our prior work that we were hopeful we were going to reconstitute. I don't know if there had been specific conversations with them or the group I was referencing within Walgreens that was dedicated to working with pharma companies at that time.
What is your understanding as to the last year that Theranos received revenues from pharmaceutical companies?
So, again, I want to be careful about payment and revenue, because I know we received payments at certain periods of time, and then there was discussion and revision about when to recognize them. I think the last years that we were paid was certainly prior to 14, and I don't know what year it was.
Would 2011 sound right to you?
I wouldn't be surprised if it's wrong. You wouldn't be surprised if it's wrong? Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know at all when you might have received payments from the pharmaceutical companies?
When the last payments were. I don't. Again, if you said 2011, I wouldn't doubt it.
Who was responsible for those pharmaceutical company relationships in this time frame, if there was anyone?
So I don't know what this specifically is referring to here. If it was an assumption around the pharmaceutical relationships that Walgreens had been working to foster, then it would have been Walgreens' relationships with pharma companies. Otherwise, we had originally had a sales force that had a relationship with the pharma companies. We then get rid of that sales force and built a new one that was retail-focused. And had we reinstated those relationships, I don't know who we would have used. Sunny would have made that suggestion because Redacted reported to him.
So you think that Sunny Balwani would have known about the status of the pharmaceutical relationships that Theranos had at this time?
I believe so.
So it sounds like Sunny Balwani would have known about the physician's office contracts that Theranos might have had, hospital system contracts, and the pharmaceutical service contracts, and Sunny was also involved in the Walgreens relationship and responsible for that as well, and that after a certain period of time, he was also responsible for the Safeway relationship. So what were you responsible for?
I was CEO of the company. I, from a technology perspective, was focused on inventions and named on a large number of our patents. I tried to contribute creatively to technical issues when we were dealing with technical issues that would require invention. I was very focused on the restructure to become a private company. I was focused on our vision and our strategy. And I ultimately became very focused on policy-related initiatives, like the law change in Arizona and the work to try to build Medicare at lower prices and the work to try to advocate for regulations. I don't know. I'm still writing memoranda of invention right now.
So if you turn back to the macro market assumptions, which is the first page of the attachment, you'll see there's a list of, it looks like, device cost. So for 2014 the device cost is $40,000, for 2015, the device cost is $35,000. Do you see that?
I do.
What do these costs depict? What device are these costs for?
I don't know. Again, I didn't prepare this document. I'm not sure what these are referring to.
Was this consistent with the cost for a TSPU or a Minilab?
I don't know.
How much did it cost to manufacture a Minilab in 2014?
I don't know. I can tell you what it is right now. I don't know what it was then.
How much did it cost to purchase a Siemens Advia 1800 in 2014?
I don't know. I would assume it was more than $40,000, but I don't know.
Why do you make that assumption?
I just have general understanding that the Siemens equipment was expensive. How did you gain that understanding? Because we're trying to liquidate a lot of it right now. And I have generally been in touch with our operations teams on how much money we can get from it.
Did you know how expensive Siemens equipment was back in 2014?
I probably didn't know the exact amount, no.
Did you know that they were more expensive than the cost to manufacture a TSPU in 2014?
Yes.
And how did you know that back in 2014?
Because I was generally aware of the cost of traditional lab equipment.
Can you think of any reason why the cost for a TSPU would be relevant to Theranos projections for the end of 2014?
I was just trying to look at that in here. I don't know if that was an assumption that we were building a certain number of devices for R&D. I don't know if that's in the R&D number. I don't know.
I mean, at the time it wasn't Theranos planned in your mind. In October of 2014, Theranos was still very much in phase 1 of its Walgreens rollout. Is that fair?
We were.
And you didn't have a specific date in mind at the time of when phase 2 would start. Is that fair?
I don't know at that time. I know that we were just focused on engaging with FDA as much as we could to try to get the technologies through the FDA process. I don't know if we thought there was a specific date or not.
I guess, in October of 2014, did you expect to move to phase 2 by the end of the year, by the end of 2014?
Again, I don't know exactly what my mindset was in 2014. Sitting here now, don't think so, but I don't know.
So if you were still in the phase 1 part of the model with Walgreens where you were continuing to use, for a majority of the tests, the modified version of commercially available machines and there was some venous draw testing being done on reference machines during that time as well, why wouldn't the device costs for a Siemens machine appear here under your assumptions?
Again, I didn't create this document. I don't know what was selected for the assumptions. I know Sunny was working interactively with the Layold team in trying to build models. I'm looking at it as we're talking and noting that this also includes things about the number of Theranos units per hospital location in 2015. So it may have been associated with that assumption of phase 2. I don't know.
I guess, in October of 2014 was Theranos planning on sending any TSPUs to any hospitals imminently?
We were planning on trying to get FDA clearance to do that. Again, I'm looking at this sitting here now and noting it says, Hospital Location 2015. So I'm assuming sitting here now that the assumption in this document is that that would happen if we got FDA clearance in time to do so in 2015.
But you'll see that the assumptions also use a device cost in 2014 of $40,000. So I think Mr. Kolotkar's question is, were you aware that Theranos was imminently in the last 2 months of 2014 going to be sending TSPUs to hospitals?
No, we had to get FDA clearance prior to doing that.
You always understood that Theranos needed FDA clearance of Theranos TSPU before it could distribute them broadly, right?
Yes.
Did Sunny share that understanding with you?
I think so.
What's your basis for that understanding?
I'm trying to think of a specific conversation to answer that. It was my general understanding that that was our plan as a company, that the reason we were working so hard to get technology into the FDA was because it was required for phase 2 of our model.
Sitting here today, do you believe these assumptions about device costs and devices for hospitals could give a potential investor the impression that Theranos was using the TSPU for patient testing exclusively at the time?
I don't.
Why not?
Because we were so focused on the TSPU for phase 2. The only other thing I can think of here is that there was very interactive engagement on the assumptions and the model, and I would have expected that there was very active discussion about these assumptions because I think they were trying to build their own model.
I mean, did you ever share with anyone at Theranos that Theranos was using either modified or unmodified commercially available analyzers?
I don't know. I don't know.
So if you turn to the next page, the Theranos Market Assumptions page, you'll see that there are some assumptions here for Walgreens, and there are other RX locations. What did you understand the other RX locations to be referring to here?
Some other retail pharmacy beside Walgreens.
Okay, so what other contracts did you have in place at this time other than Walgreens? Wouldn't that be Safeway?
Yes, we had the Safeway relationship in place.
Okay, so do you think that the other would have been referring to Safeway?
It could have been. Again, I don't know.
If you look at the Walgreens line, the assumption here for December 14 is that Theranos services would have been rolled out to Walgreens stores in 300 locations. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that consistent with your understanding of where things were headed with the Walgreens relationship, that by December 2014, Theranos services would have been offered at 300 stores?
I generally remember that at that time we were really focused on rapidly ramping. I don't know if 300 was the number that we thought we would be at by the end of the year.
So we talked in your earlier testimony about how at some point the parties were renegotiating the contract and those talks started happening and that the last store actually opened in the fall of 2014. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
Okay, so do you think that it was achievable to open 300 stores, a month later after opening the last 41st store?
Again, I don't know what was behind these numbers in this model. I know that through the end of 14 I continued to believe that there was an opportunity to ramp rapidly with Walgreens. I don't know what the specific numbers that we were thinking at that time was.
And then you remember your earlier testimony in which we established that by December 2014 the parties were talking about converting the business model to a rental agreement model. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay, so that would have required some modification of the contract if it came to pass, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if you turn the page to the next page, you'll see that by December 2015, the assumption was that Theranos services would be rolled out to 900 stores. Do you think that was reasonable in light of the fact that the parties were just beginning to talk about the rental agreement model in December 2014?
I do.
Why?
Because Walgreens used to refer to itself as an execution machine. They rolled out injections for vaccines in 8,100 stores in 12 months. We thought that you could roll out nationally within 12 to 18 months at the time you made a decision to do that.
So turning back to the store assumptions for the end of 2014, did Mr. Balwani ever tell you that he expected Theranos to open 200 Walgreens locations by November 2014 or 300 by the end of the year?
I don't remember specific conversations about those numbers. I remember feeling generally optimistic going into the fall of 14 that we were going to be ramping quickly.
When did that optimism fade in your mind?
I don't know that it ever faded. I mean, looking at the notes from the December meeting with Walgreens, the fact that they were endorsing the kind of model that we wanted to pursue we continued to see as a really positive sign.
So you'll see, turning back to the first market assumptions page, so we just talked about how other was likely Safeway since Theranos had no other contracts with other retail pharmacies, correct?
Again, I don't know what Sonny was thinking when he built this model. I can sit here and guess, but I don't know.
But Theranos didn't have any other contracts with other retail pharmacies at this time besides Walgreens and Safeway, correct?
Not that were signed.
Okay. So based on what we saw before and the fact that things had slowed down with Safeway and the parties seemed to be disagreeing on a number of issues, do you think that it was reasonable to think that 135 stores would be rolling out in Safeway with Theranos services in January 2015?
I don't know that this was Safeway.
Who else could it be?
Well, I don't know what the date of this was. The Walton family had just, I think by this time, invested. We were in talks with executives at Walmart about the potential to roll out there. We still had really good relationships with others from the grocery network at Safeway who wanted to work with us if it didn't have to be from Safeway. I just genuinely don't know what this was referring to.
You didn't have any contracts with any other retail pharmacy besides Walgreens and Safeway. What would make you believe that in October 2014 you'd be able to open 135 stores, wellness centers in January 2015? That's 3 months away.
She just answered your question.
I don't know what this assumption was based on. I do know that by this point in time, we'd spent years working with, in terms of meetings, there was a physical contract in place, multiple retailers. My understanding was that first the people affiliated with the Walton family wanted to understand whether Walmart thought that this could be valuable and a potentially viable business model, and then wanted to understand whether there was any conflict with them investing.
In other words, there was potential, but I guess specifics of a framework for agreement weren't being discussed in October 2014, were they?
I don't know. Walmart had a team of executives that came to Theranos, and we had specific conversations about what a pilot could look like in how many stores and these types of things.
And with CVS in October 2014, had you shared with Walgreens the potential for contracting with CVS on any retail pharmacy locations?
I think we talked a lot with people at Walgreens about whether or not we would engage with CVS in trying to be respectful of the fact that Walgreens wanted us not to, but also trying to say to them, unless we get the kind of rollout that you described to us, we're going to need to have another partner.
Do you recall personally having any of those conversations?
I don't know whether I did or not. I'm not sure.
So if you look down on that first page again of the market assumptions page, do you see that?
Yes.
You'll see there's a line called RX test per day per location. Is that requisitions per day per location?
I think so.
And is that a good proxy for patients per day per location?
I don't know. I'm just trying to look at what's underneath it. I think it could be.
Okay, so here in the assumptions, it looks like Mr. Balwani's using 40 for October 2014, and, in fact, I think that stays pretty constant through December 2015, if you look on the next page.
Uh-huh.
So do you remember your earlier testimony that you had seen a document showing that Walgreens was actually seeing about 3 patients per store per day in 2014?
Tests and patients are different. Totally different.
I don't.
I'm sorry. The first page? The first page. Yes.
My question was, do you remember your earlier testimony in which we discussed that by May 2014 you were aware that Walgreens was seeing 3 patients per store per day?
I remember the document that you showed me. I don't know if I was aware of that at that time.
Okay, and also you said you were aware that Walgreens was trying, or the goal for Walgreens was to reach 10 patients per store per day. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think it was reasonable for these financials to be assuming that Walgreens would have seen or would be seeing 40 patients per day in the stores by October 2014?
Again, I'm not sure if this is patients per day because it says tests per day, and I'm not exactly sure what that means. I do know that our numbers ultimately crossed in the stores that were in the right locations. I believe above 60 patients per day and higher. So if this is patients per day, then yes.
RX, what does that mean to you?
It means prescription or pharmacy. I don't know.
Okay, and so, 40 tests per day. That would seem pretty low, don't you think?
I'm just saying I don't know why it says tests as opposed to patients. If it said patients, I would assume it would say, if he meant patients, I would assume he would write patients. I don't know what this is.
But don't you think 40 tests per day per location, that would seem a little bit low to you, right?
In terms of what?
It would seem a little bit low to be using an assumption of 40 tests per day per location?
I don't know. I don't know what assumptions were going into this and what it was based on. As I said, I know that we ultimately saw more than 60 patients per day in a number of locations that were the models for how we thought we were going to be rolling out.
And at the time, did you have a sense of how many tests each of those patients ordered on average?
I don't know what my understanding was at the time. I generally understand now that there was about 3.2 CPT codes per order on average.
Did you have any understanding at the time about how the patients per day translated in terms of numbers of tests Theranos had actually run?
I'm not sure. I generally understood that as Sunny built models, he tried to study what other laboratories were doing and seeing in terms of number of patients per day and other metrics, so I believed that he was judging assumptions in general based on that research.
So if you turn back to the first page of the macro market assumptions, you'll see under Retail Pharmacy, the revenue per requisition is $40. We were just talking about how Theranos was looking to offer tests for $4. Does Jessica Chan So if you see what Mr. Bulwani is doing here, he's multiplying the number of locations for Walgreens of 41 in October of 2014
Yep.
by the number of tests per day per location by the amount of money that you're receiving per requisition in order to get to the revenue figures.
Where is that?
Here's what she's trying to show you by those columns.
So the number of stores? Yep.
She's saying 41 times 40 equals 1600. That's what you're pointing to?
I think you also said.
And if you multiply that again by the amount of money that you're receiving per requisition, you would get the revenue figure of 1.968.
Okay.
So do you think it makes sense, then, that RX test is actually requisition?
It could be.
Okay, so you don't know one way or the other how these assumptions came about.
I don't. Again, I was not involved in setting these.
Did you have any concerns about these having been provided to potential investors, if you weren't involved in preparing them? These went out in the Theranos name and provided to potential investors. Does that give you any pause?
I don't know that they were provided to any potential investors. I see they were going back and forth to redacted here. I don't know what the context of sending these to redacted was. Whether this was in the context of interactive engagement on building a model or not, I don't recognize this as the format of the final redacted model.
If something similar had been provided to other investors at the time or around the time, would that give you any concern?
It depends on what the assumptions were based on.
If the same assumptions were used, would that concern you?
The same assumptions as this?
Yes, meaning 40 patients per day and $40 requisition?
Yes. And the 300 Walgreens stores by the end of 2014 and then 900 by 2015. Did any of that give you pause? I don't think that 900 by 2015 would have given me pause. 40 patients per day, sitting here now, given that I know that we beat that number in the right stores, that would not have given me pause. The requisition of $40, I don't know how many tests that was assuming, but I know that our per requisition income was higher than $40.
Well, so you saw that you knew that some stores were receiving 60 patients per day. Were you also aware that some stores?
Later. I don't know if it was at this time.
Do you have a sense of when you came to a more granular patients per store understanding?
I think it was in 2015.
Just geographically when? Early 2015? Late 2015?
I'm not sure. By late 2015 we were completely focused on engagement with CMS and FDA and the Wall Street Journal, so I would think at least middle of 2015. I don't know how early in 2015.
You can put that one aside. I'm going to hand to you what was previously marked as Theranos Exhibit 213. So I'm sorry, is this the document you just handed them?
No.
Oh, you're going back to one that was earlier marked today? Yes, or not today.
I don't think.
But Tuesday. You'll see the first page is Theranos Confidential Summary Capitalization?
Yes.
And then there's some financial information in the back. So I represented to you at the time that we marked this exhibit that this was produced by Theranos to the SEC pursuant to subpoena. It's part of a binder that was provided by Theranos to Rupert Murdoch when he was considering whether to invest in Theranos in December 2014 and January 2015. So if you turn to the projected statement of income, which is 605, you'll see here that this document is projecting almost $1 billion of revenue in 2015 and almost $2 billion of revenue in 2016.
Do you see that?
I do. Okay, and if you turn back to the market assumptions page, I'm sorry. I will be giving that to you just shortly. But just so that you have this in front of you, you'll see that half of the revenues from 2015 and 2016 are from the retail pharmacy business. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, do you know what assumptions were used to get to those numbers? $425 million in 2015 and $993 million in 2016?
I don't, sitting here now.
Just looking further down the page, you see there's a number that's listed next to EBITDA, EBI.
Yes.
Did you have an understanding in late 2014 of what that number meant?
I don't know. I don't think I focused on that. I don't know.
Do you understand today what it means?
I understand that it's our earnings, and I think the percent margin means our profit margin.
Did you have an expectation in late 2014 that Theranos would have $300 million, over $300 million in earnings at the end of 2015?
I think that I believed in whatever assumptions went into getting this kind of footprint and understood from the model that if we did that, we would be profitable.
You see the item below that about depreciation?
Uh-huh.
Sorry, Jessica Chan. Have you seen Exhibit 228 before besides the first page which includes the metadata?
I don't know.
I'll represent to you that this is the Excel spreadsheet that was produced by Theranos to the SEC pursuant to subpoena and represented by counsel to the SEC to be the financial model that produced the financial statements that are in the Rupert Murdoch binder. So that would be Exhibit 213. So if you look at the projected statement of income, which is on the third to last page of the document, you can go ahead and compare that to what you're seeing on that same page in Exhibit 213. Do they look identical to you?
They do, without the highlighting or whatever.
Do the numbers look identical to you?
They do.
Okay, why don't you turn back to the market assumptions page, which is the second market assumptions page. You'll see here instead of projecting 900 stores for Walgreens in December 2015, now the projection is 1,340 stores in December 2015. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you know why this projection changed from 900 to 1,340 in the space of 2 months?
I don't.
You think Mr. Balwani would be the best person to answer that question?
Yes.
Okay, and then also you'll see that instead of opening 135 stores in January 2015, now the assumptions are that 135 stores will be opened in April 2015. Do you see that?
I do.
Why do you think this change was made?
I don't know.
And then if you look further down under retail pharmacies, there's some assumptions related to the physician offices and retail clinics. Do you see that?
Yes.
So in March 2015, the assumption for the number of physicians' offices is 500. Do you see that?
I do.
What was the basis for believing that Theranos would be in contract with 500 physicians' offices by March 2015?
I don't know specifically. Sitting here now looking at it, I'm assuming there was some type of tie to being at 100 retail locations by that time.
What was the relationship between the retail locations and the doctors?
My general understanding has been that once we had a certain retail footprint, around that retail footprint we would then be able to contract with physician offices both to send people to the stores as well as to pick up samples.
And that was your understanding in late 2014?
I think so, yes.
Okay, so if you look at hospitals, there are some assumptions there as well. And for January 2015, the assumption is that there would be 10 sites that would be using Theranos services. Do you know what that relates to?
I do not.
Okay, so if you turn back to Exhibit 213, then, and turn to the page with Bates ending 607.
Yes.
You'll see there are a number of additional comments at the bottom of the page, like footnotes. Do you see them?
I do.
Okay, and the first says, please note all revenue projections are based on contracts already signed and in place for 2015 and 2016. No additional contracts are assumed signed. Do you see that?
I do.
And then if you go down to number 3 here, it says, Theranos has an exclusive contract with the second largest grocery chain in the US to be the only lab in those locations.
Was that referring to Safeway?
I don't know. So would you agree, though, that investors who would be receiving these financial statements, including Rupert Murdoch, would believe that these numbers were based on already signed contracts based on these additional comments?
I don't think, I can't speak for them. Our understanding was that we engaged very directly with any questions that investors had about what was important to them in evaluating the investments.
But you, if you had received these, would you understand, then, based on these comments on this page, that the revenue projections were based on contracts already signed by Theranos?
I don't know. I'm reflecting in my head on the kinds of conversations that happened with investors around their investment in the company, and we were very open about the state of our relationships with retail pharmacy partners.
Okay, what about other businesses, like hospitals and physicians' offices? Were you very forthright with investors about those contracts as well?
My understanding is that we generally discussed the fact that Intermountain and Dignity had invested through peer and that we thought that there was opportunity to engage with them in providing services because they had an investment and that, therefore, we would be able to rapidly do that as soon as we were ready.
Besides Intermountain and Dignity, what other hospitals did Theranos have contracts with?
I don't know. As I said earlier, I know that there was work in Arizona to engage what I was calling hospitals or health systems. I don't know by memory which ones the company ultimately signed contracts with.
Do you recall discussing Exhibit 213 with Mr. Murdoch and his associates?
I don't recall D. Elizabeth Holmes, in early 2015. And generally discussed, what we thought the potential was for number of stores and associated revenue. That's the only time I can remember specifically discussing numbers with him.
So just so I understand, is it your general understanding that you only discussed sort of the financial potential of the company after he had actually invested in Theranos?
That's the only time that I personally can remember talking about it with him. He came to Theranos before he invested, redacted. I and Sonny was in the meeting, and I can't remember if financials were discussed in that meeting or not. But I remember after he invested sort of having a conversation about how do you think you're doing and talking about, the challenges in rolling out in retail and what we thought we were going to be able to do or make up.
You mentioned sort of a meeting with him and his son before he invested. Do you remember any other in-person meetings with Mr. Murdoch at Theranos before he invested?
I don't remember any other meetings at Theranos.
What other meetings do you recall?
The first time I met him and then when he decided to invest, which was a meeting at his ranch near San Francisco.
Do you recall Sonny ever telling Mr. Murdoch anything about the financial possibilities of the company?
Again, I know he was in a meeting with Rupert redacted. I can't remember exactly whether Sonny presented on the financials there or not or just discussed them. I'm not sure.
Were you present for that meeting, I guess, or?
I was.
Okay.
I was.
So if Sonny had presented, is that something you would have been in attendance at least?
I was, yes.
What was the company's cash balance as of the end of 2013?
I believe we received the $75 million payment from Walgreens right at the end of 2013, so I think it was at least $75 million.
Were you aware that the company was running out of money at that time?
Yes.
Okay, and was that part of the reason why Theranos wanted to accelerate the innovation fee payments from Walgreens?
I think the initial reason for trying to accelerate the innovation fee payments from Walgreens was that we were investing a lot of money into the Walgreens relationship, and it was not going to be sustainable if they didn't make this payment. So that was the primary driver for it.
And was it also part of the reason why you ended up going out to raise more capital from investors?
I'm sorry, was what?
Was the fact that the company was running out of money at the end of 2013 also the reason why you went out to raise more capital from investors?
The raises happened after that. So by that time we'd received the payment from Walgreens, and we didn't need capital to continue operations.
What was your burn rate on cash per month in that time frame?
I don't know.
You think it was something like $10 million?
In early 14? In early 14. I don't know.
So even if you had, say, $75 million from Walgreens, that would likely only last, say, a year maybe at most. Is that consistent with what you would understand?
No. The payment of the $75 from Walgreens to us meant we were going to be expanding nationally, so at that point we thought financially the company was in a strong position.
So why did Theranos engage with Partner Fund around the late 2013 early 2014 period in connection with an investment?
partner fund was introduced to us as someone who was interested in investing, and our first meeting with them was in, I think, December of 2013.
But is it your testimony today that sort of their potential investment was not viewed as a potential source of operating capital in your mind?
I believe, I'm speculating a bit here, but knowing now that the first meeting was around December 10th, we certainly wouldn't have expected that we would be closing investment from them before the end of December. I think we thought that our business lived on getting payment from Walgreens. And then it was really a question of was PFM going to be the kind of long-term investor that we wanted to begin to bring in, because at that point not only did we have the payment from Walgreens, we also had some capital from existing shareholders that had been invested.
So I'm going to hand back to you and you can put those 2 exhibits away, but I'm going to hand back to you.
Could we take a break before we go into that? We've been going a little over an hour.
There's actually just one thing I want to look at in here.
All right.
So this is Exhibit 221 that I'm handing back over to you.
Yes, these are the text messages between you and Mr. Balwani.
So if you can turn to the page with Bates ending 6263.
6263. Yes.
So you'll see towards the bottom of the page, there is a text message from Sunny Balwani on November 21, 2013, at 5:35. And he says, you should make yourself comfortable with financial models. Alternatively, you can cover everything else and I can meet with him on Tuesday and answer any questions. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then a couple text messages down you say, I'll get myself comfortable. Let me know what file to use. Do you see that?
I do.
What do you recall about what was going on in Mr. Balwani's folder in order to edit some?
It looks like I was opening a file under his yes. I don't know if I edited it.
What is DST?
I think this refers to redacted.
Did you understand them to be a potential investor in Theranos at this time?
I think so.
So do you think that you opened the file and reviewed it at the time?
I don't know.
Does it look like you did? Mr. Balwani says, please close the file.
I'm sorry, where does he say that?
On 6264 at 5:38 p.m.
I don't know.
Were there other instances in which you might have opened a file and reviewed it?
Yes.
And other instances in which you might have opened a financial model that Sunny Balwani was working on and reviewed it?
Could have been.
Do you recall any instance in which you edited a financial model that he was working on?
No.
Okay, we can take a short break.
We are off record at 3:03 p.m. We are back on the record at 3:25.
Ms. Holmes, did you have any substantive conversations with the SEC staff during the break?
No.
So I want to switch gears again, and now we're going to talk about Theranos communications with FDA. Do you recall communications that Theranos had with FDA that started in 2012?
Yes.
Why did you start having those conversations with the agency?
Do you mean generally or the ones in 2012 specifically? The ones in 2012 specifically. I believe FDA had questions about information that they had heard about Theranos, and we wanted to answer their questions and give them any information on our work that they wanted.
What questions did they have?
I think that they thought that we were trying to sell our devices to other laboratories at the time, and we tried to immediately convey to them that we weren't and that we had actually hoped to come in and start working with them when our lab-developed tests came live, and that we were hopeful that we could take them through the regulatory process.
So why did the FDA have these questions? Did somebody bring a concern to their attention?
I think there was a miscommunication with people that we had been interacting with in DoD.
In the Department of Defense?
Yes.
What information would the DoD have given FDA with respect to or concerning Theranos' possible sale of devices?
I don't know what information they gave the FDA.
What were your talks with the DoD about that led to DoD contacting FDA?
I actually don't know why DoD contacted the FDA. I'm not sure.
I'm going to hand to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 229. Exhibit 229 purports to be a letter with Hyman, Phelps and McNamara letterhead. It's dated November 26, 2013. The letter's addressed to redacted at the FDA. And the starting Bates number is TSO 995690. Have you seen Exhibit 229 before?
I don't remember this letter specifically, but I recognize the letterhead as redacted.
Do you remember having discussions with Hyman Phelps about sending a letter to FDA in this time frame?
I have to read the letter to remember exactly what this was referring to, but I know that redacted was one of our regulatory counsel that was advising us as we were engaging with the FDA in 2013.
How generally would you communicate with the FDA? Would you include regulatory counsel, or would you have discussions with FDA directly?
I think both.
Okay. And what occasions would you be having direct conversations with the FDA versus having your law firm communicate with them?
The first one that comes to mind is we would have interactive review with their teams, and in that context we were directly engaged. We have had in-house regulatory counsel involved in that, but generally not outside regulatory counsel.
Would you expect that a law firm that you hired would discuss with you the possibility of sending a letter to FDA before doing so?
Yes.
Okay. And would you expect that that law firm would also discuss what they were planning to say to the FDA before going ahead and communicating with the FDA?
Yes.
So do you have any reason to doubt that you knew at the time that Hyman Phelps was sending this letter to FDA?
No.
So if you turn to that, the attachment to the letter which starts on 700.
Yes.
You'll see that the attachment is some meeting minutes for a meeting on October 15, 2012, and the minutes themselves are dated November 16, 2012. Do you see that?
Yes.
Were you present at this meeting in October 15, 2012?
Yes.
So it was a meeting between Theranos, then, and CDRH, correct?
Yes.
And in this?
I didn't know they were CDRH. I thought of them as FDA, but I see that here.
That's fine. So you understood that you were at a meeting on this date with the FDA?
Yes.
Okay. And your counsel wasn't involved in this meeting, right?
They were not present at the meeting.
Why not? Regulatory counsel in that meeting?
I think in general we wanted to directly engage with people at the agency.
Okay. So do you recall this meeting?
Yes.
What was discussed?
My memory is first their explicit concerns based on information that they had heard. And then, secondly, we attempted to communicate that we really wanted to engage successfully with the FDA and try to create a model for becoming the first company to take all their LDTs through the FDA process.
Okay. So if you look at the first page of these minutes on 700, and actually before we look at that, do you know who drafted these minutes?
Someone at the FDA.
Okay. So if you look in that first paragraph, the following information is meant to summarize the issues raised at the meeting. The first bigger paragraph starting with FDA, about halfway through the paragraph it says, it was stated very early in the meeting that the FDA does not consider the assays to be ASRs and distribution of the Theranos system, analyzer and reagents, in the US as an LDT is not appropriate. Do you remember them telling you that?
I don't remember this communication of this sentence specifically.
Do you remember them telling you that they did not believe that Theranos system and its reagents would be considered LDTs?
I remember them saying that if we were commercially distributing the device, that would not be an LDT, but that if we were running the tests in our lab, that would be an LDT.
Okay. It goes on to say, Theranos was also informed that many of the potential assays that could be used on their analyzer are nucleic acid based or are classified as Class 2 or Class 3. Therefore, classification of the instrument as a Class 1 device is incorrect and requires pre-market clearance or approval for marketing in the United States. Do you see that?
I do.
Did they tell you that your assays would be classified as Class 2 and Class 3 and wouldn't be considered a Class 1 device?
If I am reading this correctly sitting here now, I think it's referring to the fact that the device would be classified according to whatever test you were pursuing clearance with.
Okay. But did you understand here, then, that they were telling you that because the assays were not considered Class 1 devices, that the system as well wouldn't be considered a Class 1 device?
I don't remember thinking about this at the time. Sitting here now, I interpret it as if you file for clearance on one of these assays, the whole test system is going to be classified according to the classification of the assay.
Okay, but in any case, it looks like because of the types of assays that Theranos was thinking of performing on its device, it was likely that they were not going to be considered Class 1 devices. Isn't that what they told you?
Again, I don't remember this specific part of the discussion with them.
At the time you understood what a nucleic acid-based assay was, right?
Yes.
And for a layman, is it fair to say that those are more complicated than other types of assays? Or did you have an understanding that they were generally run on Class 2 devices at the time?
Again, I'm not sure about this part of the discussion. I don't have specific memory of it. I believe that this is essentially saying that nucleic acid tests in general are Class 2 or Class 3. And, therefore, if you file a piece of hardware with those chemistries, that piece of hardware will be treated in the same way as the chemistry is treated.
Okay, and, I guess, leaving that meeting with the FDA, did you have that understanding that the type of assay would dictate what sort of class treatment the approval that you were seeking from the FDA would require for the assays?
Yes. And not necessarily the type of assay but the specific assay itself, for example, yeah.
I'm sorry, I was using type of assay because that's the only way I can think about it, but I think I understand your answer.
And then in the second paragraph towards the bottom of the page, you'll see there's a sentence that starts, however, do you see that?
Yes.
And it says, however, it was pointed out that the deployment of Theranos systems for research for investigational use at U.S. military facilities in Afghanistan for evaluation purposes is acceptable and does not violate any regulations as long as the results obtained during the evaluation are strictly not used for patient diagnosis and management, and Theranos follows required labeling regulations stated in CFR 21809.10. So here Theranos had told you that it was fine to use the Theranos system for research purposes but not fine to use it for patient testing. Is that what you understand as to what they told you at this meeting? You said Theranos. You want to restate that? Oh, I'm sorry. So here it seems that the FDA is telling you that it was fine to use a Theranos system for research purposes but not for patient diagnosis. Is that what you understood that they told you that day?
No, it's not.
What is your understanding?
My understanding was that the majority of the meeting was based on a discussion about what an LDT is and that our tests were able to be used as LDTs so long as they were in the same facility as they were developed. But that to the extent they would be distributed, they would no longer. That this model was consistent with FDA's enforcement discretion for laboratory-developed tests.
Okay. So how do you square that with what FDA then subsequently writes here, which is that it's fine to use the system for research purposes but not for diagnosis purposes?
It was my understanding that those are two different discussion topics. The specific discussion about investigational use was with respect to distributing the devices for use in a U.S. military facility outside of the U.S.
So you're saying that FDA told you that it was fine to have the device here in the U.S., but it was not fine to ship it overseas for patient diagnosis?
No.
What's the distinction?
My understanding is that FDA was saying that distribution of the device in the US makes it not an LDT. That distribution of the device in the US or outside of the US could be done on an investigational basis, and that the sentence that I just read was consistent with their enforcement discretion for LDTs. So you're saying that FDA was saying that distribution of the device in the US makes it not an LDT. That distribution of the device in the US or outside of the US could be done on an investigational basis, and that the sentence that I just read was consistent with their enforcement discretion for LDTs.
Okay, why don't we go on to the paragraph that starts, to move forward? It's the second full paragraph down on 701. So it says, to move forward with the regulatory process, the agency recommended that for their first submission, Theranos should pick an analyte or a panel of analytes that may be of interest to DoD and proceed to work interactively with the agency to develop a regulatory pathway to achieve pre-market clearance approval status. So FDA here was telling you that you did need to achieve pre-market clearance or approval status for the system, correct?
If we were going to distribute the device. If we were going to distribute the device.
If you were going to distribute the device outside of Theranos clinical laboratory facilities.
Okay, so you were aware that you would need to, at least by 2012, that you would need to obtain either approval or clearance status from the FDA before distributing the device to someplace besides the laboratory, is that right? That was what was discussed in this meeting as we engaged with regulatory counsel a lot on that, to understand how to interpret the regulations around that. That was what was discussed in this meeting as we engaged with regulatory counsel a lot on that, to understand how to interpret the regulations around that.
So, again, without asking about your specific conversations with counsel.
Sure.
Around this time in late 2012, was it your understanding that Theranos would have to get approval from the FDA before distributing its device outside the CLII lab?
We understand, I believe I understood that was what was said in this meeting. We understand, I believe I understood that was what was said in this meeting.
Okay, what did you understand the FDA required from Theranos in order to distribute its TSPU as of the end of 2012, whether at this meeting or otherwise?
I want to make sure I'm answering your question. What I understood in this meeting was the FDA representatives there were saying to distribute our device, we should get the FDA clearance that was commensurate with whatever test we would try to get through the clearance process. I want to make sure I'm answering your question. What I understood in this meeting was the FDA representatives there were saying to distribute our device, we should get the FDA clearance that was commensurate with whatever test we would try to get through the clearance process.
Did you have any personal view that was different from what the FDA described for you at this meeting?
So I don't know if that gets into privilege questions. We had very active engagement with regulatory counsel on this topic. So I don't know if that gets into privilege questions. We had very active engagement with regulatory counsel on this topic.
So I think you can tell them what you understood at various points in time. Don't get into the advice that you were given, but you can explain what's your understanding. A huge amount of it is already in the public record through letters from those counsel.
Okay, so my understanding was that there was certainly a belief that a clinical laboratory could use technology within its patient service centers even without receiving clearance with the device. We engaged with the FDA a lot on that later, and we ultimately responded to their request that we pursue 510(k) clearance on the device and the tests and did with our first test. Okay. So my understanding was that there was certainly a belief that a clinical laboratory could use technology within its patient service centers even without receiving clearance with the device. We engaged with the FDA a lot on that later, and we ultimately responded to their request that we pursue 510(k) clearance on the device and the tests and did with our first test.
Is that what you're referring to with the HSV-1?
Yes.
So you just said that they requested you submit 510(k) submissions. When did that happen?
So we began engaging interactively with them right before we announced our retail rollout and over a period of months following that initial engagement. So we began engaging interactively with them right before we announced our retail rollout and over a period of months following that initial engagement.
So that would have been in 2013?
I don't know. I know that in 2013 we sent in a lot of pre-submissions. I think there was initially a focus on those and then on the nanotainer and then later to get a test on the device cleared. I don't know. I know that in 2013 we sent in a lot of pre-submissions. I think there was initially a focus on those and then on the nanotainer and then later to get a test on the device cleared.
Okay, so they requested 510(k) submissions for the test, you said, the nanotainer, and what was the third?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't say they requested them. You asked when they asked us to submit the device, and I said that I don't know when exactly they asked us to submit the device. I know that after we initially reached out to them to let them know that we would be launching at retail, the first focus with them was on the pre-submissions for the tests. They then requested that we agree to do a 510(k) submission on the nanotainer, and I know it was after that they began to focus on the importance of getting clearance on the device, based on my memory. No, I'm sorry. I didn't say they requested them. You asked when they asked us to submit the device, and I said that I don't know when exactly they asked us to submit the device. I know that after we initially reached out to them to let them know that we would be launching at retail, the first focus with them was on the pre-submissions for the tests. They then requested that we agree to do a 510K submission on the nanotainer, and I know it was after that they began to focus on the importance of getting clearance on the device, based on my memory.
Okay, so just to move back, then, you're saying that you submitted pre-submissions to FDA, they asked for the device. And it was sometime after that they requested a 510K submission for the nanotainer?
No, I think the sequencing was first a general discussion about the commitment to work with the agency even though we were pursuing the model that was described here as an LDT. That manifested in a lot of pre-submissions. As I remember it, initial specific request was to proceed with 510K on the nanotainers, and later there was specific communication that it was important to them to focus on clearance of the device. Yes, that sounds correct.
Okay, so if you look
with the test.
If you look, then, back at the first page of the letter from Hyman Phelps.
Yes.
It looks like there was also a meeting on November 4, 2013. Do you see a reference to that in the letter?
Yes.
Did you attend that meeting as well?
I don't know, but I think I did.
Okay, what happened at that meeting?
I'm not sure which meeting this was.
Okay, then why don't we just look back at Exhibit 229? So about halfway down the paragraph, second to last sentence, Theranos has been working closely with OIR for the past 4 months to develop a plan for the submission and review of multiple 510K pre-market notifications to cover hundreds of assays. Those discussions have been extremely productive due to the open communications. So was this what you were referring to earlier as the 510K pre-submissions that Theranos had prepared?
Yes, Jessica-chan, okay. And then it goes on to say, we were therefore very surprised to hear OIR for the first time questioned whether the Phase 1 model Theranos laboratory testing complies with Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act because in OIR's view, the company is not offering a laboratory-developed test. And here the Phase 1 model, is that the Phase 1 model you had been describing to us with Walgreens? I think so. I don't know exactly what's described in here, but I think so.
Okay, we can turn to the next page, which is 691. Under Background, and the second paragraph they're talking a little bit about the Phase 1 model, which is that testing is conducted only at the Theranos laboratory on patient samples that are shipped to the facility. So is that consistent with your understanding of what the Phase 1 model was?
Yes.
Okay, so it sounds like FDA told Theranos at this November 4, 2013, meeting that the company was not offering LDTs?
I don't know that they told us that we were not offering LDTs. I think that one of the people in one of the meetings said that they didn't know whether our LDTs would warrant enforcement discretion by the FDA.
Do you remember who that person was?
I believe it was redacted.
Did anyone at that meeting express any different views, from what you can recall, from the FDA side?
I don't know who was in that meeting. We had a lot of engagement with redacted that we worked with, and also with redacted as we went along to try to make sure we were doing the right thing.
So you just said that there were questions that were raised as to whether your tests would be classified as LDTs?
Would get enforcement discretion as LDTs, as I remember it.
Okay, did FDA ever tell you subsequently that it didn't consider your tests to be LDTs?
I don't know. There was a large number of interactions with them. And I generally understood that where this came out was that if we continued working with them in good faith, that we would have enforcement discretion.
Do you recall telling prospective investors in 2014 that Theranos assays were LDTs that fell under FDA's enforcement discretion?
I don't have specific recollections of that, but I know we would openly talk about the tests being LDTs.
So did you also disclose to them that there were talks back and forth, and FDA wasn't sure whether Theranos tests would be considered LDTs?
I don't know. I don't remember specific conversations on this. I believe at that time we'd been operating for a year under enforcement discretion, so we really believed at that point that we were in good faith operating under enforcement discretion.
I guess, at that time in late 2014, is it fair to say you viewed Theranos' approach and planned to take all of its LDTs through the FDA process as sort of a differentiating factor between you and your competition?
We did.
Why is that?
Because no other company that we knew of was voluntarily saying to the FDA that they wanted to take all these tests through the FDA clearance process. And, in fact, they were actively campaigning to prevent FDA from regulating LDTs.
And Theranos had taken sort of the opposite approach, filing a comment to pursue FDA oversight over LDTs. Is that correct?
We did.
You can put that one aside. I'm handing to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 230. SEC Exhibit number 230 was marked for identification. Exhibit 230 purports to be a letter from the Department of Health and Human Services FDA to redacted. The date is June 13, 2014, with starting Bates number TSO992588. Have you seen Exhibit 230 before?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Do you have any reason to believe that you didn't receive this and didn't review it?
No.
So if you look on the second page of the letter, FDA is now writing to Theranos about the pre-market protocol that Theranos had submitted for review. And if you look on the second page, there is a paragraph that starts with, based on prior conversations. Do you see that?
Yes.
So FDA writes here, based on prior conversations between FDA and Theranos and Dr. Jessica Chan. Therefore, most of the tests you're running in your lab appear to be laboratory-developed tests, LDTs, currently under FDA's enforcement discretion. The rest are tests run on your TSPU that require clearance or approval prior to their use and are not under enforcement discretion. So here FDA is telling you that first it misunderstood what devices Theranos was using, correct?
This specific person who wrote this memo is saying that.
Yeah, and also that, actually, the rest, the tests that are run on the TSPU would not be considered LDTs, correct?
Yes. That's what I understand this sentence to mean.
Did you understand that at the time as well?
So I don't remember exactly when I read this. But I know that we engaged with FDA very frequently on the fact that we were running these tests in our clinical lab. What tests? We sent them spreadsheets with exactly what platform was being used and how many tests per month to make sure that we were still in good faith operating under enforcement discretion.
By platform, do you mean device?
Yes.
And did you know redacted?
I think that I started interacting with her to the extent I joined calls on the clearance of the nanotainer after this period of time, but I'm not completely sure.
Who's redacted?
He is our redacted.
So was he maintaining the relationship between Theranos and FDA during this time frame?
He was one of the people. I think there were others who were also involved. But, yes, he was a constant in it.
Were there any interactions that you had with FDA that he was not a part of?
Probably. I don't know any specifically, but there was a lot of interactions with FDA.
Okay, so at the bottom of the page, there is a sentence that starts, therefore, do you see that?
Yes.
It says, therefore, based on this new information, we recommend that clearance of your capillary tubes and nanotainers be obtained over time as you receive clearance or approval for each individual assay as part of that test system. Please note that without clearance or approval, you cannot continue to ship these collection devices or nanotainers to your sample collection sites for use with tests currently run in your laboratory. So did you understand from FDA at this time that they were telling you that Theranos could not continue shipping the nanotainers from the patient service centers to the Theranos lab because they weren't cleared by FDA?
I think our understanding at the time we got this memo was that they were saying in this memo that there was no way to get clearance, general clearance, on the nanotainers if we needed to use LDTs to get that clearance, and, therefore, we would need to do this. And we immediately began to engage with them on that and on. In fact, proceeding with general clearance of the nanotainers.
Okay, so did you stop using the nanotainers, then, while you were engaging with them on getting approval or clearance?
No.
Why not?
Because we understood following this letter that it was okay to do that if, instead of trying to use the LDTs for the clearance of the nanotainer, we actually used commercial machines and pooled the samples. And that's what we ended up doing.
What do you mean by that? Explain that distinction, I guess, between using the LDT and using the commercial machine just so I understand it.
Yeah, so it's my understanding that what this letter was predicated on was a belief that if we needed to use LDTs or uncleared tests to be able to show that the nanotainers worked, then that would not be acceptable to the FDA as a means to get the nanotainers cleared because they wanted us to use a test system that had already been cleared for those experiments. So if we were comparing, for example, the nanotainer to somebody else's tube and we were using an LDT, they didn't want the LDT if we're doing that comparison. They wanted us to use a system that was cleared. My understanding is that after this, when we agreed to use commercial machines for that purpose, that there was a path to get the nanotainers cleared. And we began working toward that. And the way that we accommodated that is that to get enough sample to run the cleared commercial machine, you would take, for example, 5 fingersticks from a single person, pull them together to get enough sample. And then you could run the commercial machine to do the comparison between our tube and someone else's tube.
And when you say, run the commercial machine, meaning an unmodified predicate device.
Correct.
So why was it your understanding, though, that because you had agreed with FDA to use cleared assays in order to provide this data for clearance of the nanotainer, that it was appropriate to continue using the nanotainer while you were submitting this data?
Because once we agreed that there was a path to get clearance of the nanotainer, we understood that we were in good faith operating under enforcement discretion still.
And how did you gain that understanding?
Based on our ongoing interactions with the FDA.
Who told you that?
I believe there were multiple conversations in which we wanted to make sure that we were okay continuing to use the nanotainer and interpreted the feedback on those conversations to mean that we were.
But who told you it?
I specifically remember a conversation around Christmas Eve with Redacted in which he had indicated that there was a path with the submissions that we had sent in after this to move toward clearance, that they wanted more data for, I think, 2 of the 3 filings that we'd made, but that we could potentially in the short term get clearance on hematology. And I had asked, wanting to make sure we were continuing to be in good standing, and I interpreted what he said to mean that so long as we continued to work with them, it was okay to do that.
So Redacted never told you that you could continue to use the nanotainers, you're just interpreting the fact that he said there might be a path forward to clearance as him telling you that you could continue using.
I thought that I had asked him on that call, is it okay? We want to make sure we're doing the right thing in continuing to operate while we're going through this process. And I remember interpreting what he said as being assuring of the fact that so long as we continued to work with them in good standing, that we could continue to operate under enforcement discretion.
Was anybody else on that call?
No, but I remember sending notes to my team immediately after it.
You can put that one aside. I'm handing to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 231. Exhibit 231 purports to be minutes of a meeting that took place between Theranos and FDA on June 19, 2014. It's a teleconference meeting, it looks like, and the starting Bates number is Thero3533763. Have you seen Exhibit 231 before?
I don't remember it specifically, but I think so.
Do you know who drafted these minutes?
I don't.
Did you attend this meeting on June 19, 2014, with the FDA?
I think so.
What was the purpose of the meeting?
I don't know.
What was role in the discussions with FDA?
It varied over time. He was our technical expert on a lot of the technology that we worked on and, in certain areas, data analysis.
Okay, so why was he being included in this meeting, though?
I don't know specifically. I haven't read these minutes, but I would assume for the purpose of being a technical lead.
Okay, and do you recall if Mr. Balwani attended?
I don't remember this meeting specifically.
So if you turn to page 4, or 3766 in the document, towards the bottom of the page, about 2/3 down from the top of the page, it says, FDA inquired whether Theranos was sending out the tubes for use at this time. Are the tubes being used in commercial testing? And then again it says, FDA inquired as to whether Theranos was shipping the capillary tubes and nanotainers to the collection site. Theranos said yes. FDA said that Theranos should not be shipping collection devices for clinical use until Theranos obtains FDA clearance. Theranos should use other cleared collection devices and then transfer the sample to the other containers if necessary for testing at the Theranos lab. So FDA here is telling you unequivocally that Theranos should stop shipping these nanotainers, correct?
I think that was what was said in this meeting.
Do you recall what was said in this meeting? Do you recall that being said?
I don't.
I guess, do you have any recollection at any point in time of FDA telling you specifically to stop shipping the nanotainers in this time frame?
Again, I remember that when the people on the team that we were working with thought that we would not be able to get general clearance for the nanotainers, there was then discussion that we would then potentially not be able to use the nanotainer because we could no longer work interactively with the agency toward that. But once we worked through that and moved to the revised model that I was talking about earlier, it was my understanding that we were okay continuing to use the tubes under enforcement discretion.
And when do you think you transitioned to that revised model?
I know that we'd gotten feedback on those submissions by December. I think we would have submitted them months, before that. I don't know exactly when the decision was made to do that.
Are you referring to December 2013 or December 2014?
I think this was in 2014.
And you mentioned a Christmas Eve conversation with.
Yes.
Was that 2013 or 2014?
I think it was 2014.
Did you ever tell prospective investors in fall of 2014 that it was that Theranos was not required to obtain clearance or approval for its testing system?
I don't think we would have said that. I think we talked about our belief that the system was an LDT and that we wanted to take the system and the tests through the FDA.
And when you're referring to the system there, what exactly were you referring to as the Theranos system?
In answer to her question, I was referring to the tests that would be run on proprietary Theranos devices.
Okay, so collecting device from a fingerstick, placing it in a nanotainer, testing it on a TSPU?
Yes, and that's consistent with the clearance and CLIA waiver we got on the HSV-1 test system.
Did you ever tell prospective investors that Theranos was seeking FDA approval voluntarily?
I'm trying to remember how we worded it. I don't know specifically how we described it. I think we talked about the fact that we believed our systems were LDTs, and we wanted proactively to engage with the agency on it on all our tests.
Did you ever tell investors that Theranos was seeking FDA approval voluntarily because FDA approval was the gold standard or the highest standard in the industry? Why would you tell investors that Theranos was seeking FDA approval voluntarily if that wasn't true?
We thought it was.
Why did you think it was?
Because we thought that the testing that we were doing fell squarely within the definition of an LDT. And we knew that that was a controversial field where regulations were evolving, but we engaged with multiple of the top law firms in the country to research that, and we really wanted to take the systems into the FDA and try to get clearance.
But here FDA is telling you that you have to get it approved before using the nanotainer devices and sending them from the patient service centers to the Theranos lab. How does that square with you thinking that approval was voluntary or that FDA wasn't requiring it?
This is specific to the capillary tubes. I was talking earlier about the tests in response to your question. My understanding is that, as I understood the issue with the capillary tubes, there was a period of time in which we were discussing with FDA whether it would be possible to get general clearance at all on the capillary tubes, and that then presented these issues about the inability to use the tubes. And I understood that if we were able to find a way to proceed with getting clearance, then we could continue to operate under enforcement discretion because we would be working in good faith. The agency.
So you're making a distinction here between the tests and the nanotainer device?
Yes.
Did you ever tell investors that FDA thought you needed to obtain approval or clearance for the nanotainer?
I don't remember specific conversations to that effect, but I think we discussed the fact that we were working to get the nanotainers cleared with investors.
Who did you discuss that with?
Again, I don't remember specific conversations about it.
You don't remember?
I don't.
I just want to have a clear sense of your memory of your conversations about the FDA with prospective investors. The conversations about the FDA with prospective investors was always about the Theranos system as you just described it, which was, proprietary nanotainer, proprietary TSPU. Is that correct?
Yes. About the tests on the TSPU and specifically the tests, the device and cartridge and the software, and then also additionally on the nanotainer by itself as a standalone product.
Did you ever talk about regulatory requirements for Theranos tests, that it was running on modified predicate devices?
It was our understanding that those were operating as traditional LDTs and that we would not be distributing those, and that sort of the need for clearance was associated with the distribution of the devices.
I mean, I guess, is it fair to say that your discussions around FDA were about clearance for a system that ultimately included the TSPU?
Yes.
Were any regulatory counsel involved in either this meeting or any meeting talking about the nanotainers?
Just answer that yes or no in the first instance or.
I don't know.
Did you share Exhibit 231 with any of your counsel? Whoa, I gotta think about that for a second. Okay, I'll take that back. That may be an okay question, but. Well, Ms. Holmes was just talking about how her understanding was based on things that counsel had told her. Right, and you said you didn't want to ask her about what counsel had told her, and now you're asking what she gave them to elicit advice, which is an attorney-client communication. And you're going to the substance. No, just a sec, wait just a sec, please. You're going to the substance of the correspondence, and you're asking whether she shared it with a lawyer. I'm not saying that I'm going to say no. But I want to understand, where we're going with this, because it may be that that's an easy question and she can answer it, and we're all fine. It may be that this is the camel's nose going under the tent before we get there. And I want to make sure I understand what you're doing. That's all. Is your understanding as to whether or not Theranos was permitted to continue using the nanotainer, was that predicated on any advice that you received from counsel? How about just asking whether she discussed the use of the nanotainer with counsel? Because you just asked what the outcome of the advice was. I think you can ask whether that topic was discussed with counsel, and you can ask the time frame for it, the same way that, kind of the same information you would get on a priv log, and I think that would be responsive to the question. Okay, did you ever discuss the topic of continuing to use the nanotainer after receiving Exhibit 231 with counsel?
Yes.
Which counsel?
I don't know how many different regulatory law firms we had involved at this time. But whoever was acting as counsel we would have discussed with, probably all of them, would be my guess.
And what were your regulatory counsel? Who are you thinking of right now?
I don't know who it was in June of 14. I shared yesterday I know we started with redacted and then we went to redacted and multiple law firms to get their advice on the definition of an LDT and what could in good standing qualify as LDTs and got opinion memos. And then I think there were one or two others who we started working with after that. There was a lot of law firms we were asking for regulatory advice on this. I don't know who it was in June of 14. I shared yesterday I know we started with redacted and then we went to redacted and multiple law firms to get their advice on the definition of an LDT and what could in good standing qualify as LDTs and got opinion memos. And then I think there were one or two others who we started working with after that. There was a lot of law firms we were asking for regulatory advice on this. I mean, I understand what you're asking. It's not 'cause
There's probably a better way to ask that question, and I'm open to suggestions. I guess, I'm trying to get a sense of, did you talk to counsel about your disclosures to potential investors concerning the FDA?
I'm fine with that. Just yes or no or I don't remember. Yes.
Which ones? You can give the name of the firm or the person.
Okay, Boys Schiller.
Who at Boys Schiller? David Boys. Do you recall the time frame for that conversation?
I mean, I believe he was actively attending board meetings by this point, and we disc.
I'm going to hand to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 232. Exhibit 232 purports to be a letter from FDA to redacted at Theranos. The date of the letter is October 28, 2014, with starting Bates number Thero 360329. Have you seen Exhibit 232 before?
I don't know.
Would you have expected redacted to forward a letter that he received from FDA to your attention?
Generally, yes.
If you look on the first page, this is 329, it says, third paragraph down in the middle of that paragraph, the email you received is your notification that the submission has been placed on hold. And the submission.
I'm sorry. I didn't. Oh, I see. Yes, right. And the submission, this first sentence, is for Theranos capillary and nanotainer tubes. Were you aware in October 2014 that Theranos had put this submission on hold? I don't think Theranos put it on hold. I read this to mean that. Oh, FDA. ITINUS. The FDA put it on hold.
Sorry, I keep getting confused. Were you aware as of October 2014 that the FDA had put Theranos 510K pre-market submission on hold for the capillary and nanotainer tubes?
I hadn't remembered that previously. I had been thinking about that having happened in December, but I see that here.
You thought that happened in December 2014?
I did when I had the discussion with Redacted.
Okay, so if you turn to 330, which is the second page of Exhibit 232, actually, why don't you sorry? If you can head back to 329 first. Under Modified Assays, it says here, you stated in the study design tables you provided in an email sent on November 20, 2014, that you used FDA cleared or approved assays without any modifications.
I'm confused by the date because I think this is dated October of 2014. So
You're right. Do you remember sending an email with study design tables that included data where Theranos used FDA cleared or approved assays without any modifications?
I'm honestly not sure what this is referring to. I'm not clear.
Okay. If you continue reading in that paragraph, it says, however, we consider changing the sample matrix from venous blood samples to capillary blood samples to be an assay modification because the assay was validated by the manufacturer and cleared by the FDA for use with the venous blood. Changing the sample type from venous blood to capillary whole blood may have an impact on the performance of the assay that is being cleared or approved by FDA. And then if you turn the page to 330, the letter goes on to talk about how glucose concentrations in capillary blood are often higher than venous blood. You can take a moment to read it if you haven't, which can have the effect of invalidating reference ranges. Do you see that discussion?
I do. I'm just reading it quickly.
Do you understand FDA to be saying here that it was not okay for Theranos to be submitting data on cleared devices if those cleared devices were being used to show that data on Theranos devices were accurate because you were using those cleared devices with capillary blood and not with venous blood?
So I actually don't remember this memo specifically, but I know that at a certain point in time FDA asked that we only submit on devices that were cleared for capillary samples.
Okay, and when did you obtain that understanding?
I don't know. Would it have been around this late 2014 timeframe?
So here FDA is saying you need to use devices that are cleared for capillary blood in order to submit your data, correct?
I believe for the specific analytes that are listed in the sentence above.
Is that a yes?
For those analytes, yes.
And then if you turn to page 4 of Exhibit 232 or 3 Bates number 332, for number 3, the letter goes on to say, we have serious concerns with many of the method comparison results provided in your submission. For example, the regression analysis you provided for albumin, potassium, and sodium obtained slopes of 0.829, 1.415 and 0.884 respectively. We have not cleared a recent blood collection device that obtained results with such high bias. This high bias means there's a big difference between results generated by your CTN and results generated by the comparative tube. It's very important that results obtained by your CTN generate accurate results because patients could be harmed if an unnecessary medical treatment is used based on inaccurate diagnostic results. Do you see that?
I do.
Were you aware that there was a high bias in your method comparison results and that this could lead to patient harm if patients believed the inaccurate results and then acted upon them?
No. Actually, my memory in general was that our team specifically disagreed with the statistics that were being applied in some of the bias calculations specifically.
Who on your team was disagreeing with the bias data?
I believe our biostatistics team.
And who is that?
Redacted. But I remember that we ended up having to engage directly with the FDA statisticians about that.
Was it just Redacted, or was there anyone else on his team that was involved in this?
I think Redacted was as well. I'm not sure who else. I don't know who else.
Okay, why don't you turn to page 8 of the document, which is 336 under Precision Studies, number 15. Do you see that?
I do.
So here the letter states, we have serious concerns with many of the precision results provided in your submission. For example, the total precision percent CVs you obtained for potassium and ferritin were 8.0% and 19.12% respectively. These precision results were unusually large and unacceptable based on the comparison to the cleared assay's performance. And then a few lines down it says, when repeating the precision studies for these analytes with unmodified assays, please ensure that you provide acceptable precision studies with results that could demonstrate your CTN. Do not contribute additional imprecision or change the imprecision, SIC, to the results obtained by the cleared assay. Do you see that?
I do.
Were you aware that FDA believed that the precision data that Theranos had submitted was concerning to them?
I don't remember any specific discussions on precision. I know that our teams, again, were engaging with their statisticians, including on study design and the effect of pooling samples and other things that could impact variability and the results.
When was your team working with the FDA statisticians?
I don't know specifically.
Would it have been in this 2014 time frame, end of 2014 time frame?
I don't know.
Do you know whether the precision studies were ever submitted again to the FDA?
I think we did a submission after this that resulted in the December call we were talking about, and then I believe we did additional studies and submissions in 2015.
What happened to the 510K submission for the nanotainer in the end?
Only in the HSV1 clearance.
What about for the other assays?
No.
So what happened to those submissions?
I don't remember specifically. I think that after I don't remember. I believe that I'm trying to remember the sequencing of when we started looking at potentially exiting the clinical lab business and we stopped using the nanotainer. They'd given us feedback on our final set of submissions, and I think we decided to pause work on everything except for trying to do root cause analysis of our business operations and fix the issues. So I think we didn't follow the last set of feedback from the agency.
So and when did you stop using the nanotainer?
I believe it was in the fall of 15 or summer. Late summer, fall of 15.
Would it have been before or after FDA's inspection of Theranos?
I think it was when FDA said they were going to issue quality systems observations on the nanotainer, on one of the nanotainers.
So when FDA said they were going to issue a 483 with the deficiency about Theranos nanotainers, that would have been the time when you pulled the nanotainer from use. Ms. Holmes, we have no further questions at this time. We will be adjourning testimony to a later date, but thank you for coming in.
Absolutely. This concludes Media Number 4 and Volume 2 of Elizabeth Holmes. We're off the record at 5:26. We are on the record, Media 1, Volume 3. My name is Redacted. I'm with Veritext. Please begin.
We're on the record at 9:13 a.m. on August 23, 2017. I am Jessica Chan, and with me are Rahul Kolatkar, Michael Foley, Jason Habermeyer, and Monique Winkler. We are officers of the Commission for the purposes of this proceeding. We are today resuming the examination of Elizabeth Holmes, which was adjourned on July 13, 2017. Would counsel please identify themselves?
Stephen Neal, representing Elizabeth Holmes.
John Dwyer, also for Elizabeth David Taylor, Theranos.
Chris Davies from Wilmer.
Bill McLucas from Wilmer.
Ali Leeper from Cooley. Testimony today is pursuant to a commission subpoena, which has been marked as Exhibit 261. And I am handing a copy of Exhibit 261 to you now. Ms. Holmes, are you appearing here today pursuant to Exhibit 261?
Yes.
You can put that aside. Ms. Holmes, do you understand that you remain under oath?
I do.
Let the record reflect that a copy of the formal order of investigation in this matter, as supplemented, will be available for examination during the course of this proceeding. Ms. Holmes, when was your last contact with Sunny Balwani?
I think early this year, 2017.
And how did you meet with him?
It wasn't a meeting. I think I was running the dish, and he was running it at the same time, and we passed each other and said, hello.
Was there any other substance to your conversation with him?
I was walking with one of our investors, and I just introduced him and said, this is redacted.
Who was redacted?
One of our Series A investors.
In Theranos?
Yes.
Why were you meeting with redacted?
He's a close friend, and we were taking a walk on the dish.
Did you talk with redacted about Theranos?
During that dish walk? Yes. I'm trying to remember. I think so. Yes, I'm sure I did. Probably where we were as a company at that moment, what we were working to do, his thoughts on our strategy, how we were working to see this vision through.
What were his thoughts on your strategy?
Yes.
Only answer this if you actually remember it. I don't want you speculating about what you might have talked about.
Yeah, I don't remember the specifics of the conversation. I remember him being there. I remember walking with him. And I know that I, generally always talk to him about where we are at a given point in time when I see him.
Have you had conversations with Mr. Balwani about the fact that you would be providing SEC testimony?
When he was still working for Theranos in 2016, we had already received subpoenas from the SEC, and he was involved with the legal team with some discussions. But we haven't had any substantive discussions since he left the company.
So that would have been in 2016?
Yeah.
Okay, and so you wouldn't have had any conversations with him about the substance of your SEC testimony in July and today?
No.
Besides counsel, have you had any conversations with anyone about the substance of your testimony for the SEC?
I have not.
When we adjourned testimony on July 13, we were in the middle of discussing Theranos' interactions with the FDA. Do you remember that?
I do.
Did Theranos submit minutes of meetings it had with the FDA?
I believe so.
Who drafted those minutes?
I don't know it was the same person every time. I know sometimes our regulatory counsel, but there was likely other people as well.
And who was your regulatory counsel?
It varied from time to time. Our internal regulatory counsel was redacted.
Who else would have been involved in drafting those minutes besides redacted?
I don't know.
Were you involved in editing minutes?
I may have been. I don't remember a specific instance in which I did, but it's likely I would have reviewed documents over the course of the time we were sending information to the FDA.
And what would be the process of drafting and editing those minutes at Theranos?
I don't know there was a formal process in the same way as we've instituted processes now. Someone would have taken notes. And to the extent they were reviewed by the team, they were reviewed and submitted.
Who was responsible for taking notes at the meeting at Theranos?
I believe it was different people for each meeting. I don't think it was the same person each time.
And the person who was taking the notes, would they be the one who would also do the first draft of minutes?
Not necessarily.
Okay, and did you take notes of meetings with FDA?
Sometimes.
When regulatory counsel would send letters to the FDA on Theranos' behalf, were you ever involved in providing input or edits to those letters?
I can't sit here remembering a specific instance, but it's likely I was.
And you would review correspondence before it was sent to the FDA, correct?
Not always, but sometimes.
You wouldn't review correspondence that your counsel would be sending to FDA on Theranos' behalf?
If, for example, it was internal counsel, not every time.
But okay, but sometimes I would. So if it was outside counsel, would you be reviewing correspondence before it was sent out by outside counsel?
I don't know if it was every time, but, again, sometimes I would.
Which would be the more likely scenario in which you reviewed it? Were you reviewing outside counsel's work more closely or inside counsel's?
I think it's more what the matter was. If there was a really substantive document that was going in, there's a higher probability that I would look at it. If it was a more tactical communication, then I probably wouldn't.
In earlier testimony, you testified that you believe Theranos could continue using the nanotainer in late 2014, even though FDA told Theranos to seek clearance approval of the nanotainer. Do you remember that? So you understood in late 2014 that Theranos, sorry, let me repeat that question. You understood in late 2014 that FDA believed that Theranos needed to obtain clearance or approval for the nanotainer, correct?
I understood in late 2014 that the FDA had asked us to file 510(k)s for the nanotainer.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you also understood in late 2014 that FDA had asked Theranos to obtain clearance and approval for any tests that it was performing on the TSPU, correct?
Yes. I understood that we could continue using our systems as LDTs, but that the FDA wanted to make sure we were filing both the nanotainer, as well as our tests, with the FDA.
SEC Exhibit number 262 was marked for identification. I'm handing to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 262. Exhibit 262 purports to be a December 24, 2014, email from redacted to Elizabeth Holmes, with a copy to Sunny Balwani. The subject line is, FYI. Starting Bates number is TS099754. Have you seen Exhibit 262 before?
I'm not sure it was the document, but I remember writing the email in the bottom chain.
What is Exhibit 262?
It's 2 emails, one from Meet Our Team and one from Redacted in response.
Did you receive and review Exhibit 262 on or about December 24, 2014?
I don't know. I believe I drafted the email on the bottom on December 24th.
Is this the email that you recall sending after your Christmas Eve 2014 telephone conversation with Redacted of the FDA?
I think so.
Do you mind if I take a quick minute to read it?
Sure.
Yes. Is this the conversation that you recall in which Redacted told you that Theranos could continue using the nanotainer while it was putting in its 510(k) submissions?
What I recall from this conversation is asking him whether we could continue running LDTs while doing the submissions. And what I understood from that conversation was that so long as we were actively working with them, it would be okay to do that.
Did Redacted tell you that it would be okay for Theranos to continue using the nanotainers while it was putting in its 510(k) submission?
That was what I had understood from the conversation. I can't remember his exact words sitting here now.
Did you take notes of this conversation?
I think so.
Handing to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 263. Exhibit 263 purports to be handwritten notes, dated December 23, 14 and December 24, 14. The title of the notes is redacted, with starting Bates number THPFM00055288637. Have you seen Exhibit 263 before?
I think so.
What is Exhibit 263?
I believe it's the notes of the call we were just talking about with Redacted.
Does TC at the top mean telephone call?
Yes.
Was that your practice, to abbreviate telephone call with TC?
Often. Not necessarily always. No.
Did you draft Exhibit 263 on or about December 23, 2014, and December 24, 2014?
I think so.
I just wanted to go through some of the notations that we've seen in your notes. So where it has an exclamation mark and a circle around it, if you see halfway down the page, it says, go back. What is that indicating to you?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Why do you put an exclamation mark with a circle around it? Does that mean anything to you?
It could be a number of reasons. It could be something to follow up on. It could be something that I wanted to particularly pay attention to. I mean, I don't think there was a consistent use of it.
Okay, and when we're trying to read your note, how do you usually write notes?
I mean, I free flow my thoughts on what someone's saying sort of mixed in. These were from my personal notebook where I was just trying, real time, to write things down as I was in a meeting or on a call or jotting down thoughts. There's not a methodical system to it.
Do you carry around a moleskin notebook for that purpose, to write down notes of meetings and calls?
I do now, yeah.
Okay, and so how do you have separate notebooks for different types of meetings or calls?
No.
So it's just one notebook at any period of time?
Yes.
And when you're done with that notebook, do you just then move to the next notebook?
I do. I don't know that that was always true, going back all the years that we're talking about. But that's what I do right now.
Okay, and then if you look back at your notes, some of the words are in parentheses. What does that mean?
I need to look at a specific part of it to walk you through. I don't really think there's a general, language to these. It's just sort of free-form jotting things down to try to write quickly when I'm talking to someone.
Sure, so why don't we look at, I think, the second bullet point down. So it says, options, period, say, and then, letter, in parentheses. So could you walk us through that bullet point?
Yes, I'm just reading it. Sitting here now, I read it to mean that we had a number of options that were in the letter and that there was a range of data that we sent. There was a concern from chemistry, but they were more comfortable in the hematology division.
Okay, why don't we go one more bullet point down just so that we understand how you do write your notes? So what about the third bullet point down? What does that say?
Just reading it. So I think this is a reference to, for data we had generated for the hematology assays. For a couple of the assays, there were repeatability issues with platelets not being very tight. But I think what this is saying, sitting here now, is that the FDA was okay with that, in part, because the assays were going to be measured as part of the system later on in a separate FDA submission. And so the discordance in the assay data was not as much of an issue for a nanotainer filing, which is what we were talking about on that call.
And if you turn to the next couple pages, it looks like your notes span about 3 pages of your notebook. Is that consistent with your recollection?
Just so we're clear, I'm not sure it's clear these came from a notebook. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. She said she uses notebooks now, but I don't think.
Yeah.
You've established whether this actually came from a notebook.
Did this come from your notebook?
I don't know. I mean, I'm using moleskines right now. At different periods of time, I had just pieces of paper with Theranos letterhead and I also had, pads of paper, like yellow pads. So I don't know.
Okay, so it looks like these notes span 3 pages. Is that consistent with your recollection as to the notes that you took of that call with B6, B7, C?
I don't have memory of how many pages the notes were.
On the second page, there's kind of a diagonal slash at the top of the page there, top left corner. I'm sorry, it might be covered by the staple. Kind of. Does that kind of like a diagonal dash have any purpose or use in your notes?
I don't know. I could sit here and try to reconstruct it if it's useful.
I guess I'm just trying to understand how your process. I'm just trying to understand if there's any meaning to. Is it sort of a different topic or?
Yeah, if I were doing that today, I would do it if I was sort of changing thoughts on something. But I don't know that necessarily means what it was here. And it also doesn't necessarily mean that's how the conversation went,
Okay, you can put that one aside. Is there a time when Theranos stopped using the nanotainer?
Yes.
When was that?
I believe it was in the fall of 2015.
When in the fall of 2015?
I don't know by memory. I think August or September, but I'm not sure.
Was it around the time of the FDA inspection of Theranos?
Yes.
Why did Theranos stop using the nanotainer?
Because we had been operating under the assumption that it was okay to be using it as an LDT, and when FDA took the position that one of the nanotainers, the heparin 1, needed to be documented under the FDA quality system, which we thought did not have to happen until after we had clearance, we realized that we had a fundamental disconnect with the FDA that we didn't think we had. So we stopped using it. Both of them, not just the heparin 1.
Did FDA tell you to stop using the nanotainer at the inspection?
Not that I am aware of.
So is it your testimony that it was Theranos' decision to stop using the nanotainer in August or September of 2015?
Well, we were. I want to be careful with how I answer that question. Because, clearly, FDA had concerns. I'm not aware of any direct communication to stop using it, but we stopped in response to the fact that they had concerns.
FDA had told you in a number of letters prior to that inspection to stop using the nanotainers, though, correct?
It was. We've discussed previously our understanding with those letters was that commentary was coming because there were certain assumptions that would mean we could not still apply for clearance. And when we worked through those, we thought we were still in good faith working with them and, therefore, could still continue to use it.
Did you request in writing an opinion from FDA that you could continue using the nanotainer after you had worked out a path forward to gain clearance of the nanotainer?
I don't think so.
Did you ever receive any indication, written indication from FDA that it was okay for Theranos to continue using the nanotainer?
They continued to work with us on our filings as we submitted them and obviously were actively using them, and they were continuing to try to help us. But outside of the continued engagement, I don't think there was explicit communication about the use of it as an LDT. In writing.
I'm going to hand to you what we've already marked as Theranos Exhibit 221. So if you turn to page ending 6450.
Down at the bottom. Look down here if you can't.
Not after this one. Okay.
Really?
If you wouldn't mind just sharing.
Sure.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries.
Do you have a, you have. I mean, this is.
Or you might be able to figure it out from the pages.
Yeah, can you identify it, if you can identify it just by the page number? Do you see the page, not the Bates number, but at the bottom of each page, there's a number.
So if you look on page 212 of your copy, which is 6450.
Yes.
Towards the bottom, about 5 messages up, it says, "Are you getting a sense from redacted?" Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you understand that to be redacted? Who is an inspector at the FDA?
I didn't, but I don't have reason to doubt that.
You didn't know who the inspectors were from the FDA who came to inspect Theranos in 2015?
I knew who the one at the site that I was at was.
Who was the one at your site?
I believe her name was redacted.
Okay, and so you see her name also on 213?
Yep.
Right, so which site were you at during the FDA visit?
I was in Palo Alto.
Okay, and was it your understanding that Mr. Balwani was at the Newark site?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to doubt that these text messages were taking place while the inspectors were at Theranos?
Yeah, again, I'm just not sure about the timestamps. Based on the last time we went through this, it could have been at the end of the day, but I think it generally coincided with the FDA inspection.
Okay, so back on page 212, your copy. A few messages up from where it references redacted from Mr. Balwani, there's a text message saying, "We should assess tonight turning CTN off." And then you respond, "Been thinking about it." Do you see that?
I do.
Then Mr. Balwani says, "We don't want them to say we are marketing LDTs." At least we can stop CTN for direct access. What did you understand Mr. Balwani to mean by this?
You know, sitting here now, I'm not completely sure because there was a lot of conversations going on at the same time during these inspections. My reaction, reading it now, is that we were trying to figure out why the FDA was there, and we couldn't understand what they were interested in. And it looks like, at this point, he might have thought they were focused on the LDTs and that, therefore, if they were looking at the nanotainer as a corollary to the LDTs, then not using the nanotainer to make sure that they weren't going after the LDTs.
So you understood that he was talking about stopping the use of the nanotainers in this section of the text messages, correct?
Again, I don't know, at that moment, what I understood. Sitting here now, think he's trying to figure out why the FDA was there and talking about stopping use of the nanotainers in that context.
Okay, so I'm not asking about your understanding now, but I want to bring you back to 2015 and ask you questions about what your understanding was back then. So was your understanding back then that he was talking here about stopping the use of the nanotainer?
I don't know. This audit happened at a time in which there was a tremendous amount of chaos internally. Because we thought we were in good standing with the FDA. We were reacting. We had a lot of input. I don't know that I'm going to be able to sit here and tell you what I was thinking when these messages were going back and forth.
Okay, so why don't we go to the next page, then? So about halfway down the page, it says,
This is page 213.
213. At 8:54 p.m., there's a message from Mr. Balwani. And he says, we can build this business phase software and JP and run circles around others and FDA by manipulating their game. Do you see that?
I do.
What is JP referring to?
I think it's a reference to Jurassic Park, which is what he called the traditional medical lab infrastructure.
Okay, so what did you understand him to be saying when he says, we can build this business by software and Jurassic Park?
I think what he's talking about is competing with Quest just based on the software solutions that we had in traditional lab equipment as a model.
Okay, but he's saying, Theranos can build the business using just traditional lab devices.
And software.
And software, is that right?
Yeah. So in other words, managing the process better than a traditional lab would with the aid of software, is that fair? I think it's a part of it. The other part was all the consumer-directed pricing, consumer experience, decision support, direct access, that we could basically compete with Quest on their own game just through that.
Okay, and then the next part of his text says, and run circles around others and FDA by manipulating their game. What did you understand him to mean by that?
I think, sitting here now, I read it as responding to we had been getting. We thought that the labs had been reaching out to FDA, and we'd been getting a lot of attacks from them in Arizona. And I think he's talking about how we would competitively respond to the labs.
Okay, so you just said, sitting here now. Did you have that same understanding back in 2015?
I can't tell you what my understanding was in 2015. I don't remember.
You don't remember this text, Jessica Chan. What did you mean by that?
Again, sitting here now, I think we're talking about Quest and our thought that they were getting regulators to come in and inspect us, and they were doing things in Arizona like putting through bad press about us on the door of patients, and they were going after us really hard.
Were you referring to running circles around the FDA?
I definitely don't think so.
What were you referring to running circles around?
The lab companies.
I guess why don't you think you were talking about running circles around the FDA?
Because we were trying so hard to do the right thing. And in engaging with the FDA, we hired all the best regulatory counsel. We'd been trying to proactively engage with them. We knew we were doing something different, but we really wanted to do the right thing in terms of working with them constructively.
Okay, I guess I'm just trying to understand that in the context of what you recall about this conversation. I mean, do you recall what you meant when sending that message?
No, as I said, I don't recall this text exchange at all. But I know what we were trying to do. I know why we had worked so hard on trying to proactively engage with the agency. And I know that at this time, this is right before the Wall Street Journal articles began, we were aware that the labs had been really going after us. And we thought that this, in part, was part of that.
So if you look up at Mr. Balwani's earlier message at 8:54 p.m., he does talk about running circles around others and the FDA. Do you see that?
I see the text, yes.
Did you understand him to mean that he was suggesting that you run circles around the FDA?
Again, I don't remember the text conversation. I do not believe that that's what he would have been saying. That's completely inconsistent with everything we were trying to do for all the years in which we had been trying to engage with them successfully.
Did you ever have conversations with Mr. Balwani outside of these text messages about running circles around the FDA?
No, not that I know of.
So then a few lines down, at 8:56 p.m., you write a text message to Mr. Balwani that says, "But all our marketing now is for our lab." Do you see that?
Yes.
And then a couple lines down from that, same time, 8:56, Mr. Balwani responds, "That's the intelligent part." He goes on to say, "We can market our lab and everything, and people will talk about our fingerstick without us talking about it." What did you understand him to mean by that?
So she's already told you a dozen times she doesn't recall this conversation. So are you asking for her present interpretation? Or are you asking her the same question over and over as to whether she recalls it?
Do you have any recollection as to, or understanding as to what he would have been referring to there?
Again, I'm happy to tell you my interpretation now. I don't remember this text exchange. But looking at it now, I read it as, again, strategy for how to compete with full labs that we thought were going after us. I don't remember the discussion or what I was thinking at that moment.
Did you ever have conversations with Mr. Balwani outside of these text messages about how even though Theranos couldn't market its nanotainers because FDA told Theranos to stop using them, that Theranos could continue marketing its lab and that by doing so, people would continue talking about the fingerstick without Theranos needing to market the fingerstick?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Did you ever have conversations with Mr. Balwani outside of these text messages about how you could continue marketing the lab and not talking about the nanotainer and that by doing so, people would talk about the fingerstick without you needing to market the fingerstick?
No, I don't think so.
Did you ever talk with Mr. Balwani about Theranos's marketing being primarily about fingerstick?
Do you mind just giving me a little bit more background on what the question is? I'm not sure. Are you referring to, like, the ads or?
Yeah, sure. Why don't we start with the ads? Did you ever have discussions with Mr. Balwani about what the focus of Theranos's marketing should be?
Yes.
And was the focus of that marketing in your memory, fingerstick?
No.
What was the focus?
Small samples, low cost, better access.
Did you ever discuss with Mr. Balwani his view that the marketing could lead one to believe that Theranos was focused on fingerstick?
Yes, and we did, to be clear, have some fingerstick-specific advertising. But, in general, we were trying to have those be the three themes of our advertising. And he and I and the marketing team met and discussed that.
Who else? I think we talked about this sort of before, but other than yourself, Mr. Balwani, and the marketing folks at Theranos, was there anyone else involved in those conversations?
Counsel, regulatory counsel, and I'm sure there were others from the teams internally. I don't have specific memory of a conversation. City Jessica Chan. Going back to page 213 of Exhibit 221, so at 8:57, you respond, yeah. And then Mr. Balwani says, once we have 70% FS. Is FS here referring to fingerstick? Sitting here now, I think so.
Did you and Mr. Balwani use FS to refer to anything else during your time managing the company together?
I don't know. That's what I think it is, sitting here now.
Okay, at this time, in September of 2015, had the company not developed a method that was capable of performing 70% of tests on fingerstick?
We had developed methods that were capable of performing 70% on fingerstick. I don't know that we had operationalized them in the lab or that we were getting the ordering pattern to be able to see that in the people who were serving it at this time. I don't know where we were on it by September of 15.
Okay, so your testimony is that Theranos had developed a method to perform all tests, or 70% of all tests with fingerstick, but had not operationalized that in the lab. Is that your testimony?
We'd developed multiple methods. I believe by this point we'd operationalized the menu that we thought would realize that, but we never got the patient traffic that matched those ordering patterns.
And then Mr. Balwani goes on to write at 8:58, so directly after that text message, in parallels from today onwards, we need legal strategy to deal with redacted and redacted aggressive, through lawyers only. Do you see that?
I do.
Was Mr. Balwani referring here to redacted and redacted of the FDA?
I don't know. I can, sitting here now, guess that redacted, but I don't know.
Did you view your interactions with the FDA as aggressive?
Not up until this point. During this inspection, and after it, I think we made very significant mistakes in how we interacted with them. And I regret that deeply and have tried to change our entire legal infrastructure to do it the right way.
So back in September of 2015, did you agree with Mr. Balwani that you need to engage on a legal strategy to deal with the FDA aggressively?
I don't know. I know that we, from this point, did not deal with the FDA the right way. We made mistakes in how we engaged with them.
Did you have any conversations outside of these text messages with Mr. Balwani about dealing with the FDA aggressively?
I can't sit here now and remember specific ones. I remember, during this time, being really upset that I thought we had been doing the right thing in terms of how we were engaging with them and deferring to others, including counsel, on things that I probably shouldn't have in how we engaged with them. And we didn't take a constructive approach, and I think that really hurt us.
What do you mean by you didn't take a constructive approach?
We ended up being aggressive in our responses. And that was the wrong thing to do.
So a minute ago, when you said you'd come to realize that Theranos made mistakes in connection with its interactions with the FDA, other than the aggressive responses, what mistakes are you referring to?
We had a team of people who believed that we were properly operating with the systems as LDTs and that the fact that they had not yet been documented under the quality system was consistent with public guidance on LDTs. And instead of responding to the FDA coming in and saying, okay, you have concerns, we'll do whatever it takes to fix it, and do what we've ultimately done in terms of how we've responded to the lab and responded to FDA, they fought the agency, right, and they told them they didn't have jurisdiction. And that was completely the wrong approach.
Did you agree with your attorneys at the time to fight with the agency?
I mean, look, we're not, so far, we haven't gone into the content of conversations with counsel. You're right at that line.
I guess I wanted just one clarification on the last answer, was when you referred to just a team. Who did you mean by the team? That's fine.
Yeah, it was a team led by counsel. I think we were.
Wait, hold on a second. That was a team led by counsel. Going back to it seems to me you could, if you want, you could ask whether she agreed at the time with an aggressive approach or didn't. That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I deferred to it. I didn't know what to do when FDA came in to inspect. I thought we'd been doing the right thing, and I tried to hire people I thought were the best in the space to say, how do you handle this?
Who else was interacting with Jessica Chan? We discussed earlier in your testimony about the number of Walgreens stores that Theranos believed it would be rolling its services out to. Do you remember that?
The number, would you say it one more time?
The number of Walgreens stores that Theranos would be rolling out to?
Yes.
Do you remember the discussion about that during your testimony?
Generally, yes.
Sorry, I just want to remind you not to talk over each other, and I'll try and do the same thing.
I'm sorry.
In order for us to have a clean record, I think I have to ask the questions and then you should answer and vice versa.
Absolutely.
Okay, sorry about that. In your mind, what's the best source of information on the number of Walgreens stores that Theranos could roll out to at any moment in time?
Could I have that question read back?
In your mind, what's the best source of information on the number of Walgreens stores that Theranos could roll out to at any moment in time?
So I don't think there was a single source of information on that. As you know, the relationship was dynamic and changed throughout the course of the relationship. At different points in time, there's indicators. I think the amendment that talked about the number of what they called gold stores that they were committing to build and the presence in multiple states is sort of one indicator that we certainly focused on a lot. I think the other is that, for a long time, we and they both actively described it as a relationship to roll out nationally.
So if we wanted to know as of, say, May 2014, how many stores Theranos and Walgreens had discussed rolling out to at that point, what would we need to look to, or who would have that information?
I don't know. If Sonny were at the company, I would have asked him that question. But I don't know. I'm sure if you would like us to piece it back together for you, we could try to do that.
So in your mind, Sonny would have the best information about that?
When he was at the company, yes. That's where I would have gone.
When did Walgreens make its first innovation fee payment of $25 million?
I don't know specifically. I think in 2013. Maybe before that.
So sometime in 2012 or 2013?
Yeah, again, I don't know specifically.
Were you aware of discussions in 2012 whereby Walgreens' auditor was asking for evidence that Theranos would be able to repay the $25 million fee if paid to Theranos by Walgreens?
I don't remember that.
Were you aware that Theranos had submitted a letter from Fidelity evidencing its extension of a line of credit to Theranos to show that Theranos would be able to repay the $25 million?
I may have been at the time. I don't have memory of that, sitting here now.
Were you aware that Walgreens' auditor asked for evidence again in 2014 to show that Theranos would be able to pay back the $100 million innovation fee Walgreens had paid in early 2014?
I don't think so.
Are you done with this?
Yes, you can put that exhibit. Yes, you can put that exhibit. I'm handing to you what's been marked as Theranos Exhibit 264. Exhibit 264 purports to be a September 23, 2014, email from Elizabeth Holmes to Sunny Balwani with subject line, Re-Innovation Payment Letter.
And starting Bates number THPFM000696484. Have you seen Exhibit 264 before? I don't remember it, but I don't have reason to doubt the email.
What is Exhibit 264?
Do you mind if I take a minute to look at it?
Sure.
It appears to be a set of email exchanges back and forth mostly between Sunny and Walgreens on the innovation payment.
Did you draft Exhibit 264 and send it on or about September 23, 2014?
Well, wait a minute. When you say 264, you're referring to the whole exhibit? Yeah, you just asked for. Yeah, I know, but you said did she draft it? She didn't.
Are you just...
There's a whole bunch of stuff here she clearly didn't draft.
Are you just asking about that top email? Did you draft and send Exhibit 264?
Same problem. Are you talking about the first email?
Yes, I'm talking about the first email.
Okay.
Again, I don't remember it, but I don't have reason to doubt the document.
And did you receive and review Mr. Balwani's email to you on September 11, 2014, on or around that date?
I don't remember receiving or reviewing it.
Do you have any reason to doubt that you received it on that date?
No.
So if you look at the first page of Exhibit 264, there is an email from Redacted to Mr. Balwani. Do you see that?
Yes.
And Redacted works for Walgreens. Did you understand that at the time?
In 2014? Yes.
Did you understand that Walgreens had accelerated the $75 million remaining innovation fee to Theranos, correct?
Yes.
So he then goes on to copy a number of emails from 2012 dealing with the initial $25 million innovation payment, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he copied them or if it was a response to that exchange or what. But I see the emails.
Were you aware that Walgreens believed the innovation fee, although paid to Theranos, still needed to be earned?
No. My memory was that we thought because we had provided exclusivity and amended the contract, that we had earned payment.
So Mr. Balwani then sends this email on to you, correct?
Yes.
And you respond back to him, and you say, do we need to follow up here? Do you see that?
Yes.
Why were you asking that question?
I don't know. Jessica Chan. Did you know whether Mr. Balwani ever followed up with Walgreens on that? I don't. Reading it now, I would assume he did.
Were you aware in 2014 that Theranos had retained KPMG to conduct a review of its 2012 and 2013 financial statements?
Sitting here now, I didn't remember the timing of it, but I'm sure I was at the time.
Were you aware that KPMG was asked to determine how the first Walgreens innovation fee payment should be accounted for in Theranos' financial statements?
No.
Were you aware that KPMG believed in 2014 that the initial innovation fee payment should be accounted for as a customer deposit on Theranos' balance sheets and should not be recognized as revenue?
No. I don't have memory of that.
Who was managing the relationship with KPMG at Theranos?
I think it was Mr. Balwani.
Was Mr. Balwani involved in managing that relationship as well?
I think so.
Did you have any interactions with KPMG in 2014?
I don't know.
Did Theranos and Walgreens have any further discussions about the innovation fee in late 2014, early 2015?
I can't remember specifically, but probably.
Did Theranos and Walgreens discuss the innovation fee with respect to the new contract amendment the parties were contemplating in late 2014, early 2015?
Again, I can't remember specifically, but I would believe we would have.
Why do you believe you would have?
First, looking at this email, and then, secondly, just generally remembering the Boots team wanting to open back up the contract and that there were negotiations certain about the contract overall as Boots came in.
Do you recall the innovation fee payment being one of the terms that the Boots team wanted to renegotiate?
I don't recall that specifically, but I know they wanted to renegotiate the whole contract.
Do you have recollection of what their objectives were in that negotiation or what they wanted from Theranos?
I don't know what they wanted. I know that, at least my impression was that they were trying to restructure many things the old Walgreens management team had done.
I'm handing to you what's been marked Theranos Exhibit 265. Exhibit 265 purports to be a February 25, 2015, email from Sunny Balwani to Elizabeth Holmes. Subject line is, Forward. Theranos, Walgreens, Boots Alliance Draft Contract, with starting Bates number Ther 0982058. Have you seen Exhibit 265 before?
I don't know. I don't have reason to doubt the email chain.
What is Exhibit 265?
It looks like an email exchange and a draft of one of the Walgreens contract amendments.
Did you review and receive Exhibit 265 on or about February 25, 2015?
I don't doubt that I received it. I don't know that I reviewed it.
So here in this email, you see that Mr. Balwani is forwarding to you an email he received from Walgreens, attaching a draft of the Theranos Walgreens amended contract. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and if you turn to the second attachment at 2099, actually, I think the two attachments actually start on 2098. But there's a section halfway down the page on 2098 on exclusivity and then on 2099, there are a number of significant changes to the document in addition to that exclusivity term. Do you see that?
Yes.
So are these the additional exclusivity rights that Theranos had granted to Walgreens earlier in 2013? It appears that Walgreens left in language pertaining to how Theranos would earn the $100 million. And you can go ahead and read B to yourself.
Did you? Is there a question?
Oh, I asked Ms. Holmes to read B to herself. And let me know when you're done.
Ready.
Was this consistent with your understanding that even though Walgreens had paid the $100 million to Theranos, that Walgreens thought Theranos would still need to hit certain revenue milestones in order to earn the $100 million innovation fee?
No.
Did you also understand that Theranos would need to refund the entire amount if those milestones weren't met?
I'm familiar with this provision from I think it was the original contract agreement. But as you can see, we were renegotiating everything as we went through these different iterations of the relationship. And as I've said, I believed, based on my discussions with Sunny, that we were at a point in which we'd earned it because of the exclusivity that we'd provided to Walgreens.
So did you disagree with having this provision in, then?
Again, I don't think I ever even read this draft of the amendment.
Did you ever communicate to Walgreens around this time frame, February 2015 or spring of 2015, that Theranos believed that $100 million innovation fee was non-returnable?
I don't know. I was in a couple meetings with them, but I wasn't in most of these meetings.
So if you go back to Mr. Balwani's email to you, which is on the first page of Exhibit 265, he says, "Just received this from WAG." And he's referring to the draft contract, correct?
I think so.
Okay, and then underneath, it says, the innovation payment language is closer to what he had wanted. Do you see that?
Yes.
What was Mr. Balwani referring to here?
I don't know.
Why would he write this if you both disagreed with the way that Walgreens was requiring as to Theranos earning back the $100 million innovation fee?
Sitting here now, looking at this, I read this as in the middle of a negotiation. And so I don't think he's saying that it's what we wanted. There seems to be something that is better than a prior draft. I don't know what that was.
Do you recall discussing the innovation payment with Mr. Balwani in the context of renegotiating this contract in early 2015?
I don't recall specific conversations.
Generally, do you recall the nature of your conversations with Mr. Balwani around this time concerning the innovation payment?
Again, my memory was that we thought we'd earned it because of the exclusivity and the investments that we'd made in the relationship.
Do you recall any general strategy and on how you were going to effectuate that in the next Walgreens memo?
I don't. I know that we were looking at changing a number of things, including moving to a rental model, and that there were a lot of different sort of negotiating tactics that were at play. I don't know the specifics of the approach.
Was there ever a time when Theranos was contemplating terminating the Walgreens contract?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Do you remember that happening sometime in early 2015, as the companies were renegotiating the contract?
I don't think we were actually intending to terminate. I think that was a negotiating tactic that Sunny, in particular, sometimes used in trying to get better terms in a deal.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind taking back Exhibit 221 over there.
I notice we've been going a little over an hour. Can we take a break, or is this near the end of a series for you?
Sure, we can take a break, short break.
We're off the record at 10:17 a.m.
We're on the record at 10:32 a.m. Ms. Holmes, did you have any substantive conversations with the SEC staff during the break?
No.
Okay, if you would turn to Exhibit 221, which you have in front of you, and if you could please turn to let me find the page for you first, since I know the Bates numbers are off. So if you could turn to page 116 of your copy. And that is Bates number ending 6354. Okay, and if you look, there is a number of text messages between you and Mr. Balwani on April 9, 2015, starting at 8:22. Do you see that?
Yes.
So Mr. Balwani is writing to you. And he writes, if contract terms and we don't have 1,000 stores, what happens to 50 million remaining innovation payment? And you respond, depends on why terms. What did you understand Mr. Balwani to be asking you there?
I have no idea.
Well, when Mr. Balwani is referring to 1,000 stores, is he talking about Walgreens here?
I don't know. I'm sitting here now, I could infer that, maybe, from the innovation payment comment, but I'm not sure.
And did you understand terms to mean terminated? So if contract terminates and you don't have 1,000 stores, what happens to 50 million remaining innovation payment?
I don't know. I don't remember this text. I don't know what the context was.
You don't remember these text messages at all?
I do not. Did you have a contract with anybody other than Walgreens? Again, I don't know if he's talking about negotiating a new contract here or if he's talking about the existing contract. I'm not sure what this is or if it's with Walgreens. We were actively engaged in discussions on negotiating agreements with other retailers. Do you recall any where that was discussed as part of the negotiation? I know there was ongoing interaction and engagement with Walmart and CVS at different points in time. I don't remember whether there was payment negotiations with them. So at 8:54, going back to Exhibit 221, you then write back to Mr. Balwani, scale now if need. And Mr. Balwani responds, so force build 1,000 stores? I don't think that's intelligent. Do you know what you were referring to here when you said, scale now if need, Beth Holmes? I don't.
You don't think you were referring to scaling now with Walgreens?
I have no idea.
And then a few more text messages down, starting at 9:14 p.m., there's a text message from you. And you say, it terms because we term, then we return. They term and we don't want to, we keep. Do you recall what this is referring to?
No.
Were you talking about the fact that if they were to terminate the agreement and Theranos didn't want to, that you would get to keep the innovation fee payment, but that if Theranos decided to terminate, that you would have to return the payment to them?
Again, I don't remember these text messages. Sitting here now, that could be an interpretation of it.
Sitting here today, what is your interpretation of it?
Do you mind if I take a minute just to read the whole string to try to get context?
Of course.
Sitting here now, my interpretation is that we're discussing terms to be negotiated for a possible Walgreens amendment, just based on the context of the text.
Okay, and how do you interpret that line, if terms because we term, then we return, they term and we don't want to, we keep?
I'm speculating, but my read is that it's saying that if they terminate the contract and we didn't want to terminate the contract, we keep whatever payments had been made. If we terminated, then we'll refund payments to them.
So it seems this text message chain is suggesting that as of April 2015, neither you nor Mr. Balwani were certain as to whether Theranos could keep the innovation fee that it received from Walgreens, is that right?
My read, in looking at this now, is that we were talking about some terms that we would be negotiating in the contract and renegotiating the whole contract. I think, my understanding is there were many different sort of provisions and scenarios that we talked with them about in terms of how the contract would be amended.
If you can turn to a different page in 221, which is page 238, and for Mr. Neal, that is page ending 6476, so you'll see that there are a number of text messages on this page from October 16, 2015. Do you see that?
I do.
And they're between you and Mr. Balwani again?
Yes.
October 16, 2015. That would have been the day after the Wall Street Journal article about Theranos was published, correct?
It was about then. I don't remember the exact date.
Okay, so if you look at the third text message down, at 7:26 p.m. from Mr. Balwani, he says, okay. WAG freaking out, lack of transparency. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you understand that WAG is Walgreens?
Yes.
What did you understand him to be referring to here?
I don't know. I mean, I don't remember my text exchanges with Sunny from years ago.
I can sit here and try to reconstruct it now. You don't remember the text exchange at all on this page?
I don't.
Do you remember discussing with Mr. Balwani the concerns Walgreens had following Mr. Carrero's article?
I'm just thinking back. I remember that I had talked later to Redacted about the fact that we were very sorry that we hadn't proactively communicated with them about the FDA engagement, but that we didn't know at the time what to say about it because we thought that we were trying to figure out what the right way to handle the agency was and we were waiting to communicate on it back then. I know Sunny had a lot of discussions with him. I don't remember the specifics of any conversations with Sunny.
Do you remember when that conversation with Redacted was?
It was later in 2015.
What about before that conversation? Were you familiar with what Walgreens's concerns following the following the October Wall Street Journal?
Generally, yes.
How were you made generally aware of those concerns?
I mean, I don't remember specific conversations. I am sure Sonny would have talked to me in general about his interactions with them.
Prior, I guess between the article coming out in October 2015 and your conversation with Redacted, do you recall any communications that you had directly with anyone at Walgreens?
I don't think I would have communicated directly with anyone at Walgreens.
So besides Redacted?
And I think it was your prior testimony that generally, Mr. Balwani would be the person responsible for the relationship at that time? Yes.
And so is it fair to say that if someone was updating you about the Walgreens situation at that time, it was likely Mr. Balwani?
Absolutely.
Did you and Mr. Balwani discuss the fact that Walgreens was upset that they didn't know Theranos had stopped using the nanotainer prior to Mr. Carrero's reporting in October 2015?
Yeah, again, I can't remember specific conversations with him about it, but I'm sure we had interactions about it.
Do you have a general sense of what Walgreens was concerned about upon publication of the article?
I think there were multiple issues. One was they were reacting to the press in general. But then the other was that we hadn't disclosed the engagement with FDA to them yet before it was in the press.
Which engagement with FDA?
The inspection.
Did you tell Mr. Balwani that he should tell them the stopping of the nanotainer just happened and that it hadn't happened several months ago?
I don't think so. I mean, Walgreens was operating with us in the stores. So they would have known locally that we were doing venipuncture, to the extent we were doing venipuncture, as I understand it. But they wouldn't necessarily know why, is that correct? They didn't know about the FDA inspection. More text messages here. Yeah.
If you go down to 7:30 p.m. on that same day, it's a few lines down, Mr. Balwani writes to you, but it was a matter of communication. Do you see that?
Yes.
I had actually thought about it but got too busy to chat with you. And then you respond, then let's show them that this literally is still up in the air, so we literally just decided since the discussion is getting aired out in the press. Do you know what you were referring to there? What were you referring to when you said, let's show them that this is literally still up in the air?
Again, I can't remember the exchange, but from reading it now, I think it's the text message right above it, that we hadn't finalized the plan with FDA yet and still haven't, namely that we were engaging with the team advisors we had on FDA who basically said, don't talk about this until you've successfully resolved it, in part because we thought there was a potential to not get 483s in the engagement with FDA.
Okay, and a couple messages down, at 7:32, Mr. Balwani then says, however, issue is, we didn't tell them in advance about switching. And you respond, we'll have to present well that we hadn't decided to. And then he responds again, bad idea at this point. They know, so we need to be transparent. Why was Mr. Balwani concerned about being transparent to Walgreens?
So I'm not sure exactly whether I'm still referring to the strategy with FDA or what this is referring to. I think he's trying to say we need to be directly communicating with Walgreens, reading it now.
Were you not being transparent with Walgreens previously?
Again, we did not tell them that the FDA had come to inspect because we thought we were to try to successfully resolve the engagement with FDA before communicating about it. But I think he and I may actually be talking about two different things. I'm talking about FDA, and he's talking about not using the nanotainer, just from reading it now.
Okay, so that's your impression of what these text messages are about now.
I'm sure I did in 2015. I just can't remember it.
So you don't remember what this text message exchange was about in 2015?
I don't.
You can put that one aside. How much money has Theranos received from the Department of Defense for services that it provided?
I know there was a contract that was through the Burn Association which was a few $100,000. And I think that any of the other sort of development work that we did, we funded ourselves.
Is it fair to say that Theranos historically, at least prior to 2013, made most of its revenues from either the DoD or pharmaceutical companies?
Again, the term revenues, I know just in terms of payments, of cash that came in. There were cash payments from insurance companies, also, that we were contracting with. And I believe some of the Walgreens or Safeway money may have come prior to 2013 as well. I'm not sure of the dates.
Had you received payments from insurance companies prior to 2013?
I think so.
How much money had you received from insurance companies?
There was multiple insurance company contracts with Blue Cross Blue Shield plans, and I don't know the total number. I think each of them were anywhere from 5 to 25 million, and I think there was 3 or 4 of them.
When did you receive that money from the insurance companies?
I don't know by memory.
Would it have been after 2010?
I think so.
Okay, so let me just rephrase the question that I asked you, then.
Yeah.
Would it be fair to say that Theranos, prior to 2010, made most of its revenues from DoD or pharmaceutical companies?
Most of the payments we received, yes. My memory is that we sent them 2 of them, but I don't think they actually used them in a deployment.
Why not?
Many reasons. At the highest level, we're only able to ultimately focus on trying to make the retail relationship successful, and we took on way too many things at the same time. And then we deprioritized some of the functionality that you would ultimately really want to have to use these devices in the field.
What functionality was that?
There were further reductions on size and on weight and other parameters that we could have kept going in the investment of the technology. And we didn't do it.
So SOCOM was looking for a device that was smaller and lighter than the device that you had available for them at the time?
I don't know if that's the case. I mean, we invested in putting a lot of technology into Minilab to be able to use it in a distributed setting. We could have kept going. We stopped and sort of said, okay, we need to put all our resources onto this retail initiative. I actually think that what we've built is still very applicable to what they're looking for, given the way they're doing testing right now. We just haven't followed back up on it yet.
What about Theranos' relationship with Africom? What do you know about that?
We had engaged with them on looking at whether our devices could be transported into Africa and could withstand the thermal profiles that you would see in those types of deployments. And my memory is also on some of the decision support that we were trying to build. And then later had discussions with people in Africom around Ebola and Ebola testing in Africa.
Did Africom ever deploy any of Theranos' manufactured devices?
They took 1 or 2 devices to Africa to look at, essentially, the thermal stability and the use for the operator in sort of testing parts of the functionality of the system.
Were the mini labs that were given to Africom ever used in a patient testing setting?
Just so I answer the question that you're asking, what do you mean by patient testing?
Were they ever used for patient testing and diagnosis?
No.
And when you say that Theranos provided 2 devices to Africom in order to test, did you say thermal?
Can you withstand the temperatures?
Okay, can the device still operate and withstand the temperature?
So they were trying to evaluate whether Theranos' devices could withstand extreme temperatures, like there would be in Africa. That's my memory of it. And I also had memory that we had built a custom decision support system for them, and they wanted to try that out on the touch screen of the device. I could be wrong. I don't remember all the specifics.
What do you know about Theranos' relationship with CENTCOM?
We talked with them about what the greatest needs are for distributed testing in military medicine and had engagement on how to apply our technology towards some of those problems, and then did some testing of the software in one of their facilities in Florida.
Who were your contacts at CENTCOM?
Originally, General Mattis, and then there were multiple principals underneath him. The name I remember was redacted. But there were many people that we engaged with through CENTCOM as we were trying to figure out whether we could apply the technology there.
Was there ever a plan to deploy Theranos' manufactured devices in Afghanistan?
We were working to do that at one period of time, yes.
Did you end up deploying a device there?
No.
Why not?
Again, focus. We were trying to execute on the retail operation that was taking up more than all of our time, and we couldn't put the continued development into the systems to be able to get them to the specifications to get them into the field.
Was there also an issue that was brought to your attention with respect to the fact that Theranos had not received FDA approval for its devices yet and that CENTCOM could not use or deploy Theranos's devices if they did not have FDA approval?
We engaged with the FDA specifically on whether to and how to deploy technology in Afghanistan. The concept, if we had gone through with it, was that those would be for research use only in an investigational program. But, in general, yes, we were aware that for any military organization to adopt the technology in the way in which it was being used for clinical use, you would need FDA clearance. And that, just to complete the answer, that awareness happened over a period of time. Because we actually went in and talked to them about whether they could use us as a CLIA lab, like they used Quest or LabCorp, and ultimately reached that conclusion.
Was a Theranos manufactured device ever deployed in the battlefield?
No.
Was it ever deployed in a medevac helicopter?
No.
Was a Theranos manufactured device Jessica Chan, who was managing the relationship with the Walter Reed Foundation?
It was early, maybe one of the people in the commercial team that we had at that time. I'm not sure.
You're not aware of any deployment being made of Theranos's manufactured devices with Walter Reed?
I don't think so. I can't remember how it played out.
And then just going back, quickly, to Special Operations Command, SOCOM, who were your contacts there?
There was a principal within SOCOM. And I can't remember his name, sitting here now, but he was one of the people working in military medicine and trying to be able to get distributed technologies that can actually do testing.
Was that?
I don't know. I don't connect to that name. But it could be. I'm not sure.
Are you familiar with Redacted?
I recognize the name.
Was she acting on behalf of SOCOM during your discussions with SOCOM?
I think she was the contracting person to facilitate the development work for SOCOM.
Who was on your team leading discussions for Theranos with SOCOM?
I don't remember. I know Redacted did some of the follow-up and coordination with, I think, Redacted specifically. I don't remember who was actually interacting with the SOCOM principals.
Were you involved in interacting with them?
I was, yeah.
And what about for AFRICOM? Who was your contact at AFRICOM?
I don't remember the name. It was a woman in special operations, and then we also had contacts higher up that knew people who were part of the company.
Okay.
I think so, yeah.
Was there a Redacted who was also involved in those discussions?
I don't know.
Who on the Theranos side was involved in those discussions besides yourself?
I remember her coming to Theranos. And I think she met with a team of people. I don't remember who was in the meeting. And then there may have been some of our board members who were engaged with AFRICOM as well. I'm not sure specifically.
Who on your board would have been engaged with AFRICOM?
It was in an informal context. They just all knew each other. The board members who knew people at AFRICOM, and I don't know whether the specific conversations happened, were George Schultz, Gary Rawhead, and Jim Mattis.
Did they have discussions with AFRICOM without you?
I don't know.
Would you have authorized your board to have discussions with AFRICOM without you knowing?
Wait, I don't understand that question.
Did you authorize your board to have any discussions with AFRICOM without you knowing?
I don't think there was ever an interaction with the board in which I was authorizing them to do things or not. They have a lot of relationships and would actively and openly engage with people that they knew, including ones who were engaging with Theranos. So, I mean, we met, many of these people through the board members. And I don't know what conversations they had or didn't have.
Handing you to what's been previously marked as Theranos Exhibit 246. Exhibit 246 purports to be a document with the title, Exemplary Reports from Pharmaceutical Partners, with starting Bates number TS000496. Have you seen Exhibit 246 before?
I don't recognize it in this format, but I recognize some of the reports.
I'll represent to you that this is a copy of the document that was included in Rupert Murdoch's investor binder on or about December 4, 2014. Were you involved in compiling this document for inclusion in the investor binder?
I don't know.
I guess, sorry, in your answer, you said you recognized some of the reports. So I guess, which ones do you recognize?
I just flipped it open and saw the GSK report. But I generally remember that we had reports like these.
I guess looking through the rest of the documents, do you recognize, other than the GSK report, do you recognize any of the other reports?
I mean, at a high level, that there are Theranos, pharma sort of development or project reports, yes.
You'll see starting on 498, or, sorry, 497, there is a report concerning Pfizer. And then starting on 530, there is a report concerning, there must be a report in the middle. On 524, there is a report concerning GlaxoSmithKline. And then on 530, there is a report concerning Schering-Plough. Do you see that?
Yes.
What were these 3 reports about?
They're all different. At the highest level, they were about programs in which the TSPU or Minilab had been used for pharmaceutical companies.
Who drafted the reports?
I think, again, all different. I believe Theranos drafted the Pfizer document. GSK drafted the GSK document. And I think the last one is an actual development report done by Theranos for Schering-Plough.
What was your involvement in the Parloff article?
I met with him at Theranos.
And for what? For an interview?
Yes. David Boys had just completed a trial on our IP defense, and I was to talk to him about our inventions.
Did you reach out to Mr. Parloff, or did he reach out to you initially?
My understanding is David reached out to him.
David Boys?
Yes.
What was the purpose of David Boys reaching out to Mr. Parloff?
To talk about Theranos' intellectual property and how we were defending it and its potential.
So you said that you sat down for an interview. How many interviews did you do with Mr. Parloff?
I don't know. At least one.
Who else was present during those interviews?
I don't know.
What was the purpose of the outreach, pay recorded?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Did anyone transcribe the interview?
Not that I know of.
Did you provide documents or other information in response to questions from Mr. Parloff?
I think so.
What documents did you provide?
I don't know for sure. I remember talking to him about the invention and showing him a lot of the development reports that we were working on when he was at Theranos, but I don't know what other materials were shared with him.
Who was helping you gather those documents?
I don't know.
At some point in time, did the scope of the article change from that IP litigation to other issues with the company?
When it was published, it was a much broader piece on the company, but when I met with him, that was the focus of the meeting and that was the reason that David was reaching out to him, because he was a legal reporter for Fortune.
I guess before the publication of the article, did you become aware that sort of the lawsuit angle wasn't going to be the focus?
David's PR person told me that it was going to be a cover story and that it was going to be a big piece on Theranos. But that was the only specific sort of interaction that would have conveyed that.
So besides sitting for an interview with Mr. Parloff and providing documents to him, did you do anything else to help Mr. Parloff understand the company and write his article?
He spent a lot of time with David and David's PR person. And I don't remember specifics of other interactions with him.
And when you were just mentioning David, that's David Boys again?
Yes.
Did you review the article before it was published?
No.
Did you review specific statements or phrases that Mr. Parloff was planning on using in the article before it was published?
No, not that I know of.
Did you discuss the article with Mr. Balwani while you were sitting for the interview and providing information to Mr. Parloff?
I don't remember specific conversations. I'm sure there would have been discussion about the fact that Roger was there. And I think Sunny also talked to him.
Oh, Mr. Balwani sat for an interview with Mr. Parloff as well?
I think so.
Did he provide documents to Mr. Parloff?
I don't know.
Did Mr. Balwani review the article before it was published?
No.
Did anyone at Theranos review the article before it was published?
It's my understanding it was not given to us before it was published.
Did Mr. Boys review it?
I don't believe anybody had access to it before it was published.
Did you review the article after it was published?
I read it, yes.
Did Mr. Balwani review the article after it was published?
I don't know.
What was your reaction after you reviewed the article?
Generally positive.
Why did you think it was positive?
I thought it did a really good job of talking about what we were trying to do.
What did it do a good job of explaining?
Our vision.
What about your vision?
How we were working to make live testing more accessible.
Did you discuss the article and its contents with Mr. Balwani after you read it?
I don't remember doing so.
Did you believe that what was written about the company was a true and correct representation of the operations of the company?
At the time that I read it, I thought I was reading it thinking about it in the context of our invention and what we were trying to do.
So is that a yes?
I never thought about it as reflective of the operations of the company. I know that obviously, much later, it was looked at in the context of the operations of the company, and I have since read it in that context. But no, at that time, I did not think about it in the context of describing the operations of the company. So I just want to understand, is it your testimony that you read it at the time you viewed it as sort of the fair reflection of Theranos' aspirations but not its operations? Correct. And its inventions. Because that was the context in which I met Mr. Parloff.
And by inventions, do you mean currently in place inventions or working on?
Patents, what we created. Right? The discussion when he came to Theranos was about our IP. Right?
When did you review the article change?
When did it change?
Yes.
After the Wall Street Journal. Because we got into a very specific discussion about the operations of the clinical lab in the media with the Wall Street Journal.
Okay, and what does that have to do with the Parloff article in Fortune?
Parloff wrote another piece following that article. And our team was engaged with him at that time again about the original piece.
What was the second piece that Mr. Parloff wrote?
It was intended to be a correction to his original article.
Why did he need to correct the original article?
Because he felt there were statements in it that were not correct.
Did you agree with that?
I think we, again, completely mishandled it. Our team did not agree with it and fought it. I think that another huge mistake the company has made has been its engagement with the press, including Roger and the Wall Street Journal.
Did you forward the Fortune article to anyone after it was published?
I don't remember.
Did you forward it to employees at Theranos?
I don't know.
Did you forward it to the board?
I don't know.
Did you forward it to investors and potential investors?
I don't remember doing that. I don't know.
I am handing to you what's been previously marked as Theranos Exhibit 247. Exhibit 247 purports to be a June 9, 2014, email from Elizabeth Holmes to Sunny Balwani. Subject line is, forward follow-up with starting dates no. THPFM 00011455643. Have you seen Exhibit 247 before?
I don't remember it, but I don't have any reason to doubt the email.
What is Exhibit 247?
Do you mind if I take a quick look?
Sure, go ahead.
It looks like a series of emails related to Roger Parloff.
Did you receive and review Exhibit 247 on or about June 9, 2014?
I don't remember doing that, but I don't have reason to doubt the email.
You'll see starting on 5646, there is an email on June 8, 2014, from Roger Parloff to you. And he's asking a number of questions. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then he asks whether there are dimensions for the analyzer. Do you see that?
I do.
And then if you go to the next email, you're responding to that question. And this is on 5644. And about 5 paragraphs down in your email, you say, with respect to the device size, I believe best comparison might be the next computer desktop called Nextcube. You'll find images online. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is there a reason why you mentioned the next computer desktop?
In response to the size question? Yes. I mean, I don't remember this email exchange, but I'm assuming it's because the sizes are similar.
Are you familiar with the next computer desktop?
Yes.
How are you familiar with it?
As a beautifully designed piece of technology.
Have you used one before?
No.
Do you know anyone who has used one before?
I'm sure I do. I just don't know who.
Okay, so are you describing here the size of Theranos TSP or Minilab when you're comparing it to the next computer desktop?
I haven't read the whole email exchange, but sitting here now, I think so.
Then if you go to the preceding page, on 5643, there is an email from you to Mr. Parloff on June 9th. And about 3 paragraphs down, it starts, "We've been spending time on the footprint questions." You see that?
Yes.
We've been spending time on the footprint questions. As you know, we don't really want to get into the topic of the analytical systems very much at all. What did you mean by that?
Again, I don't remember the email exchange. Sitting here now, I think this is referring to the phase 2, in which we were going to deploy the devices in field, and we hadn't announced that yet. And so we didn't want to talk about it in the press before we actually had the FDA clearance to go do it.
So reading this email now, that's what you think this is referring to?
Yes.
We didn't want to pre-announce it.
Okay.
And then a couple lines below, you say, "The analytical systems look like large desktop computers or analytical systems look much smaller than in conventional laboratories or have a smaller space requirement than conventional laboratories is fine." Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you also discuss with Mr. Parloff that Theranos had modified commercially available analyzers to conduct testing on small samples?
I don't think in those words.
Did you use other words to describe that Theranos was using commercially modified commercially available machines to conduct patient testing?
My memory is we generally talked about phase 1 with the nanotainer being about the use of chemistries in a high throughput setting, and then this device was what we were going to be deploying for sort of in-field use of tests.
So where in that phase 1, phase 2 description that you just mentioned are you referring to the modified commercially available machines?
Phase 1, with the nanotainer and the chemistries running in a high throughput way.
Okay, and why did you think that Mr. Parloff would make a connection between nanotainers and high throughput and using commercially available machines to conduct patient testing?
We didn't use commercially available machines. I believe we did. In what context? Use of venous draws.
So, what do you recall telling him?
I don't recall conversations about it.
I guess, well, what leads you to the impression, then, that you told him about Theranos' use of the commercially available machines?
Because we were very open about it. At the time, we thought that it was a feature to be able to do both the fingerstick testing, as well as an end-to-end menu, so patients didn't have to go to multiple locations to get their full order done.
So, I understand your answer. You think the discussions around having a venous draw capability is what you would have disclosed to Mr. Parloff?
Yes. At the time, we used the word venous draw to be synonymous with the use of commercial analyzers.
Did you explain that to Mr. Parloff?
I don't know.
Did you tell Mr. Parloff that most of Theranos' tests were run on commercially available analyzers?
I don't think so.
Why not?
I don't think we'd talked about the breakdown of what tests were run on what analyzer at all.
Were you worried that if Mr. Parloff wrote an article mentioning only Theranos' manufactured devices that people would be given an inaccurate impression of how Theranos was conducting its patient testing, that it was using its Theranos manufactured devices to conduct that patient testing?
Not at the time, because at the time I thought it was all about the aspiration and the vision. Looking back at it now, I absolutely wish we had handled our communications differently.
It's been about an hour. If you're switching to something else, could we take a break?
Sure, we can take a short break. We are off the record at 11:30 a.m. We're on the record at 11:45 a.m. Ms. Holmes, did you have any substantive conversations with the SEC staff during the break?
No.
Thank you. I'm going to hand to you what's previously been marked Theranos Exhibit 248. Have you seen Exhibit 248 before?
Not in this form, but I've seen the article.
I'll represent to you that this is the copy of the Fortune article that was included in Rupert Murdoch's binder in December 2014. Were you aware that this article was included in Mr. Murdoch's binder?
I am now. I don't know at the time if I was.
Were you aware that this article was included in binders of materials that Theranos sent to other investors?
I don't know.
Did you ever ask for this article to be included in investor binders?
Not that I can remember. I don't know.
So, if you turn to the page with Bates number ending 616, you'll see there are two columns on that page. I'm looking at the second column on the right side, second paragraph down. It says, Theranos runs what's called a high-complexity laboratory certified by the Federal Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS, and it is licensed to operate in nearly every state. It currently offers more than 200, and is ramping up to offer more than 1,000, of the most commonly ordered blood diagnostic tests, all without the need for a syringe. Is the statement that Theranos currently offers more than 200, and is ramping up to offer more than 1,000, of the most commonly ordered blood diagnostic tests, all without the need for a syringe, was that statement correct as of July 2014?
Reading it now, I don't think it is. Why not? Because I've read Rogers' follow-on articles and how he interpreted it in the context of the Wall Street Journal articles. And it's not correct in that context.
What are the current numbers of tests that Theranos was offering at this time without the need for a syringe?
I don't know.
Did you have any reaction to this when you read it at the time it was published?
No.
Back then, what was your understanding of what a syringe meant?
It's the traditional way that blood is drawn. It's different from the butterfly needles that we used.
So, earlier, we talked about venous being kind of an internal synonymous term for commercially available machines. Venous didn't mean syringe at the time to Theranos, is that right?
No. We did all of ours through what we called the micro-sample method, which was these little butterfly needles.
Do you understand that now, when blood testing is done the traditional way through venipuncture, that other lab companies don't use syringes anymore, that they use a vacutainer in a tube that goes into the arm?
I don't know what other blood companies use.
You're in the blood testing business and you don't know what other lab testing companies use?
I don't. I know that people use a range of needles. We certainly didn't invent the butterfly.
So if you look down a couple more paragraphs, about 4 paragraphs down the same page, it says, the company has performed as many as 70 different tests from a single draw of 25 to 50 microliters collected in a tiny vial the size of an electric fuse. Was that statement correct or accurate in July of 2014? Could the company perform as many as 70 different tests from a single draw of 25 to 50 microliters of blood?
From a Rand Door product development standpoint, I think it was.
Earlier, you testified that 30 tests could be conducted from a single draw of finger prick blood and sort of the maximum number of microliters of blood that could be drawn on a finger prick. So how do you square the two numbers?
If I remember the testimony correctly, I think you were asking what an ordering pattern would be. And I was using the number 30 to be representative. I think just sitting here now, this was referring to is that in R&D we were developing and validating assays to run on a microliter or less of sample. And you could also multiplex those assays to be run simultaneously, which would, from a technology standpoint, allow you to do this.
I guess, had Theranos run 70 tests from a single draw of 25 to 50 milliliters of blood by July 2014?
My memory is that we had, but again, in a product development or R&D context, not in the context of our clinical lab.
Having collected using a nanotainer?
Yes. For a product development, let me see. I don't know the specific experiments. So my understanding was that from a product and technology capability, we had the ability to run that many tests on a small sample. I don't know that we ever did it from a nanotainer directly. I'm not sure what was done.
Do you know if anyone who at Theranos would know?
I would assume some of our product team leads or assay team leads.
I just want to make sure I understand your statement. Was it your understanding that the company could perform as many as 70 different tests on a single drop of blood, or that Theranos had developed 70 different tests that could be performed on a small sample of blood?
Just so I answer the question you're asking, you're saying was it my understanding in reading this article?
No, I'm just trying to understand what your answer was.
Yeah.
Are you saying that 70 tests can be performed on one sample of blood and that Theranos had developed the capability to do so in 2014?
My understanding is that our chemistries, because of how small the volume is per test, can get down to a microliter or less per chemistry, and that, therefore, 70 could be performed on a small sample of blood that could come from a finger.
Okay, if you turn the page, then, to 618, on the right-hand side of the column, 4, the fourth full paragraph down, it starts, importantly. Do you see that?
It says, importantly, it's not just the blood draws that are tiny, it's also the analytical systems Theranos uses to perform the test. They take up a small fraction of the footprint required by a conventional lab today. Was this statement true in July 2014? It's true as to the Minilab systems that we were using, or the prior version of the Minilab systems that we were using.
Okay, but it wasn't true as to the commercially available machines that Theranos was using for patient testing?
No.
Were you concerned after reading this that people who were reading Mr. Parloff's article might think that Theranos was only using its own devices to perform patient testing?
Again, we weren't concerned after reading this. But later, in the context of looking back at it, I wish that this had been done differently.
Why weren't you concerned?
I think multiple reasons. 1. We were of the mindset that we were talking about our vision and aspiration. 2. We really believed that we were farther along in executing it than we were and really close to getting there. And 3. We were reading these statements in the context of our own understanding of the technology and the conversations we'd had with Roger and thinking about them as specific to that.
But this statement isn't aspirational, right? It's talking about the analytical systems that Theranos uses to perform tests. So how is this statement accurate as of July 2014?
We were using earlier versions of Minilabs to perform some tests then, and it was. And it was. And it was. Of Minilabs to perform some tests then, and it was true about the Minilab technology family. You know, at the time this came out, we were not, I think I read it once. We were not focused on every sentence in the article.
But it does seem incomplete to you because it doesn't mention the other commercially available machines that Theranos was using, is that right?
Reading it now, I would have communicated differently with Roger to help him frame this in the context of our Phase 1 and Phase 2 model. And that's not clear in this article, as clear as I wish it had been.
At the time that you read it after it was published, you thought it was clear?
At the time I read it after it was published, I just remember thinking, this talks about our vision well.
So if you turn to 619, which is the next page, third full paragraph down, it says, Theranos, which does not buy any analyzers from third parties, is therefore in a unique position. Was this statement true as of July 2014?
No.
Why not?
We were using analyzers from third parties.
So were you worried about this statement when it was published?
No. The first time that I paid attention to this sentence was much later, I think, this year.
And then a couple of paragraphs down from that, there's a paragraph that starts, moreover. Do you see that?
Yes.
But the FDA had told you by this time that Theranos' tests on the TSPU were not LDTs and needed clearance and approval from the FDA, correct?
That was not our understanding of FDA's official position.
You testified earlier that you understood that FDA had told Theranos, and it was FDA's position, that the tests on the TSP needed to be cleared and approved. Is that not your testimony now?
We understood that we could use them as LDTs while we worked with the agency to take them through the clearance process.
And FDA, at this point, had also told you that you needed clearance and approval for the nanotainer, isn't that correct?
Again, we understood that we could continue using the nanotainer while we were working toward clearance and approval, but that they wanted us to get it cleared. Otainer, correct? My memory is that they told us that they wanted us to file it, and we believed it was a Class 1 device, and they said that they wanted us to file it, and we said, okay.
Okay, so how is that not a legal obligation to do so if FDA is telling you to file a 510(k) submission for the nanotainer?
I didn't read this sentence like that. I read it in the context of the definition of an LDT and that this comment that the ACLA was adamantly opposing any effort by the FDA to start regulating LDTs and that it was in that context.
Were you concerned that people reading that statement would have the impression that Theranos was not required to submit anything for approval and that it was doing all of the submissions that it was submitting to FDA voluntarily?
Not at that time. I think it was well known that LDTs were a gray area for enforcement discretion. 23andMe had run into issues. Everybody knew that, there was active discussions on regulation of LDTs.
FDA had also told you by this time that they questioned whether Theranos' tests were LDTs, correct?
Again, my understanding was that by virtue of the fact that we understood it was okay to continue using them as an LDT, what they wanted was us taking it through the system, but that they were then operating as LDTs while we were taking them through the FDA.
When did you gain the understanding that you could continue using the nanotainer while you were putting submissions to the FDA?
I had that understanding throughout the time that we were engaging with them while we were in the retail infrastructure until the inspection in 2015.
Do you recall that Fortune shot a video for this profile on its website?
I didn't remember that, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did.
Did you have any involvement in choosing what should go into that video or what shouldn't go into that video?
I don't know.
Did you have any involvement in the machines or the analyzers that should be included in the video?
I don't think there would have been any machines in the video. We, at this time, didn't want to pre-announce our mini-lab.
If you turn to 617, there is a picture there of a gloved hand holding what looks like a small tube. Was this the nanotainer that Theranos was using at that time to collect patient testing samples?
I don't know if it was the one we were using at that time.
What is this a picture of?
It's one of the nanotainers. I can't tell from the picture if it was the one we were using in our clinical labs or not.
Did you submit that photo to Mr. Parloff for inclusion in the article?
I don't know. I think they had a photographer that took photos of what they wanted to take photos of.
Were you involved in directing what that photographer could take photos of and what he couldn't take photos of?
I don't know.
Did anyone tell you that statements that were made in this article were inaccurate at the time that it was published?
No.
Did you end up sending this article to other investors?
I don't know.
Did you end up sending this article to Theranos' shareholders?
I don't know.
You can put that aside. What's your role on Theranos' board?
I'm the chairman of the board.
Who else from company management is on the board?
No one at this time.
Were you chairman of the board in that 2013 to 2015 time period as well?
I was.
Did Mr. Balwani have any other role on the board? Did he have a specific role on the board?
I believe he was a member of the executive committee.
What did the executive committee do, or what did they discuss?
I don't know that it ever met. It was just a committee that had certain authorities if it needed to meet if a full board was not able to convene.
Who was a member of the executive committee besides Mr. Balwani? At what point in time? In 2013 to 2015.
I don't know. I think it may have changed. My memory is that David Boyes may have been a member for a certain period of time. And I think later, Riley Bechtel and maybe Jim Mattis. We also renamed it to, it was like a management and development and strategy committee or something like that. So I don't think there was a consistent structure during that period.
Did other members of the board understand that there was an executive committee and only a subset of the board was part of this executive committee?
We certainly discussed it with the board.
When did you discuss it?
I don't know specifically, but it was an open conversation point.
Was Mr. Balwani on any other committees of the board besides the executive committee?
I don't know. I don't think so, but I don't know.
I'm sorry, were you a member of the executive committee? I'm not sure that.
I was.
Was Mr. Balwani the secretary of the board at some point?
He acted as secretary for certain meetings.
Was there a time frame in which he was secretary?
I don't know.
Was there anyone else who was acting as secretary in that 2013 to 2015 time frame?
I know when Redacted, our general counsel, started, she was. And there may have been some instances in which David Boyes was acting in that capacity. I'm not sure.
When did Theranos constitute its board? This is going way back to probably before the 2013 time frame.
My first patent was in August of 2003. I think we incorporated in June of 2004.
And I asked Redacted to join the board then. And yourself?
I think so, yeah.
And was this Redacted?
Yeah.
And what was the purpose of the board back then?
In 2004?
Yes.
To serve as the board of directors for the company.
And what did the board of directors have the authority to do on behalf of the company?
Anything that was in the bylaws and the charter at that time. I don't remember the specific delineation in the bylaws then.
Do you understand the board having a different capacity in the 2013 to 2015 time frame than it did in the prior time period?
No.
What was your understanding of the purpose of the board in the 2013 to 2015 time frame?
That it was a board of directors.
Did you understand that the board of directors, let me start again. Did you understand that the board of directors had a fiduciary duty to shareholders of the company?
I did.
Did you communicate that to your board members?
I believe we had counsel communicate that directly.
When did that communication occur?
I remember specifically meetings in October of 2013 in which there were dedicated discussions on this and, I'm sure, on an ongoing basis as directors had questions. They were often asking about D&O insurance and coverage in the context of their fiduciary responsibilities.
Well, what do you understand fiduciary duty to mean?
Responsibility to the company and to the shareholders as a board member.
How did you end up filling the board, or the board that was in place in 2013 through 2015? How did you pick who you would approach and ask to join the board?
People we thought could help us with strategy who were wise, who understood that we were trying to do something that no one had done before and who understood that when you try to change a system, in this case, with big incumbents in the medical space, it's going to be really hard and you have to have a good strategy.
I wanted to just go through your relationship with each of the board members from that time frame. Did you have a prior relationship with George Schultz?
Prior to?
Prior to him joining the Theranos board.
I met him and discussed his book on healthcare and healthcare policy, and then he joined the board.
How did you meet him?
Through someone I knew at Stanford.
Who did you know at Stanford?
Redacted.
Who was that?
Redacted.
And how do you know Redacted?
Redacted.
What about Richard Kovacevic? Did you have a prior relationship with him before he joined the board?
I think we knew each other for 6 to 9 months or so and had met a few times and got to know each other before he joined the board.
And how did you meet him?
Through George Schultz.
Why did you think he would be a good addition to the board?
Our first meeting was in the context of the fact he had been on the board at Cargill. And we were trying to build a company to be private for the long term, and so we had discussions in that context. I think he's also a great CEO and had amazing experience building Wells Fargo, including in the context of retail and retail footprint.
Did you have a relationship with Jim Mattis prior to his addition Elizabeth Holmes to meet him? But he joined the board shortly after I met him for the first time. Why did you ask him to join the board?
A number of reasons. He has a pretty amazing engineering and technical background, going back to some early companies he helped build in Silicon Valley. He also is really focused on infectious disease surveillance and how you could leverage biotechnology to help actually build a surveillance infrastructure for this country, and then, of course, has policy experience, and I think he's a very wise person.
Did you have a prior relationship with Riley Bechtel before he joined the board?
Yes.
What was that relationship?
We'd gotten to know each other, and I started learning about building a private company more directly from him.
What about Bill Foge? Did you have a relationship with him prior to him joining the board?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Who introduced you to him?
Sam Nunn.
Why were you introduced to Mr. Dr. Foge by Sam Nunn?
I was trying to figure out who the best people in global health are in this context and thinking about how the technology could be used outside of the US and for people in places where there's not good health infrastructure.
Did you have a relationship with Bill Frist prior to him joining the Theranos' board?
I think so.
What was that relationship?
I think, again, we knew each other for many months. He joined meetings with us with sort of thought leaders in healthcare and got to know each other.
Why did you ask him to join the board?
Again, a thought leader in strategy. He has a lot of healthcare policy experience. He has now gotten very engaged with a number of different healthcare companies. And in terms of trying to realize sort of a leapfrog technology, he was a great strategist for that.
Did you have a relationship with Henry Kissinger before he joined the board?
No.
Who introduced you to him?
George Shultz.
Why did you ask him to join the board?
Same thing, strategy.
What about Sam Nunn? Did you have a prior relationship with him?
I did not.
Who introduced you to him?
Also George.
And did you ask him to join the board also for strategy purposes?
Yes. And also, Sam's been on the board of a lot of big companies, like Coca-Cola and Chevron. And I thought I could learn from him.
So we talked about the executive committee. Were there any other committees of the board that were functioning as of 2013 through 2015?
I'm not sure. At a certain point in time, I know we established this sort of Senior Management Development Compensation Committee. I don't know what the name of it was.
You said a Senior Management Compensation Committee?
Yeah.
What was the purpose of that committee?
To do compensation for myself and for Sonny.
So that committee, would there be recommendations made for your compensation that would be taken up by the committee?
No. The committee would independently decide compensation for me and for Sonny.
Okay, so did you and Mr. Bulwani have any input in that process?
We talked to the board about thoughts on compensation.
Did you ever put forth a recommendation as to a specific number that you wanted your salary to be at Theranos?
No, we generally said we did not want cash compensation. We wanted only equity compensation.
Who was on the compensation committee?
So I'm not sure during that period of time. I think, toward the end of that period of time, it was Riley, Mattis, and maybe David. I'm not sure.
Just the three of them?
I think so.
Other than those names that we have kind of gone through, are there any other individuals that you can remember being on Theranos' board from the 2013 to 2015 time frame?
As I remember, it got up to 13 people, myself and Sonny included. I didn't count as we were going through the list now, but that was at its peak.
I think there was also David Boyes, who I understood was previously your counsel.
Correct, and still our counsel when he was on the board, as well.
Why did you end up asking him to join the board?
That was at the time, I think, that we were creating the board of counselors, and we were trying to begin the process of restructuring the company. And he wanted to help us.
Why did you decide to rename the board of counselors?
We didn't. We removed certain individuals from the board.
You removed certain individuals from the board.
Correct.
So certain individuals were removed from the board and were put in the board of counselors?
I'm not going to remember them all by name. I believe after we did this, The board became myself, Sonny, Jim Mattis, Riley, David, and then I think we removed but then added back Dick Kovacevic and Bill Foge. I think, yeah.
How often would the board meet?
It varied over time. Initially, on a quarterly basis, but there was a lot of one-on-one individual interactions. And later, in 2015, significantly more frequently.
What happened at those meetings? What topics did you discuss with the board?
At board meetings in Jessica Chan, yes. I mean, it varied based on, where the company was at those different points in time. This group of people focused primarily on strategy, but we would cover. So we, as management, would produce an agenda. Often, George Schultz would provide a lot of input on it. And it was a combination of those two things, for the most part.
How would you go about putting together the materials for a board meeting?
They were put together by a team of people, generally right before the meetings.
Who was directing that team of people?
I don't know if it was consistent across meetings. I would have input. Sonny would have input, and then, sometimes. I don't know if it was always the same person, but it would typically be someone from the project management team who had a clearer understanding of what information was relevant for the particular investor. I don't know that we gave binders to all investors. My memory is that after Rupert had said he wanted to invest, which was earlier, we then said we would send him a set of background materials on what we were trying to do.
Okay, so you might not have compiled and sent out binders to all investors or potential investors, but when you did, who would have been deciding what to include in these binders?
Again, I don't think there was one person who was making decisions about this. I'm sure I had discussions with the team about it. Sonny may have, as well. And people who were focusing on particular areas of the business that we want to share material on would have, also.
Besides you and Mr. Balwani, would there have been anyone else at Theranos who would have made a decision as to what to include or not to include in binders?
Again, I don't have memory of one of these specific interactions. My general memory is that whoever the subject matter point person was for a given area would aggregate materials for that area and that would be included.
And who would have the final say as to what went into the binders or didn't go into the binders to investors?
Again, I don't know. I think it differed on a case-by-case basis. This was not a consistent practice across all the investors that we engaged with.
Do you recall reviewing Mr. Murdoch's binder before you sent it to him?
I do not.
What, do you recall sending binders to any other prospective investors other than Mr. Murdoch?
No.
What about sort of similar binders, similar documents as what would be in a binder, just electronically? Do you remember sending electronic documents to any potential investors?
I don't have memory of it, no.
Okay, if you would pick up Exhibit 221 again, which is this large document over here. If you can turn to the page with the Bates number ending 6306, which is page 58 of the document.
Yup.
Do you see there are some text messages here, dated December 16, 2014, to December 17, 2014? Are you on that page?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was on 358.
Okay, are you sure you're on page 58?
Yes.
The date should be December 16 to 17, 2014.
December 16th. What Bates number did you say it was?
6306.
630, there's a difference. This is 68? Is it 68? My copy looks like 58, but it's probably right.
Do you see December 16 to 17, 2014?
Yes.
Okay, so if you look halfway down the page, there is a text message from you to Mr. Balwani on December 16, 2014, at 11:34 p.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
It says, are there any materials in the binders you think should be removed for Murdoch, News Corp? Do you see that text message?
I do.
Are you asking Mr. Balwani for input as to what to include in the binder that you were going to provide to Mr. Murdoch?
Again, I don't remember the specific text. But reading it now, I read it as asking for his advice on whether the right materials were in the Murdoch binder.
So does this refresh your recollection that you would have reviewed Mr. Murdoch's binder before you sent it out?
No, I don't have memory of doing that. Partner fund management. Did you understand that PFM was another way to, that partner fund management was called, or that PFM and
Partner fund management are the same entity?
yes,
Okay, PFM invested in the C2 round for Theranos, correct?
yes,
How much did they invest?
I think it was 96 million.
You were in discussions with PFM in late 2013 and January of 2014 regarding their potential investment?
As I understand, I met them in December of 14, and we had a meeting to discuss their potential investment in December of 13 and met them for the first time. And then in January of 14, we had a meeting to discuss their potential investment.
Do you remember having a series of meetings with them in January 2014 before their investment?
As far as I know, there's only one that I was in. I understand there were other interactions, also.
Which meeting was that?
The meeting in which they came to discuss Theranos and our vision and get an understanding of whether it would be the right investment opportunity.
Did you present any materials to PFM at that meeting?
I don't know.
What do you recall telling them about Theranos?
I don't recall the discussion very well. I've seen notes of those meetings since then.
Whose notes have you seen?
Notes that were taken, I think, by members of PFM's team.
Which members of PFM's team? How did you review those notes?
With counsel in preparing for potential litigation with PFM.
Did you review the notes any time prior to reviewing them with counsel?
No.
Do you remember who from PFM you met with in that sort of subset meeting at Theranos that you attended?
I believe that Redacted was there, as well as members of his team that were doing due diligence. I don't know what their names were by memory, sitting here now.
Before that meeting with Redacted, do you remember being introduced to him in the December timeframe?
I do.
Were you introduced to anyone else from PFM?
I think Redacted was in the first meeting.
Do you recall whether he was at that second meeting?
I don't.
Who was at that meeting from Theranos?
In January?
In the December timeframe?
I think I was in the first meeting.
The meeting that you were talking about where you met with PFM and talked about a vision for the company.
At least myself and Sunny. I don't know if anyone else was in the meeting.
I'm going to hand to you what's been previously marked Theranos Exhibit 255. Here's a copy. Exhibit 255 purports to be, and actually, I also handed you Exhibit 256. I think both the email and the attachment were marked separately as exhibits. 255 purports to be a January 17, 2014, email from Sunny Balwani to redacted subject, with Bates number THPFM00038700572. And Exhibit 256 purports to be a PowerPoint presentation with title, Theranos, with starting Bates number TSO315637. Have you seen Exhibit 255 before?
I don't think so.
Have you seen Exhibit 256 before?
I don't know. It looks like an internal Theranos doc.
So if you turn back to Exhibit 255,
is it all part of one, or maybe it's just two different types of paper?
I think it might have been printed on two different types of paper because we ran out of paper.
Okay.
But it is one document.
I understand that.
If you turn back to Exhibit 255, you'll see there's an email on 573, which is the second page of Exhibit 255, from Redacted to Sunny Balwani. And he says, Sunny, thanks again for the time you spent with our team walking us through the Theranos story. It's amazing to see what you and Elizabeth and the rest of the Theranos team have accomplished over the last 10 years. Was the initial meeting between you, Mr. Balwani, and the PFM team around January 10, 2014?
I think so.
Would he have been referring to that meeting with you and Mr. Balwani?
I don't know. I mean, I could infer that from looking at this email right now, but I don't know.
Okay, and if you turn to Exhibit 256, then you'll see that, and actually, looking back at Exhibit 255, you'll see that Mr. Bhawani is sending a presentation to Redacted. He says, attached, please find a PDF, which is a very confidential slide deck of discussions we had. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And then he is attaching a very long presentation, which is Exhibit 256. Do you remember presenting this presentation to Redacted and the rest of the PFM team at that January 2014 meeting?
I don't think we presented it.
Okay, what do you recall presenting?
My memory is that we did not present slides. We had a discussion.
So your testimony is that you remember not presenting the slides but having a discussion?
Yes.
And I think there may have been one slide that was pulled up which resulted in a request for the deck, but I don't think we did a presentation to a slide deck. I think we may have used a slide in support of a discussion point. Which slide do you recall using during that meeting?
I don't know. I don't remember it.
So you recall a slide being the impetus for PFM requesting the slide deck, but you don't remember what that slide was?
Yes.
So looking through the presentation, you said that this looks like some kind of internal Theranos presentation. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Who would have prepared this slide deck?
I don't think it was one person. I think it was an aggregation of content from different areas of the company that we just kept on adding to over time.
Were you involved in preparing any part of this presentation?
I don't know. I haven't gone through the whole thing. Just flipping through it, it looks like it's a lot of content about different parts of our company.
Was Mr. Bhawani involved in preparing parts of this presentation?
I don't know.
Just generally, during that January 2014 meeting with PFM, were there parts that you discussed with PFM versus parts that Mr. Bhawani discussed with them? And what are some of those topics you recall discussing with PFM versus what Mr. Bhawani discussed?
So I don't have recollection of specific conversations in the meeting. I know, in general, in these initial meetings with investors, I would talk about our vision and what we were trying to do as a company.
What did you recall Mr. Bhawani talking about?
Again, I don't have specific recollection of what was said in the meeting.
As a general matter, would he have a role in certain topics or product?
Yes, on the operations of the business and on the models or projections that we were putting together.
So I just want to draw your attention to a couple of slides in this presentation. So if you turn to 644, the slide is titled, Media. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the third bullet point, was that a yes?
Okay.
And the third bullet down, it says, not disclosing device, work with hospitals and or the DoD or future innovations or expansion plans. Do you recall ever putting together slides or documents with that statement?
No.
Do you have any understanding as to what this is talking about?
Sitting here now, I read it to mean that we were not disclosing to the media essentially the plan for the Minilab work with hospitals or other future innovations or expansion plans.
Did you have that same understanding in January 2014?
I don't know.
Why don't you turn to page 651? So here, there's a slide titled, Same Tests, A Whole New Approach. And the first line says, Theranos runs any test available in central laboratories and processes all sample types. Was this statement true in January 2014?
I believe so. I don't know how much of our infrastructure had been operationalized in January, but essentially the concept that you could collect any type of sample and, through Theranos, have it processed was certainly the business model.
Was it true that Theranos could run any or was running any test available in central laboratories?
Theranos, as a lab service offering, I believe so. Because we had, I think, at that point, reference labs set up to process some of the samples.
So you see there's some pictures above that statement with what looks like a collection device. Is that part of the nanotainer or the capillary tube that leads to the nanotainer?
Yes.
Were you worried at all that this might create an impression that Theranos was using its manufactured devices to run tests?
My general recollection is the point we were trying to make here is that you could do collection through fingerstick and have an end-to-end lab service offering. And that was the discussion that would accompany this type of slide.
Okay, but that. When you say, that was the discussion that would accompany it, do you recall accompanying this slide with that discussion you just described?
I don't have specific recollection of discussing this slide. But just sitting here now, reading it, and knowing how we would generally describe what we were trying to do, that's my read on it.
Okay, but you don't recall providing that sort of commentary in connection with this slide to anyone?
I don't think that these slides were discussed with PFM.
What about any other investors?
I don't think so.
So you, I guess, to answer my question, you don't recall providing that sort of commentary that you just described in connection with this slide with any potential investor in Theranos?
I do not. I actually think this may have been on our website in the context of making that point, but I'm not sure.
Was the statement true in January 2014 that Theranos was running any test available in central laboratories using one of your fingerstick methods?
I don't think that's what this says. I think the point that we were trying to make here is that you could collect fingerstick for some tests, and then also through Theranos, as a lab service provider, we could accommodate any sample and do any test, so people wouldn't have to go to two different locations.
So you're saying that the pictures at the top and the statement below it are actually two separate statements?
I believe so.
What about the statement at the very top? Same tests, a whole new approach. Was Theranos providing a whole new approach with respect to running any test available on the central laboratory?
Again, my read on this, sitting here now, is that the point we were trying to make was that we were introducing this fingerstick methodology for blood testing more broadly, and you could run any test available in a central or through Theranos as a lab provider in a central lab.
So with, I guess my question is just, with Theranos as a central lab provider, was it offering a whole new approach?
We believed so because we were the first to introduce fingerstick, the first to do upfront eligibility, telling people how much they were going to owe, the first to create this consumer experience, and we were trying to offer the ability to run any test through our laboratory when patients came at retail.
If you turn to 667.
Did you say 57?
667.
Thank you.
You'll see there's a slide here with the title, Commercial. And the first line under that says, Key Deployments. And then there are a number of bullet points, two of which are, emergency rooms, hospitals and provider offices, and the second bullet point, underneath, is, DoD. Do you see that?
Yes.
Was Theranos' technology deployed in emergency rooms, hospitals and provider offices?
No.
Was Theranos' technology deployed at the DoD?
I believe the burn study was underway at multiple hospitals at this time, but not otherwise.
Is that what you would have been talking about on this slide?
No. Sitting here now, my read on this is that this is our aspiration for what we thought all the key deployments would be in building out a commercial infrastructure.
Was that your understanding at the time, too, that these were aspirational targets?
Again, I don't remember this specific slide, but, yes, there's a lot of aspirational content in this deck of what we were trying to do with the company.
I guess, how can you distinguish between what was aspirational at the time and what Theranos was actually doing at the time, when reviewing this slide deck?
I don't think these slides were intended to be standalone. They were a whole set of content that we would share as background material that were intended to be supplemented with discussion and interaction.
Okay, so do you recall ever providing that supplemental discussion and interaction with any potential investors?
I don't know.
Would it surprise you if you did?
Not necessarily. I don't have memory of doing that.
If you were providing, to the extent that you did provide a subset of this presentation to any potential investors, how would that potential investor know what was aspirational versus what was actually the truth at the time that they were reviewing the presentation?
In general, my understanding is that these materials were sent after we had meetings with investors or potential investors or partners, and they followed discussions about what we were trying to do, who we were as a company, and were intended as background material on exactly what we were trying to do.
If you turn to 682 and 683.
Can I just ask some questions, Jess?
Sure.
So, Ms. Holmes, in these meetings that you had with investors and potential investors, did you talk about what was aspirational, what you wanted to achieve?
Yes.
And did you talk about specifically the technology and blood draw and what was in place at that time versus what was aspirational? Was there a clear delineation between those two?
We tried to do that. Looking back on it now, and especially in the case of PFM, I wish we had done that even more explicitly, including in writing. We didn't have the same type of systems in place we have now on things like sending out materials, but we thought we had at the time.
And what specifically do you wish you would have communicated to PFM at the time?
What I think we did communicate, which is Phase 1, Phase 2, what we were doing in Phase 1, what the business model was, what technology we were using and what we were doing in Phase 2, and what technology we were intending to use in Phase 2.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So is it your testimony that you did communicate Phase 1 and Phase 2 to PFM, or you wish you would have conveyed Phase 1 and Phase 2 to PFM?
It's my testimony that I think I did, Theranos did. I don't know if it was me specifically. And it's also my testimony that, I understand if you take this document in isolation, that we could have done a much better job in creating documents that we were sending to people. We didn't intend these documents to be standalone. And, sitting here now, I know we could have been much better at the way we prepared materials and shared them than we were at the time.
So is it your testimony that in the discussions, the meetings that you had with PFM, that you did describe Phase 1 and Phase 2, but that was not necessarily reflected here in the document that we're looking at?
Yes. It's my testimony that I believe in the meetings that we had with PFM, we did describe Phase 1 and Phase 2. And, additionally, in looking at this slide deck, I don't think this slide deck does a good job of describing that on a standalone basis.
Okay, thank you.
Who bears responsibility for the failures in the slide deck?
It's my understanding that PFM understood, based on what we at least tried to communicate, or, I guess, I had thought that we had communicated that this was an internal deck that we were sharing with them for background purposes, not that it was intended to operate as a standalone document. And I wish we had done a much better job of, documenting that in terms of the communication with them. But we had at least intended to be clear when we sent it that this was supposed to be an internal sort of compilation of materials that we were sharing for background purposes.
Sure, I understand that, but I guess I think what you described as you sort of wish it had been communicated in a different way.
Yup.
Whose responsibility would it have been to communicate it in a different way to PFM at that time?
I mean, in retrospect, I think we should have, in writing, documented what I think we had said to them, which was that this was a compilation of internal materials that we would share and exactly what the deck was. I think we at least attempted to communicate that verbally, but we don't have a good record of that.
Well, who is the we in that sentence, I guess? Is it you and Sunny? Is it Theranos, the company?
Theranos, the company. I can't remember the specifics of the conversations with PFM and, the moment when they asked for the deck. I just know my general understanding of what happened in the context of sending this material.
Okay, so can you point to anyone who you think bears responsibility for the way in which this deck was sent and communicated to PFM?
Well, I mean, Theranos, myself, Sunny, in the context of the engagement with PFM. We were the principals interacting with them.
Okay, so I mean, understanding that Theranos is an entity and you and Sunny are individuals, other than you and Sunny, are there any other individuals you feel that bear responsibility for that?
For what? For, as you said, Sir Elizabeth Holmes. I don't know if anybody else had an interaction with them around it. I mean, this was the way the company was operating at this time, generally, and we believed at that time that the people we were interacting with understood what the content we were sharing was.
If you turn to 682 and 683, I think you're on 682 right now, but we're also looking at, 683.
Yeah.
Looking at 682 as well. What were you trying to convey in these 2 pages? Have you seen these slides before, whether it's outside of this presentation or not?
I have. I remember them as being from the slide deck we were using with our retail partners to talk about what the process would be at retail for doing a fingerstick.
So here, are you trying to convey that, where it says, lab today, on 682, are you trying to convey that, today, blood testing is being done by a venipuncture using a syringe? Is that what you're trying to convey by the first picture?
I don't know. I think, in general, these were slides describing fingerstick at retail.
Okay, so what is the message that you're portraying by 682?
Do you mind if I take a minute to look at the slides before I answer it?
Sure.
Sitting here now, my read is that it's a description of what fingerstick testing would be like at Walgreens.
Does that mean aspirationally? I mean, my memory is that most of this deck is aspirational. But yes, it starts with a sort of Walgreens store and then the process of doing the collection and what that process would be like. And I, again, think these slides were from, actually, a retail deck on what the service offering would be. So turning to 685, there's a slide titled, New Possibilities in the Lab. And it says, under, routine, specialty, and esoteric testing, all 1,000 plus currently run tests CPT codes are available through Theranos. And again, Theranos runs any test available in central laboratories. Was that a true statement in January 2014, that all 1,000 plus currently run tests or CPT codes were available through Theranos?
Again, I think it's the same comment, that the whole range of tests can be run through Theranos' lab. And I think that was true in January 14. But I'm not sure how much of that had been operationalized in January 14, because we'd only been open for a couple months at that point.
So this would have been including tests being run on the modified commercially available machines, tests being run on the unmodified commercially available machines, and also tests being sent out to reference labs?
That's right.
Was that conveyed to potential investors when you were talking about how 1,000 plus currently run tests were being offered through Theranos labs?
I don't know that we were ever talking specifically about this. I thought that we had talked about what we were running and that we were including reference lab capabilities in our service offering in Phase 1.
When you say you thought you had conveyed that, do you know that you conveyed it to any potential investors?
Again, I don't remember specific conversations on these points.
Okay, going to 698, then, there's a slide here titled, Validation of Theranos. And at the bottom of the slide, it says, Excerpts from Johns Hopkins Due Diligence and Technology Validation. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did Johns Hopkins conduct a validation of Theranos' technology?
As I understand it, they did for Walgreens.
What do you mean, as you understand it, they did for Walgreens?
Walgreens' team would talk about the Johns Hopkins validation, meaning that Johns Hopkins had signed off on, through the architecture of the technology as a platform, they could do all these things.
Earlier in your testimony, you testified that no devices were ever given to Johns Hopkins. Do you remember that?
We brought one to the meeting, I believe, but yes, I don't think Theranos independently shipped devices to Hopkins.
Okay, so how did Johns Hopkins conduct a validation of your technology if it didn't have access to your device?
Again, my understanding is that this was really looking at the design and architecture of the technology. Would it be capable of doing something that no other point-of-care technology had ever been able to do?
You also testified earlier that your understanding of validation included such factors as linearity and precision and test specificity. Do you remember that?
The assay or chemistry validation, yes.
Do you remember Johns Hopkins doing any study on either your tests or your devices?
No.
Do you remember Johns Hopkins doing any work on either validating the tests or the devices under that framework, what we have just talked about, looking at linearity, precision, test specificity.
They reviewed some of that data. They did not perform validations themselves. They just reviewed data.
If you turn to 700.
Actually, can I ask another question on 698? Do you see the line above that? It says, Theranos' lab infrastructure is validated under FDA, IC, and World Health Organization guidelines. Was that a true statement as of January 2014?
I don't know. I know that our understanding of the standards that we were using to validate our LDTs, our lab-developed tests, changed over time. And I think this is what that is referring to. But we later learned that we should be using different standards.
I guess what do you take lab infrastructure to mean?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I could guess, sitting here now.
I mean, is the reference the sentence here? Theranos' lab infrastructure is validated under FDA, IC, and World Health Organization guidelines, a statement that Theranos' TSPU has been validated under these guidelines?
No. Sitting here now, my read is that it's talking about the standards that we were using for validation of the lab-developed tests.
Were lab-developed tests often called infrastructure?
I don't know.
Did you ever use that word to call, in referring to lab-developed tests?
I don't know.
Can you recall an instance where it was?
I can't.
Who drafted that slide?
I don't know. I think, again, like many of these slides, it's an old slide that was.
Did you often refer to the lab-developed tests as infrastructure?
I don't know.
Did you ever use that word when referring to lab-developed tests?
I don't know.
Can you recall an instance where it was?
I can't.
Who drafted that slide?
I don't know. If you turn to 700, there's a slide titled Products. And here, under Devices, there's a bullet point that says, Minilab and 4S for automated processing. Do you see that? Yes. These weren't the only devices that were used by Theranos for patient testing, were they? I don't think either of them were used for patient testing. Why didn't you include, for instance, 3.5 that was being used for patient testing here? I believe that this is a specific slide talking about what products the company wanted to develop on a go-forward basis.
What's the basis for that belief?
I generally recognize it. And I generally have memory that we were trying to distinguish sort of products from the clinical lab, that Theranos was developing products and it also was operating a lab, and that this part of the discussion was on the technology or the products that we were trying to build.
Did you ever talk to investors and show them this particular slide?
Again, I don't remember ever having conversations with investors about the slide deck.
Did you ever have any conversations with investors about this particular slide?
I don't think so.
What about 701, which is the next page? There are pictures of a number of things under the title, Overview of Theranos Systems. Under Theranos Analyzers, there's a picture of two analyzers there. What are these pictures of?
One is of the 3 series device. I don't know if it's a 3.0 or 3.5, and the other one is one of the 4 series devices in Minilabs.
Okay, so here under, you're actually showing pictures of Theranos analyzers. Why didn't you include other machines that you were using, including the commercially available machines here?
Again, I don't think this part of the presentation, these slides, were used to support anything about the clinical lab. I think this was talking about the proprietary technologies that we were working to develop for distributed testing.
Did you think that this might give the wrong impression that the only Theranos analyzers Theranos was using were its own proprietary devices and that Theranos wasn't using commercially available machines to conduct testing?
Not at the time, because we weren't using these decks for the purpose of trying to provide a comprehensive overview of the company. But again, were I preparing this content now, we're being very careful to prepare this content very differently now.
So do you think it could have been made clearer that you were not providing an overall picture of what the company was doing or using, in that you could have been more specific as to the analyzers Theranos was using at the time?
At the time, we did not think that these slides were ever going to be looked at as standalone descriptions of what we were doing. We thought they were tools to facilitate different parts of the discussion. Now, again, we are taking a very different approach to how we're preparing any content.
Okay, why don't you turn to 733?
Sorry, before we leave this slide again, just this slide is titled, Overview of Theranos Systems. Sorry, is that a yes?
Yes.
Is it your basic testimony that this isn't an overview of Theranos systems, it's an overview of Theranos's planned systems?
Theranos systems was the word that we generally used to describe the proprietary family of technologies that we were developing with Minilab. And, yes, it's my general memory that this deck was aspirational. So these were the technologies we wanted to take into the FDA and distribute on the market, but obviously had not done that yet.
One other follow-up, Ms. Holmes. You just said, prior to Mr. Kolotkar's question, that the deck was a tool to facilitate discussion?
Yeah.
So I know you said that you didn't go over the deck other than that one slide. Did you have the deck there in the meeting and you were going through it with PFM? Or how did that work?
I don't know that we had the deck with us. It's my general understanding that we did not go through a deck with PFM at all. I think that on a computer, I don't know if it was mine or, in fact, it probably was not mine, because I generally didn't bring computers to meetings, but a slide was put up to support a conversation. And I generally understand that, after that, PFM asked, could you send the deck that slide was from, and we sent this big deck.
So you didn't use a prepared set of talking points when meeting with investors?
No.
What did you use to sort of guide the discussion?
I would generally speak in free form, because part of the conversation that I had was about our vision. So it was about talking about who we were, what we were trying to do. And then I would talk about the inventions. And then from there was generally follow-on discussions where people would do diligence, and I, for the most part, was not involved in those next set of conversations.
Because they were with Mr. Balwani or someone else from Theranos?
Yes.
Just real quick. If you didn't use the deck during the meeting and you didn't use it yourself as a tool to facilitate a discussion, then my question would be, what, then, is the point of the deck?
The deck was an amalgamation of slides that Theranos had. It was used by different teams, different people, for different purposes. It's literally a set of marketing content, a set of content from the website, a set of content about the labs, a set of content about our retail relationships, data. And it was a working tool that different people throughout the company would use if they needed to pull a piece of information to support a discussion. So if they wanted, for example, a picture of the system, if they were trying to describe the system, they would pull that slide from the deck to support discussion.
So your testimony, as I understand it, is you had this deck already in place and there was a discussion during the meeting with PFM in which you pulled out one slide, projected that, and then PFM, from that point, said, hey, can we get a copy of the deck that you used?
Yes. Okay. Who pulled up that slide? I don't know.
Was it Mr. Balwani?
Again, I don't know. I know that I generally didn't bring computers to meetings, so probably. But I don't remember it specifically. Okay, if you go to page 733, there's a slide titled Clinical Data, and then a whole section full of slides behind it. Yes.
Do you see that?
Yes.
And let's just take a look at a specific slide. So 754. Looks like there's a chart for ferritin. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is this chart supposed to convey?
Data that we thought was representative as to the performance of the chemistry, and that was designed to be able to handle small sample volumes. Okay, so take me through what's being compared here. So is this a correlation graph? It's a method comparison graph. A method comparison graph. So what are you comparing here? You're comparing the Theranos assay to one by Alpco Diagnostics, I think is their name. And what are each of these assays being tested on? What device or platform are they being tested on? I believe ferritin was on the Theranos TSPU, and the Alpco is on a kit. Okay, and the kit, what is that? Is that like a manual kit? I think so. I don't know for sure. Okay, so you're comparing the performance of the Theranos assay on the TSPU versus a reference assay using some other platform. Is that fair? Yes. Okay, and so is this trying to show that the Theranos method is quite close to the reference method? It's showing what the concordance is. At the time, we thought this was really good.
Today, we actually wouldn't accept this as good as we thought it was. Why do you say that? We used to believe that cutoffs, like R-squared in about this many samples, were sufficient to show validation of a test, and we have much more comprehensive mechanisms in place right now for the standards to which we're validating. So you understood in January of 2014, though, that ferritin wasn't actually being tested on the TSPU in patient testing, though, correct?
I don't know that I understood that in January 2014. I knew there was a limited number of tests on the TSPU in the lab.
Would it surprise you if you knew that ferritin was being tested, instead, on a commercially available machine at that time?
I don't think I would have known that, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was being tested on a commercial machine.
Do you think that the fact that you're including these correlation graphs that compare the Theranos method to reference methods and Theranos methods being on the TSPU would create the impression to people who are reviewing these slides that Theranos was using its TSPU for all of these tests at that time?
No.
At that time?
No. Why? Because these data were intended to reflect the fact that we had worked on a large number of chemistries to handle small sample volumes and that we would work to bring those up in the lab over time. This was not intended to reflect the clinical lab.
This is all under a section called Clinical Data.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Can you just differentiate for me, in your mind, the difference between clinical lab and clinical data?
I believe clinical data is the term to reflect plots when you're using actual clinical samples for the plot, as opposed to some of the experiments that you were referencing earlier, which are NMS. Chan, why don't we take a short break? We're off the record at 2:06 p.m. I believe clinical data is the term to reflect plots when you're using actual clinical samples for the plot, as opposed to some of the experiments that you were referencing earlier, which are NMS.
We're back on the record at 2:20 p.m. Ms. Holmes, did you have any substantive conversations with the SEC staff during the break?
I did not.
Did you ever send a subset of the internal slide decks, something similar to Exhibit 256, to redacted?
I don't know.
Would it surprise you if you did?
No.
Why not?
It was a tool that we used in supporting discussions.
But you'd earlier said that you wouldn't provide the slides without some sort of explanation about those slides?
No, I'm sorry. What I was trying to say was that the slides were not created to be standalone material.
I don't think that's what she said. Go ahead and give your explanation.
Yeah, what I was trying to say was that the slides were not created to operate, in a standalone way. We would share them, and generally with people with whom we were in active discussion. So what were they created for? They were created to support discussions. I don't know how that's any different from what I just asked you. I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood the question.
I had understood you to say that the slide deck wasn't meant to be sent to other people, such as potential investors, without an explanation for those slides. Wasn't that your testimony?
Maybe I didn't communicate clearly. What I was attempting to communicate is that when those slides were created, they were not created to operate in a standalone way. We would share them, and generally with people with whom we were in active discussion.
Do you recall sending materials to redacted more generally, whether connected to Exhibit 256 or otherwise?
I recall that he was advising me and us in the early days of my relationship with him. He even acted as my counsel for a period of time. So we shared a lot of information with him.
Did you share any information with him in connection with obtaining potential investors in Theranos?
We shared information with him in the context of the C2 round and the people who we were talking to. And I remember asking for his advice on, What information would make sense to share?
We're off the record at 2:23 p.m. We're on the record at 2:32 p.m. Ms. Holmes, did you have any substantive conversations with the SEC staff during the break?
No.
So just to follow up on the question, did you have an understanding in 2014 that certain materials were provided to Redacted in connection with his potential investment in Theranos? Yes or no?
I understood that they were generally being provided for advice in connection with the C2 round that we were working toward. What materials were those? I don't remember specifically. I know that he had access to a number of documents, that we sent documents to him.
Do you remember who at Theranos sent him those documents?
I don't, but I would assume that I sent some of them to him.
Do you know if he passed those materials on to potential C2 investors?
I don't know if he passed them on. I think he may have shown materials that he had to certain potential investors.
Did you understand at the time that materials were being provided to Redacted that he was intending to show those materials to potential investors?
No, I think he did that later.
Did Redacted ever attend meetings that you had with potential C2 investors at Theranos?
Yes.
Would that include Redacted?
Yes.
Would that include?
Just for clarity's sake, since.
Sure.
Redacted.
Sure.
Did he attend a meeting with representatives from Redacted?
Yes.
Who else did he attend them with?
He was at one of the meetings with Redacted. It wasn't at Theranos, but it was about investing in Theranos.
And he may have been at others, as well. Did he attend a meeting with representatives from the Niarchos Foundation?
I'm going to hand to you what's been marked as Theranos Exhibit 266. Exhibit 266 purports to be a December 19, 2014, email from Elizabeth Holmes to Sunny Balwani. Subject line is, Forward Project Test Company Overview Memo. Version 025. PDF. With starting Bates number THPF M00038911168. With an attachment with Bates number starting THPF M00038911169. Have you seen Exhibit 266 before? I don't know. I don't remember it, but I don't have reason to doubt the email exchange.
What is Exhibit 266?
It looks like an email exchange with an attachment from Redacted.
Did you receive the email on December 18, 2014, from Redacted, on or about December 18, 2014?
Again, I don't remember it, but I assume I did.
And you also received a following email around the same date from Redacted?
It looks like I did, yes.
Do you understand Redacted and who were addressees on these emails, Redacted?
Yes.
So you'll see here at the bottom of 1168, on Exhibit 266, there's an email from Redacted. And he says, Elizabeth, attached is the preliminary draft of our company overview that we would plan to send to the pre-approved co-investor targets. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you understand that information that they were including on this memo that he's attaching to this email was based on conversations that he had with you and Mr. Balwani?
Again, I don't remember receiving this email, and I don't know that I ever read the attachment.
Had you had discussions with Redacted prior to December 18, 2014?
Yes.
And in those discussions, had you described Theranos' vision and its operations?
Yes.
Did you understand, by the time of this email, that Redacted had prepared a memo in order to send out to potential co-investors?
I don't know. My memory generally is that we were deciding whether or not to have Redacted invest, and ultimately decided not to proceed.
Did you have any discussions with Redacted about them going out to find co-investors to invest together in Theranos with Redacted?
My memory is that they already had entities that were interested in investing, but I don't remember specific conversations about that.
Okay, so in Redacted's email, at the bottom, he says, feel free to make any changes, edits. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you end up making any changes to the memorandum that he attached and sending, and did you ever send that back to redacted?
Again, I don't recognize the document, so I don't know that we ever went through it. I think we ended up deciding not to proceed with a financial investment from redacted.
Okay, and after redacted sends his email, redacted sends another email. And she attaches a set of a PDF version of the memorandum she sends, a Word version of the document. Do you see that?
I do.
So she was intending to make it easier for you and Mr. Balwani, or at least for you, to make changes to the document, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then you send it, you forward the email to Mr. Balwani. Do you see that, at the top?
Yes.
What was your purpose in sending it to Mr. Balwani?
I don't know. I can't remember receiving this email.
You can keep that in front of you. I'm going to hand to you what's been marked as Theranos Exhibit 267. Exhibit 267 purports to be a December 23, 2014, email from redacted to Elizabeth Holmes, with a copy to redacted. Subject line is, Follow up to our call, with starting Bates number BDTSECPST0005074. Have you seen Exhibit 267 before?
I don't recognize it, but I don't have reason to doubt the document.
And redacted, was he also a member of the BDT team?
I think so.
So if you look on the bottom of Exhibit 267, 5074, there is an email from you on December 23, 2014. Did you send that email on or about December 23, 2014?
Again, I don't remember it, but I don't have reason to doubt the document.
Okay, and so you're sending an email to, it looks like, redacted. And here, you note in your email, let's see, 1, 2, 3, the fourth paragraph down, you say, with respect to the investment memo, our team had a mini heart attack seeing our complete strategy, future plans, unannounced deals, and profit margins delineated in a single document like that, especially without any encryption of the document. Do you see that?
Yes.
Does this refresh your recollection that you reviewed the memo at the time?
No.
How would you know that the memo included all of these things, like Theranos' complete strategy, future plans, unannounced deals, and profit margins, unless you reviewed it?
Looks like our team reviewed it. I don't know who.
Who on your team would have reviewed the memo?
I don't know.
Who else received the memo besides you and Mr. Balwani?
I don't know.
If you look a little further down in that same paragraph, it says, let me know if the intent is for this to go only to persons who have committed to participate through co-investment to a broader group. I'd like to get a sense of what the purpose of the document is at this stage, and we can then send back our thoughts and edits based on what we are trying to do with it at this point. Do you see that?
Yes.
What were you asking redacted here?
Sitting here, reading it now, I assume I'm saying what is the purpose of the document, and then we'll edit it based on the intended audience.
Did you not understand the purpose of the document before asking him?
I mean, I'm assuming not, given that I'm asking here.
Okay, so going back to Exhibit 266, I want to turn to the attachment to the email.
Yes. 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 I never saw that attachment before. 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 In conjunction with its execution of its 7-pronged strategic plan, the company is currently negotiating the terms of a contract with the U.S. government to provide testing services for Ebola within U.S. airports and alongside the U.S. military and aid agencies in West Africa. In conjunction with its execution of its 7-pronged strategic plan, the company is currently negotiating the terms of a contract with the U.S. government to provide testing services for Ebola within U.S. airports and alongside the U.S. military and aid agencies in West Africa. The company has a responsibility to ensure its technologies are safe and effective. The company has a responsibility to ensure its technologies are safe and effective. The company has a responsibility to ensure its technologies are safe and effective. The company has a responsibility to ensure its technologies are safe and effective. The company has a responsibility to ensure its technologies are safe and effective. The company has a responsibility to ensure its technologies are safe and effective. The company has a responsibility to ensure its technologies are safe and effective. The company has a responsibility to ensure its technologies are safe and effective. The company is committed to ensuring that every product meets the highest standards of safety and effectiveness. The company is committed to ensuring that every product meets the highest standards of safety and effectiveness. The company is committed to ensuring that every product meets the highest standards of safety and effectiveness. The company is committed to ensuring that every product meets the highest standards of safety and effectiveness. Samples for all tests are run on one proprietary diagnostic machine, an unprecedented capability in testing and a significant technological competitive advantage versus peers. Did you tell Lyle that? Samples for all tests are run on one proprietary diagnostic machine, an unprecedented capability in testing and a significant technological competitive advantage versus peers. Did you tell Lyle that? Samples for all tests are run on one proprietary diagnostic machine, an unprecedented capability in testing and a significant technological competitive advantage versus peers. Did you tell Lyle that? Samples for all tests are run on one proprietary diagnostic machine, an unprecedented capability in testing and a significant technological competitive advantage versus peers. Did you tell Lyle that? Samples for all tests are run on one proprietary diagnostic machine, an unprecedented capability in testing and a significant technological competitive advantage versus peers. Did you tell Lyle that? Samples for all tests are run on one proprietary diagnostic machine, an unprecedented capability in testing and a significant technological competitive advantage versus peers. Did you tell Lyle that? Samples for all tests are run on one proprietary diagnostic machine, an unprecedented capability in testing and a significant technological competitive advantage versus peers. Did you tell Lyle that? You are aware of how crucial this technology is to the company's future? You are aware of how crucial this technology is to the company's future? You are aware of how crucial this technology is to the company's future? You are aware of how crucial this technology is to the company's future? You are aware of how crucial this technology is to the company's future? You are aware of how crucial this technology is to the company's future? You are aware of how crucial this technology is to the company's future? A validation study published by Johns Hopkins in 2010 concluded that the technology is novel and sound. It can accurately run a wide range of routine and special assays, and that no major weaknesses were identified. Did you tell Lyle that there was a validation study that was published by Johns Hopkins in 2010 that concluded that? A validation study published by Johns Hopkins in 2010 concluded that the technology is novel and sound. It can accurately run a wide range of routine and special assays, and that no major weaknesses were identified. Did you tell Lyle that there was a validation study that was published by Johns Hopkins in 2010 that concluded that? A validation study published by Johns Hopkins in 2010 concluded that the technology is novel and sound. It can accurately run a wide range of routine and special assays, and that no major weaknesses were identified. Did you tell Lyle that there was a validation study that was published by Johns Hopkins in 2010 that concluded that? I did mention the validation study to Lyle, as it was a significant part of our discussions about the technology's capabilities. I did mention the validation study to Lyle, as it was a significant part of our discussions about the technology's capabilities. I did mention the validation study to Lyle, as it was a significant part of our discussions about the technology's capabilities. I did mention the validation study to Lyle, as it was a significant part of our discussions about the technology's capabilities. I did mention the validation study to Lyle, as it was a significant part of our discussions about the technology's capabilities. I did mention the validation study to Lyle, as it was a significant part of our discussions about the technology's capabilities. I did mention the validation study to Lyle, as it was a significant part of our discussions about the technology's capabilities.
Did you make clear to Laley that the clinical data that you were showing them pertained to data that was generated in the R&D lab and not in the clinical lab that was performing patient testing?
I don't know if we showed them data from the lab, the LDTs or R&D data. Certainly, to the extent that we showed R&D data, my memory is we generally would describe it as product development data on all the tests we created.
Did you tell Laley Capital that Theranos currently manufactured 100% of its diagnostic machines in Newark, California, as of December 2014?
To the extent it's referring to the mini-lab and all of the components in the mini-lab.
You did tell Laley Capital that?
I don't know that I personally said that, but that was something that Theranos was very proud of, that every component of Minilab was manufactured in this Newark facility.
Minilab wasn't 100% of Theranos's diagnostic machines at the time, was it?
No, just 100% of the Minilab was manufactured in the Newark facility.
So was this statement true as of December 2014?
Only with respect to the Minilab.
This statement isn't qualified with respect to the Minilab, is it?
No. Again, I don't think I've ever read this whole document, so I'm not sure if this is talking about the clinical lab or the technology we were working to develop.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make this statement to Laley Capital?
Not that I can remember.
The third paragraph down, it says, unlike other sector participants, Test operates a vertically integrated manufacturing model. Did you tell Laley this?
Again, I don't remember specific conversations with Laley.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make this statement to Laley Capital?
Not that I can remember.
Was this statement true as of December 2014?
With respect to our Minilab.
Is the statement in any way qualified with respect to the Minilab?
Again, I haven't read this document, so I don't know what the pretext to this is. This section just talks about diagnostic machines.
And Theranos was using other diagnostic machines besides the Minilab in December 2014, correct?
In its clinical lab, yes.
If you turn to 1178 and 1179, starting on page 1178, there's a section called Walgreens.
Do you see that, halfway down the page?
Yes. If you flip over to 1179, at the very top of the page, there's a sentence that starts, "The contract does not limit." Did you tell Laley Capital that in December, around December 2014?
I don't think so. My memory is we gave them access to the Walgreens agreement, and they reviewed it directly.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make this statement to Laley Capital?
No.
Was this statement true as of December 2014?
I don't know.
Wasn't it true that Walgreens and Theranos had to work together to plan out additional locations to open at?
Yes, I remember that in certain versions of the contract. I'm not really sure what this is referring to.
So if you look down another 2 paragraphs from there, the memorandum states, as part of the agreement, and this is talking about the Walgreens agreement again, the 2 companies will partner together to make Test the largest clinical laboratory in the U.S. This development is on target, and the 2 companies anticipate achieving this milestone by the end of 2016. Did you tell Laley Capital that in late 2014?
I don't think so.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make this statement to Laley Capital?
I can't remember the specifics of conversations with Laley.
Was this statement true as of December 2014?
I don't know.
Do you ever recall a time in which Walgreens stated it was going to make Theranos the largest clinical laboratory in the U.S.?
Certainly the prior Walgreens management team had that vision. I don't remember specific conversations to that effect.
So the vision would be the, sort of the pre-Boots leadership?
Yes.
So if you look down another paragraph under that in the middle of the next paragraph, it says, in 2015, the company plans to dramatically expand its wellness center penetration to several. Okay, so now we've talked about the agreement and then the Johns Hopkins report. Do you remember giving them access to any other information?
I'm just thinking. I don't know specifically. I generally remember that because we had met them in the context of wanting them to advise us, that we gave them broad access to a lot of content internally. I can't sit here and remember another specific document.
So if you turn the page to 1180, about a third down the page, there's a section on Safeway. Do you see that? The second paragraph starts, the company projects to launch wellness centers within Safeway stores in 2015, beginning in California. Did you tell Lely Capital that?
I don't think so.
Did Mr. Balwani tell Lely Capital that?
I can't remember any of the specifics of the Lely conversations. Don't know.
Was that statement true as of December 2014?
I don't know.
Going on to the page with Bates ending 1183, you see there's a table here in the middle of the page that's titled Company Projections. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this shows that Theranos is earning $8 million from physicians' offices and $43 million from hospital courier services in the fourth quarter of 2014. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you provide these projections to Lely Capital?
No.
Did Mr. Balwani provide these projections to Lely Capital?
I don't know.
Were these projections reasonable in December 2014, that Theranos was set to make $8 million in revenue from physicians' offices and $43 million from hospitals through couriering samples?
I don't think so.
Why not?
I don't think we deployed the retail locations to do this in 2014.
Did Theranos end up earning any revenues from these two sectors in fourth quarter 2014?
I don't know.
You'll also see that, on the same page, on the company projections page, in that same table we were looking at under Pharmaceutical Services, there's a projection of $8 million for pharmaceutical services in fourth quarter of 2014 for a total of $40 million projected revenues in 2014 for the year. Do you see that? Did you tell Lyle Capital that Theranos was on the road to achieving $40 million in revenues from pharmaceutical services?
I don't think so.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make that statement to Lyle Capital?
Again, I can't remember any of the specifics of conversations with Lyle.
So if you look at those two numbers, it would appear that Theranos would have generated about $32 million in revenues from pharmaceutical services for the rest of the year, first quarter to third quarter of 2014. Do you see that?
I do.
Had Theranos generated $32 million from pharmaceutical services in first quarter to third quarter 2014?
I don't think so.
So if you look on the bottom of the page, under Retail Pharmacies, the memorandum states, Walgreens locations. Test currently has 41 wellness centers in Walgreens stores, 40 in Arizona, 1 in Palo Alto, California, and plans to open wellness centers in 900 total Walgreens pharmacies by year-end 2015. Did you tell Lyle Capital this?
I don't think so.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make this statement to Lyle Capital?
Again, I can't remember any of the specifics of conversations with Lyle.
Was this a true statement, that Theranos was planning to open wellness centers in 900 total Walgreens pharmacies by year-end 2015?
I don't know.
If you turn the page to 1184, under Physicians' Offices, the second bullet point down, it says, Locations. The company is currently in 101 physician offices and plans to be in approximately 700 offices by year-end 2015. Did you tell Lyle Capital this?
No.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make this statement to Lyle Capital?
I don't think so.
Was this statement true as of December 2014?
I don't know. I think if we were doing physician pickup, it may have been reflective of that. I don't know when we were doing that.
Was Theranos currently, at that time in December 2014, in 101 physicians' offices?
I don't know.
Was it ever?
We were picking up samples from physician offices. I don't know how many physician offices we were picking up from.
If you turn to the next page, 1185, under Pharmaceutical Services, the first bullet point says, Cartridges. Test currently runs 3,000 samples per month, 100 per day. Given current contracts, it expects this number to increase to 5,000 in the second half of 2015. Did you tell Lyle Capital that Theranos was currently running 3,000 samples per month under pharmaceutical services contracts?
No.
Did you hear Mr. Bulwani make this statement to Lyle Capital?
Not that I can remember.
Was this statement true as of December 2015?
I don't think so.
I'm sorry. Was this accurate in December 2014?
No, I don't think so.
All right. Did you ever tell Lyle Capital that given current contracts in pharmaceutical services, that Theranos expected the number of samples run each month to increase to 5,000 in the second half of 2015?
I don't think so.
Did you ever hear Mr. Bulwani make that statement to Lyle Capital? So you don't know whether somebody might have told you that?
Again, I don't remember sending this email. And just looking at the language in it now and the fact that I said, our team, as opposed to, I, likely means that.
Did anyone raise any issues with respect to the accuracy of the statements made in this memorandum to you or your team?
I honestly don't know that we read the memoranda in detail. I mean, it looks like some people looked at it, but I don't remember ever reading it.
We spoke before about Lyle having a lot of access to information at Theranos, right?
Yeah.
And at this time, they had been working with the company for some time, is that fair?
Yes, a few months.
In those few months, you met with B6, B7, C several times, is that fair?
I think so, yes.
And with his associates several times?
Yes.
Does it concern you at all that this is the impression they formed on the company, given the level of interaction they had by December 2014?
I'm a little bit confused by it. I'm not quite sure where it's coming from or if it was just intended to be a sales piece that we were to edit. I'm not sure. Certainly, I don't think we conveyed some of the things that were in it.
Did it concern you that they were intending to send that memorandum to co-investors, even though it included some inaccurate statements?
Again, I don't know that I read it at the time. We certainly would have wanted to make sure it was accurate if it were going to have gone out.
Why didn't you review it and make changes and edits to it, considering that they asked you to do that?
I think at this time, we were beginning to think that we were not going to be doing a deal with Tilda, so we weren't paying a lot of attention to it.
Did you tell Lyle at that time that you weren't going to be doing a deal with them?
I think a couple weeks later, a week or so later.
Yet you continued to meet with Pound Bill in the late December 2014 time period, right?
I think so, yes.
Did B6, B7, C ask you again for your feedback on those documents?
I don't know.
Did you ever tell PFM in early 2014 that Theranos had 300 machines that were running in Theranos' labs?
Not that I can remember.
Did you hear Sunny Bulwani make the statement to PFM?
Not that I can remember.
Did you ever tell PFM in early 2014 that Theranos had the capability to manufacture 200 mini-labs?
Not that I can remember.
Did you hear Sunny Bulwani make this statement to PFM?
Again, I can't remember specifics of the conversation with PFM.
Was that statement true as of January 2014?
I don't know.
Did you ever tell PFM that Theranos had a roadmap to 1,300 assays?
I don't know.
Did you hear Sunny Bulwani make that statement to PFM?
Not that I can remember.
Would the statement have been true as of January 2014?
In a product development sense, yes.
Did you ever tell PFM in January 2014 that Theranos had developed almost all of the 1,300 assays and had launched some of the 1,300 assays?
I don't remember specific discussions to that effect.
Did you hear Mr. Bulwani ever make that statement to PFM?
Not that I can remember.
Was that statement true as of January 2014? It's actually a compound statement. There's multiple statements in there. Sure, we can go through them one by one. Sure, So did you ever tell PFM that Theranos developed 1,300 assays?
No.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement to PFM?
Not that I can remember.
Was that statement true as of January 2014?
No.
Did you ever tell PFM that Theranos can strike that Madrona Partners was a C2 investor, correct?
Yes.
And Greg Penner was the member of the Walton family that was considering an investment in Theranos on behalf of the Madrona Partners?
I think Greg and Rob both, yes.
Greg and Rob, both?
Yes.
You were in discussions with both Mr. Penner and Mr. Walton in the fall of 2014 to invest in Theranos?
Yes.
Did you ever tell Mr. Penner that Theranos could execute just with the cash that it had at the time and the cash flow that it had achieved through its contracts?
I don't know.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
I don't know.
Would that have been true in late 2014?
I don't know.
Did you ever tell Lyle Capital in September of 2014 that Theranos' goal was to be in 800 stores by the end of 2015?
I don't know.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
Not that I can remember.
Did you ever tell Lyle Capital that Theranos' machines cost $35,000 to $40,000 versus $1 million for Theranos' competitors?
Not that I can remember.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement to Lyle Capital?
I don't know.
Was that statement true, that Theranos' machines cost $35,000 to $40,000?
It's within the range of what the cost of goods. The cost to make a mini lab.
Just the components? Or the labor and?
I believe all of the above, the fully loaded cost of goods.
Did you ever tell Lyle Capital that all of Theranos' devices work on one box, which is a significant advantage versus Theranos' competitors?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
All the devices? Maybe it's all of their tests? Did you ever tell Lyle Capital that all of your tests work in one box, which is different from your competitors?
I don't remember saying that, but that's what the mini lab is designed to do.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement to Lyle Capital?
I don't know.
Did you ever tell Lyle Capital that Theranos solves a fundamental problem for the military? Did you ever tell Lyle Capital that all of your tests work in one box, which is different from your competitors?
I don't remember saying that, but that's what the mini lab is designed to do.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement to Lyle Capital?
I don't know.
Did you ever tell Lyle Capital that Theranos solves a fundamental problem for the military because Theranos can run tests quickly on one portable machine where no one else can?
I don't know if we said that.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
I don't know.
Did you ever tell Lyle Capital that all of Theranos' tests can be run on one machine with one disposable cartridge?
Again, I don't remember the specifics of conversations, but that's what Minilab is designed to do.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
I don't know.
So, of course, that wouldn't have applied to the tests that Theranos was conducting in patient testing, correct?
Correct.
That a majority of the tests were actually performed on commercially available machines, correct?
Absolutely.
What is Fremont Group?
It's a fund that manages mostly the Bechtel family money.
Were you in discussions in late 2014 about a possible investment in Theranos from Fremont Group?
Yes.
Who were your discussions with?
Primarily with Redacted.
Was there anyone else who was involved in those discussions?
There was, and I don't remember the names of the principals.
Was Redacted one of them?
I think so.
Was Redacted another?
I don't know.
Did you give Fremont Group a copy of Theranos' financial model which showed projections?
I did not. I don't know if anyone else at Theranos did.
Did Sunny Balwani provide financial projections to Fremont Group?
I don't know.
Did you tell Fremont Group in late 2014 that the financial numbers that Theranos's financial numbers were based on no new contracts?
I don't think, no.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make this statement to Fremont Group in late 2014?
Not that I can remember.
Was this statement true as of late 2014?
I don't know.
Did you tell anyone from the Fremont Group that Theranos's assay run test time was always less than 1 hour?
I don't know.
Do you recall Mr. Balwani saying that to anyone from Fremont Group?
Not that I can recall.
Would that have been a true statement in October of 2014?
To the extent we were talking about the design of the mini-lab, but not tests in our clinical lab.
Did you tell Fremont Group in late, let me start again. Did you tell Fremont Group in late 2014 that devices now cost $40,000 fully loaded?
Not that I can remember.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make that statement to Fremont Group?
I don't know.
Was that statement true in late 2014?
I don't know.
Did you tell Fremont Group in late 2014 that Theranos had put its TSPU on a medevac helicopter?
No.
Why do you say no?
Because I know I've never said that.
You've never said that. Okay. Did you hear Sunny Balwani make the statement to Fremont Group?
No.
Would the statement have been true in late 2014?
No.
Did you tell Lely Capital in October 2014 that Theranos had an auditor and that its financial statements were audited as well?
I don't know.
What do you recall about your conversations regarding the new audit with Redacted?
That we were discussing with them engaging with KPMG to get an audit done. In what context? Were they surprised that Theranos wasn't getting audits done? No, I believe we were talking about getting audits done on a go-forward basis.
Did they ever request to see audited financials, historical financials?
I don't know. They might have. I can't remember.
Did you ever tell Lely Capital that KPMG was Theranos's current auditor in late 2014?
I don't know.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make that statement to Lely Capital?
Just so I understand what you mean, what do you mean by current auditor?
That KPMG had been hired by Theranos to act as its auditor as of late 2014.
We may have discussed it in terms of past years, but I know we discussed with Lely that we didn't have certain years audited.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make that statement to Lely Capital, that KPMG was Theranos's current auditor as of late 2014?
I'm not quite sure what current auditor means, but no, I don't remember the specifics of conversations.
Did Theranos have an auditor as of late 2014?
Not for calendar year 2014, Joshua Kolotkar. We were engaged with KPMG at that time about auditing recent years.
Did you ever tell any prospective investors that they couldn't see Theranos's audited financials because they would have revealed commercially sensitive information about the company?
Not that I can remember. I believe that was a discussion about how we would share go-forward financials but not historical ones.
What do you mean by that?
We were very focused in getting audits, had we proceeded with getting audits done at that time, about the disclosure of those materials, once they were complete, with respect to how they handled footnotes on the Walgreens and Safeway contracts specifically.
So you were anticipating sharing audited financials with shareholders on a go-forward basis?
I'm not sure exactly. I don't remember the discussions very specifically. But I know. I don't remember specifically saying that.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement to Lely Capital?
Not that I can remember.
Was that true as of late 2014? Was what true? That there were no geographic limitations to the rollout of Theranos services in Walgreens stores. Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement to Lely Capital?
Not that I can recall.
Was that a true statement as of 2014?
I don't really understand it. But I mean, again, I know Lely had access to the Walgreens agreement.
And it was true that Theranos had to work with Walgreens in order to decide which additional stores to roll out Theranos services in, correct?
I mean, as we've discussed today, That relationship evolved so much that I don't know what the state of it was in December of 14 from memory.
It's true that Theranos couldn't unilaterally decide to roll out in any number of Walgreens stores without Walgreens' consent, correct?
Of course, they had to work with us on it.
And you understood that in December 2014, is that correct?
Yes, it's their stores. They would have to be compliant with us showing up in them.
Did you ever tell Lea Capital in late 2014 that you were fairly confident on hitting the 2014 financial projections?
I don't think so.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
Not that I can remember.
Did you ever tell Wu Capital in late 2014 that with respect to 2015 projections, you believed that there could be a plus or minus 30% variance due largely to risk of execution?
I don't think so.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
Not that I can remember.
You testified earlier that RDV Corporation family, correct?
Yes.
Who were your contacts at RDV Corporation?
I believe redacted.
And Theranos was having discussions with RDV Corporation in late 2014 about possibly investing in Theranos, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell RDV Corporation in late 2014 that instead of vials of blood, one for every test needed, that Theranos requires only a pinprick and a drop of blood to perform hundreds of tests?
I don't know.
Was that statement true as of late 2014? Could you perform hundreds of tests on one pinprick of blood?
We had developed hundreds of tests to run on a pinprick of blood.
Well, can you square those two? That was what I understood that you said. So can you square those two? Which one is accurate?
So you're assuming that only one can be? That's not true either.
Okay, so if both of them are accurate, how are they both accurate?
Yeah, I believe earlier today we were talking about how, from a product development standpoint, the novel chemistries that we developed could work with as low as a microliter or less of blood and, therefore, if you could run 70 of them, for example, from a single sample. Additionally, by this time, fall of 14, Theranos had created, developed, and had development in what we thought were validation reports for hundreds of chemistries that we had actually made the reagents for, made the chemistry for, shown that the chemistry worked on small sample volumes from a product development standpoint.
By Mr. Kolhatkar.
So your testimony is that if there's reference to hundreds off of a drop of blood, it's not hundreds of tests with the same drop of blood, but one drop for each of those 100 tests, or something like that.
That was my understanding of the statement that you just made.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make the statement that Theranos requires only a pinprick and a drop of blood to perform hundreds of tests?
I don't know. Did you tell RDV Corporation in late 2014 that Theranos' revenue for 2015 is projected to be $990 million? I don't think so.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
Not that I can remember. Did you ever tell RDV Corporation that Theranos would open, or was on the path to opening 900 Walgreens Theranos centers by 2015? I don't think so.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
Not that I can remember.
Did you ever tell RDV Corporation that Theranos has no debt and has no plans to take on any debt financing?
I don't think so.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
Not that I can remember.
Was that statement true as of late 2014?
I think so.
Did you consider the Walgreens convertible note and the Safeway convertible note as debt?
I don't know.
What did you consider that as, if not debt?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Was there interest that Theranos was paying on that loan, those two loans?
At that time, I don't know if we were thinking that loan was going to convert into equity. I'm not sure how we were thinking about it.
It's been a little over an hour. Can we take a break? Or are you real?
You know, I'm still in the middle of this document. So I only have a few more questions, and then we can take a break.
About how far from the end, totally, are you?
I have 3 more questions.
Not totally for the
No, no.
Oh, from.
For the day. For the day.
Why don't we talk about that at the break? And I think there are just a couple more questions on this kind of theme then.
Did you ever tell RDV Corporation in late 2014 that cash you would raise from them would be used to redeem earlier investors with shorter-term investment horizons? Could you read that again? Did you ever tell RDV Corporation in late 2014 that cash you were going to raise from them and other investors would be used to redeem earlier investors with shorter-term investment horizons?
I don't know if I said that, but that was definitely one of the strategies for raising money from long-term family sort of controlled companies, investing entities.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
I don't know.
Did Theranos ever redeem earlier investors with proceeds?
Not in the way we had wanted to, which was clear to buy out certain entities that we had learned did not have sort of a long-term interest in holding the shares. And we did a little bit of exercising the right of first refusal to make sure that shares didn't end up in secondary markets. I guess, why didn't Theranos sort of pursue that shareholder consolidation strategy more aggressively? Because shortly after we closed this round, we started dealing with the Wall Street Journal, and then very shortly after that we're in crisis mode of trying to deal with the issues with the journal and then regulators. So just general timing? Yes, we didn't get the chance to execute on the plan we had.
Did you tell RDV Corporation in late 2014 that Theranos uses its own analyzer equipment?
I don't know if I did. I'm not sure.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
Again, I can't remember the specifics of these conversations. I don't know.
Did you ever tell RDV Corporation in late 2014 that the Theranos analyzer is a small fraction of the size of a current lab? I can't remember thems. Shan. Exhibit 260 purports to be a December 4, 2014, letter from Elizabeth Holmes to Mr. Rupert Murdoch, with starting Bates number KRM_SEC0000872. Have you seen Exhibit 260 before?
Not like this, but, yes, the letter.
What do you mean by you haven't seen it like this? What part of it looks unfamiliar?
Well, it looks like it's got check marks and underlines.
Okay, did you draft and send the letter without the check marks and underlines on Exhibit 260 on or about December 4, 2014?
I don't know if I drafted it, then I think I may have worked with some people in drafting it, but I did send this letter to Rupert Murdoch.
Okay, so if you turn to the second page, which is 873, the first full paragraph down on that page, it says, Theranos has grown from cash from its contracts for some time. Do you see that? Was this statement true in December 2014?
I think so.
Why do you think so?
Over the past years, we had received payments from insurance companies and retailers that had helped us to grow.
Isn't it true that Theranos was running out of cash in 2010 and, therefore, had to go out and raise new capital, and again was running out of cash in 2013 and had to go out and raise new capital?
We raised capital, yes, in 2010 and needed to raise capital at different points in time.
Okay, were you concerned that this sentence would give the impression that Theranos was operating based on cash it was receiving from business partners and other customers and not actually from investor capital?
Not at the time.
You said, not at the time. Are you concerned now that it would create that impression?
No, I understand the question that you're asking, but we had also disclosed that we'd done equity raises in 2010 and in 2013.
Did you ever tell investors or potential investors that those equity raises, that Theranos did not conduct those equity raises because Theranos needed money? Let me start again. Did you ever tell investors or potential investors that Theranos conducted those equity raises not because Theranos needed the money?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
I don't think so.
And then here, you also note, the next sentence says, the company has no debt and has no plans to take on any debt financing. Do you see that?
Yes.
And so I think your earlier answer, you said that you believe that that was true because you didn't consider the convertible notes to be debt? Is that right?
Yes. I generally remember thinking that those notes were going to be converting into equity.
In the next paragraph there, it says, as the company gains visibility, we have had interest from a large number of funds in acquiring an equity stake in Theranos. What were the funds that had expressed acquiring an equity stake in Theranos in this time?
I'm just reading the next sentence. I believe, so I don't remember, sitting here now, what we were thinking when we wrote this. I think this is just a reference to venture capital type organizations or private equity organizations that wanted the company to rapidly go public. And we really wanted to stay private for an extended period of time.
So do you recall any venture capital companies that had expressed interest in acquiring an equity stake in Theranos in 2014?
I recall that there was a lot of investors who were interested in Theranos in 2014. I don't remember who specifically I was referring to in this letter.
Sure, my question was a little different. Do you recall any venture investors who were interested in acquiring a stake in the company in 2014?
Well, PFM was one, yeah. And that was sort of more short-term focused. And then, yes. I need a minute just to think about it in the fall of 14.
And I guess while you're thinking about it.
Yeah.
I don't mean to limit it unfairly by venture, because my follow-up question is going to be about private equity companies. Because I think you mentioned those, as well.
Yeah, so what I'm thinking is, as we engaged in doing the C2 round, and I think this is also just a reference to as I had raised money over the years. We would meet with a lot of funds, and they would, one of the first questions was, are you going to take the company public? How fast are you going to take the company public? And we really did not want investors who were focused on short-term liquidity because we knew we needed time and really wanted to remain private, with a small shareholder base. So, there was a lot of early-on venture capital funds we met with in the 2014 time frame. There was a range of investment funds, some associated with the Lee transaction that we ended up not taking money from. I can't sit here and tell you names, but I'm sure we could come back to you with some of them if we had the chance to just go back and look at notes from that time.
Okay, so I guess other than the PFM and the groups affiliated with Lilly to it, can you recall any venture or Priv MR? Kolotkar. I guess through this sentence, are you trying to express to Mr. Murdoch that there's a lot of potential interest in Theranos from private equity and venture-type funds in Theranos?
No, I think what we were trying to express was that there was interest, but the interest was married with an interest in going public or having shorter-term returns, and that we didn't think this was going to be a company that was going to have short-term returns. And so, instead, we were trying to find shareholders to be owners of the company long-term.
You mentioned that you drafted this document with others. Who did you draft this document with?
I remember working on earlier versions of it with Riley Bechtel.
Anyone else besides Mr. Bechtel?
I don't know.
Did Mr. Bechtel review this document before it was sent out to Mr. Murdoch and others?
I don't know. An. Okay. You can put that one aside. Did you ever tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that Theranos had developed proprietary devices that could conduct all of the blood tests that a central lab can conduct using only a few drops of blood? Would you mind saying that one more time?
Did you ever tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that Theranos had developed proprietary devices that could conduct all the blood tests that a central lab could conduct using only a few drops of blood?
I don't know. Might have.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make this statement to investors or potential investors?
I don't know.
Was that statement true in 2010, from 2010 to 2014?
Yes, with respect to the design of the mini-lab.
Did you ever tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that Theranos had developed proprietary devices that could conduct all of the blood tests that a central lab could conduct using a few drops of blood and that those devices were ready for patient testing?
I don't know that we said it in those words, but generally, that was what we were working to do with Minilab going into the FDA in that time frame.
Was the mini lab ready for patient testing in 2010, from 2010 to 2014?
We thought it was at that time.
Even in 2010?
The earlier version, which would have been the 3 series devices, we believed was, yes, at that time.
You believed that the TSPU3 series was ready to conduct patient testing on all of the tests that a central lab could conduct?
I think there's 2 different points. One is the point about the design and capability of the TSPU architecture. Separately, we thought we were ready in 2010. The concept was to take the technology into the FDA to try to get CLIA waived to be able to do clinical testing. We ended up not doing that and changing our business model, but we believed that we were in a place in which we would have been able to do that.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I understand that. When you say you believed you had the infrastructure to do that, was it your belief that the TSPU3 series was capable of running all different kinds of lab tests?
The architecture, right, the concept of the way that family of devices was designed allowed end-to-end testing. The 3 series was configured to run some tests. The 4 series had a broader range of processors and detectors in it to do what we thought was any test.
Right, so just sticking with the 3 series, it was never your understanding that the 3 series could run all tests? Or even that it had the architecture to run all tests?
It had the core architecture. It didn't have the other detector modules to do it. So no, it was not configured to do it.
And had Theranos taken any steps to configure a 3 series machine to do all different kinds of tests?
To do multiple ranges in product development, we did. But then that became the 4 series.
Did you ever tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that Theranos manufactured all of its blood analyzers?
I don't know.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make that statement to investors or potential investors?
I don't know.
Was the statement true in 2013 and 2014?
With respect to the Minilab family, yes. But it wouldn't have been true with respect to the machines that Theranos was using for patient testing, correct? As you know, Theranos was using some of the Minilab family for patient testing. It was also using other machines.
That it hadn't manufactured, correct?
Correct, yes.
Did you tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that demonstration tests of Theranos's manufactured devices would be run on devices manufactured by Theranos, even though they were not going to be tested on those devices?
Can we hear that question again?
Sure.
I don't understand.
Did you tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that demonstrations you were conducting for investors or potential investors would be run on devices manufactured by Theranos, even though they weren't being run on devices manufactured by Theranos?
No.
Mr. Kolatkar, and the assessment, just to be clear, you understood was on a 3 series device, right?
No.
At that time, we had the architecture of the 4 series, as well. Which one did you bring?
We brought a 3 series, but we presented on some of the 4 series, the data and the architecture.
Did you tell investors or potential investors in 2014 that the Walgreens contract was going well and that Theranos expected to open hundreds of stores by the end of 2015?
You know, you've already covered that ground 2 or 3 times with her.
I don't think I said that. I don't think so.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani say this?
I don't know.
Would the statement have been true in 2014?
Would you say it one more time?
Would the statement have been true in 2014?
No, there's multiple pieces. I was trying to remember all of it.
Did you tell investors or potential investors in 2014 that the Walgreens contract was going well and that Theranos expected to open hundreds of stores in 2015?
I think so. I think that it would have been true at that time. At least we believed it to be true at that time.
At that time, Theranos and Walgreens were in the midst of renegotiating the contract, correct?
Yes.
So why did you think that you would be rolling out hundreds of stores in 2015?
At Walgreens? Yes. Based on my interactions with Sunny and the interactions that I personally had with Walgreens leadership.
Did you tell investors or potential investors in 2014 that the Safeway contract was going well and that Theranos would be rolling out to Safeway stores in early 2015?
I don't think so.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani say that?
I don't think so.
Would that statement have been true in 2014?
I don't know about the second part in terms of whether we thought we would be rolling out. And I don't think we thought it was going well.
Did you tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that analyzers that Theranos manufactured were being deployed in the battlefield?
No.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani tell investors or potential investors that?
No.
Was that true in 2013 or 2014?
No, I mean, it was not true. Yes.
Did you tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that analyzers that Theranos manufactured were being deployed in Afghanistan?
No.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani tell investors or potential investors that?
No.
Was this statement true in 2013 or 2014?
It was not true.
Did you tell Dignity Health that Theranos had deployed the TSPU in the battlefield?
No.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani tell Dignity Health that?
No.
Would that have been true in 2013 or 2014?
No.
Did you tell Dignity Health that 75% of Theranos' historical revenues was from the military?
No.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani tell Dignity Health that?
No.
Would that have been true in 2013 or 2014?
I don't think so.
Did you tell Steve Bird at Safeway that Theranos had deployed its TSPU on the battlefield?
No.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani tell Steve Bird that?
No.
Would that have been true in 2013 or 2014?
No.
And would that also have been true in 2011 or 2012?
It would not.
Did you tell Walgreens that Theranos had deployed its TSPU on military helicopters?
I did not.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani tell that?
I did not.
Would that have been true any time from 2010 to 2014?
We did not deploy on helicopters.
You did not deploy on helicopters ever.
Correct.
Is that right?
I think they were used to transport the devices for AFRICOM to Africa, but we didn't deploy the devices on helicopters.
Did you tell Intermountain Healthcare that Theranos had a relationship with the DoD that spanned about a decade?
I don't think so.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani tell Intermountain that?
No.
Would that have been true in 2013 or 2014?
No.
Did you tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that Theranos had grown from cash from its pharmaceutical and military contracts over time?
You said did I tell potential investors in 13 or 14?
Yes.
I don't know.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
I don't know.
Would that have been true in 2013 or 2014?
I think so.
Why?
We had received payments from pharma and from the DoD study and used that to grow.
How much in combined payments had you made from pharmaceutical companies and from military contracts by the time of 2013, 2014?
I don't know.
Did you tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that Theranos did not need to raise new capital for the operations of its business?
I don't think so.
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make this statement to investors or potential investors?
I don't think so.
Would that have been true in 2013 or 2014?
Not to execute on the plans we wanted to execute on.
And which plans were those?
The broad rollout at retail.
Did you tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that Theranos had enough cash for capital?
I don't think so.
Did you tell investors or potential investors in late 2014 that Theranos was on track to make over $100 million in revenues by the end of the year?
I don't think so.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
I don't know.
Do you know if Mr. Balwani made that statement?
I don't.
Would that have been true in late 2014?
I don't think so.
Did you tell investors or potential investors that Theranos had made over $100 million in 2014?
No.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
I don't think so.
Is that a true statement?
No.
Did you tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that Theranos was projected to make $1 billion in 2015 and $2 billion in 2016?
I did not personally. I know that was in some of the financial models, or numbers generally like that were in some of the financial models that Theranos shared.
And who shared those financial models with investors?
Generally, to the extent that we presented on them, Sunny shared them.
Did you ever present that information to investors or potential investors?
I personally did not.
Did you tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that Theranos' engagement with the FDA was voluntary and there was no requirement to seek clearance or approval for its tests on the TSPU?
I don't think we said that in those words.
Which words did you use?
We generally described being in LDT, and that we wanted to, we thought, proactively engage with the FDA on getting clearance of every LDT we would bring up.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that Theranos' engagement with FDA was voluntary?
Again, I don't think so in those words.
Did you ever hear Mr. Balwani tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that there was no requirement for Theranos to seek clearance or approval of its tests on the TSPU?
I don't think so.
Did you tell investors or potential investors in 2013 or 2014 that Theranos' engagement with FDA was voluntary and there was no requirement to seek clearance or approval for any other Theranos devices, like the nanotainer?
You know, you've covered this at length in other portions of this deposition, both today and last month.
Do you understand the question?
Could I just repeat it back? The question is, did I tell investors that we did not have to get clearance on the nanotainer?
Did you hear Mr. Balwani make that statement?
I don't think so.
What is your current relationship with Sunny Balwani?
We haven't talked for a long time.
When did you first get to know him?
I think I met him in 2002.
How did you meet him?
I was studying at a program in Beijing University in China, and he was there.
Were you introduced by friends?
But we weren't introduced.
Yes. When was that?
Earlier in 2002.
Were you introduced by anyone then?
No, we weren't introduced. I just knew him at Stanford.
So how did you get to know one another?
We were in the same Stanford program at Beijing University.
Were you and Sunny Balwani ever engaged in a romantic relationship?
Yes.
When?
Over a long period of time, starting in around 2004, when I was starting the company.
And then?
It was a complicated relationship through the time that he joined the company and then later when he was working with the company.
How long were you and Mr. Balwani together in a relationship?
It was on and off over a period of time. But throughout the time that he was at the company until he left I guess it was last year.
So you broke up with Mr. Balwani when he left the company?
No, I think the personal relationship had died before that, but it was on and off throughout the time prior to him joining and then after he joined.
Did you live together?
We did.
When did you start living together?
I think in 05 or 06. I think 05.
For how long did you live together?
On and off, between 05 and 2016.
And did you live together at the 227 Park Avenue?
We did.
Okay, where do you live now?
Sorry.
Were you living with Mr. Balwani the whole time he was at Theranos?
Almost all of it, yeah.
Do you own your current residence?
Redacted.
Did Theranos employees know that you and Mr. Balwani were dating?
Some of them did.
Did they know that you were living together?
Some of them did.
Did the board know that you were dating?
Some of them did.
Who did?
When he first joined the board members knew him as my boyfriend. And then later, I talked with some of them about it, and I've had conversations with Riley Bechtel about it, with David Boyes, with Jim Mattis and others.
Did you ever tell investors that you and Mr. Balwani had a romantic relationship at the time that you were asking them to invest in Theranos?
We had spent, I think it was, 4 or 5 years together by that point and really understood that our connection was about trying to create and work together. It wasn't really about the romantic part. And once we started working together, it was a very intense working relationship. And the sort of romantic piece that was there at the very beginning died. I don't think it happened in one moment, but it was very clear that we were colleagues.
And so when did you end up breaking off the relationship with Mr. Balwani?
The romantic relationship? Yes. It happened over a period of time.
Mr. Balwani is no longer at Theranos, correct?
That's right.
When did he leave?
I believe around Memorial Day of 2016.
Why did he leave?
I was trying to restructure the company. It was time for new leadership and a different leadership structure. Was it mutual? Yes.
Why did he want to leave the company?
You could ask him that.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be speculating.
Did you have any understanding as to why he wanted to leave?
I think he knew it was time for a different structure.
Did you ever tell investors or shareholders that Mr. Balwani was asked to retire?
Asked to retire. I don't think I would have said it in those words.
All right. Had Mr. Balwani previously been thinking about leaving the company prior to Memorial Day 2016?
We had multiple conversations about it over the years. I don't know what he was thinking, actually. No.
So if you pick up Exhibit 221 again and you turn to the page with Bates number ending 6427, which is page 189, so you'll see there are a number of text messages between you and Mr. Balwani on July 15, 2015. If you look, maybe, 9 messages down from the top, at 4:44 p.m., Mr. Balwani writes to you. And he says, I worked for 6 years day and night to help you. I thought it would be better. I know you were angry in your way and upset with me for not doing everything you wanted me to do. Do you remember this conversation with him?
Not specifically, no.
And then you write back and you say, there are question marks, and you say, I think you meant, thinking, about texting you in that minute. By the way, it's just hard to transition. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Do you recall why he was writing you about the fact that he'd worked pretty hard for the company?
No, I mean, I don't.
And then he writes back to you at 4:46 p.m. He says, I am responsible for everything at Theranos. All have been my decisions, too. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you agree that you and Mr. Balwani were managing the company together and making decisions for the company together?
Yeah, I mean, we made him president of the company. And he wanted to run the company and run operations. And I let him do that.
And then if you look down a few more text messages, there's one that's sent by Mr. Balwani at 4:49 p.m. and he says, I'm not leaving until we break even. We will do this together, and I will be by yourself until then. Can't leave like this. What did you understand him to mean by that?
Well, first of all, do you remember?
I don't remember this text exchange. I'm just trying to read the text above it to get context. I mean, he's clearly talking about getting the company to a point in which it's at break even. I don't know what else he means by that.
Okay, and then at 4:51, he writes again. He says, and, yes, I do dislike the direction you've taken with all this PR and all legal work and a lot of other things. Do you see that?
Yes.
Were you aware that he disagreed with the PR strategy that the company had taken at this time?
I'm not sure that that's what that's referring to. I think that he had specific strong disagreements with certain people on our team who were advising us to do certain things on both the PR and legal side.
Who was he disagreeing with?
I mean, you'd need to talk to him about this. Because I'll be guessing what he's referring to specifically. But I think you'd be able to talk about it, you know.
Okay, you just said that you thought that this was referring to him disagreeing with others. Who were you thinking of when you said that?
He had disagreements with the general counsel that I brought in, redacted.
Anyone else?
Some of the teams that she'd put in place on the PR and legal side.
Then at 4:53 p.m., a few more text messages down, he writes to you. He says, "Things are different now. We need to get the business to break even. And then I will leave. We are different when it comes to business." Did you agree that you and he had different mindsets when it came to business strategy?
I don't know if it's business strategy. We had different mindsets on how to run the company.
Okay, and what were those differences?
Just very different leadership styles, management styles.
Was there anything else that was different about how you and he wanted to run the business?
He comes out of a pure tech sort of software company environment, where there's very aggressive schedules, very aggressive goals and, you know, companies that have had a different sort of work environment than the kind of culture that I resonate with and I'm trying to build in the company now.
I guess, looking back, do you have concerns about how his leadership style impacted the performance of the company?
I have concerns with the way that certain people were treated, yeah.
And, you know, I guess, is there a category of people or sort of like a group?
No, I think that we were trained to do something that's really hard and really big, and everybody makes mistakes along the way. And the ability to engage with people, to patiently and humbly and nicely try to overcome hiccups is a more successful style. And I think we could have done a better job of that.
You can put that one aside. Do you have an employment agreement with Theranos?
I do.
Has it been modified at any time during, or when was the first employment agreement that you signed with Theranos?
It would have been in 2004.
In 2004?
Yeah.
Has that agreement been modified several times since then?
I don't think so.
How are you compensated by Theranos?
I have a salary, and over the years, I've been given stock awards.
Okay, have you been compensated in any other way besides your salary and the stock awards?
I don't think so.
And what has been your salary in the last, I guess, 5 years?
I think it was $200,000 a year for some period of time. And then it was raised to $400,000, I think in 2015. And then recently, the board just a couple weeks ago approved raising it again.
They approved raising it again?
Yeah.
So what is your salary now?
Well, we haven't made it effective because I don't know whether I want to take a salary increase right now or not. I've been thinking about it. But they would have made it commensurate with other members of the management team, which is $600,000.
So when was the board discussing this? You said a few weeks ago?
Yes.
And when is it supposed to go effective?
It would have been effective a few weeks ago. I hadn't had our teams process it.
Do you receive a paycheck every 2 weeks?
I do.
And in terms of your ownership of the company, have you always had a majority ownership of Theranos?
Obviously, when I founded it, I did. Then no. And then I got stock awards over a period of time and recently used my stock to recapitalize the company to reprice investors so that our A, B, and C investors wouldn't be diluted.
So I don't anymore. What is your percentage ownership of the company now?
I think it's about 30%, somewhere 30 to 32%.
And do you hold a majority of the voting rights for the company?
I do.
And you still do now?
I do.
Have the other members of your senior management received their salary increases already?
Yes, salary increases or stock awards were in the process of issuing. I wanted to give additional stock awards to the management team.
Go off the record at 4:37 p.m.
We are back on the record at 4:47 p.m. Ms. Holmes, did you have any substantive conversations with the SEC staff during the break?
No.
Have any of Theranos's investors complained to you, or are you aware of any investors complaining to anyone at Theranos that statements that were made to them prior to their investments were not true or were accurate?
Not outside of PFM.
What do you understand PFM's complaints to be?
Well, doesn't PFM's complaint speak for itself? I mean, it's a 75-page document, and you can't ask her to try to summarize that.
I mean, I generally understood it to replay the Wall Street Journal narrative.
Is there anything outside of PFM's complaint or any other conversations you might have had with them in which you're aware that there were other statements outside of the complaint that they believed were not true?
That PFM believed were not true? Yes. I haven't had any conversations with PFM directly about it. So I don't know anything besides the lawsuit that they filed.
Just more specifically, I think I understand what your answer is going to be, but in connection with sort of the tender offer process and the recapitalizing some of those investors, did any investors express any concerns about the accuracy of the information they had received from the company to date?
Not to my knowledge.
Ms. Holmes, we have no further questions at this time. We may, however, call you again to testify in this investigation. And should that be necessary, we'll contact your attorneys. Ms. Holmes, do you wish to clarify anything? Can we take a quick break before she answers that question?
There's a pending question, unless there's something. I guess the question is whether she personally has anything to clarify, but then we'll also ask the question whether counsel has anything to clarify.
Ms. Holmes, do you wish to clarify anything?
No, thank you. I don't think so.
Mr. Neal and Mr. Dwyer, would you like to ask any clarifying questions? Can we just take a 2-minute break?
Off the record at 4:49.
We are back on the record at 5:04 p.m. Ms. Holmes, did you have any substantive conversations with the SEC staff during the break?
No.
Okay, we don't have any questions, but I will reiterate on the record what I said just a minute ago to you all outside the presence of the record, which is that in your questions about whether Ms. Holmes had heard complaints from any investors, we believe counsel received some complaints from investors at various points. And we're going to try and figure out whether there is a way to identify for you who those complainants were without waiving privileges. Because we believe some.
We'll get back to you with either a confirmation that I just said is accurate or a clarification.
Thank you. Would any of the other counsel like to ask clarifying questions today?
No.
No.
Shockingly, no.
This ends DVD 5 of 5, and we are off the record at 5:05 on August 23, 2017.